Good morning, everyone. My name's Julia Baird, and this is Michelle Johnson, my fellow author and emergency doctor. Here for all your medical questions. Just kidding, that's what she gets all the time. Thank you so much for coming out on I was about to say Wednesday morning. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I've lost all sense of time and space in Adelaide, but it's been wonderful. Thank you so much for coming out for what I think is a really important discussion about the body, the self. Hanif Qureshi, Paki writer, cripple, he says, who am I now? I had a conversation with him. We tried to tie it in to be a live conversation, but, given he's in London and given some of the dictates of his body and medical issues, it was difficult to line up. So I spoke to him, not last night, the night before, and we'd been emailing for some time after I read his terrific book, Shattered. And I spoke to him about the fact that I too had had extensive experience in the medical system, and I was really kind of quite undone by some of his candour, and I was quite blown away with it, actually, as a man who's like such an acidic, insightful writer and documenter of culture, that he took that same eye then to hospitals and wrote with the same black humour and the same truthfulness about himself and his experience. There's lots of discussion of enemas, lots of discussions about fingers up his backside. He calls his ass Route 66 when he's doing it. And I just was really saying to him before we even spoke, it's amazing how you've written about this when we so often hide this away, when we so often think that we're protecting ourselves or protecting other people, and how important it is, given so many people live with all the small and large indignities of kind of going through the medical system with all the horrors and uncertainty and who am I and what have I got left. It's so important to document these stories. So I was quite blown away by him. So we're going to play some of that interview now, and then Michelle Johnson, my friend, the author of Tiny Uncertain Miracles, which is placed largely in a hospital, and a chaplain of a hospital, which I really loved, and her upcoming book. When is it out?
July.
July, called The Revisionist, which I'm currently reading now, which is a wonderful exploration of kind of adventure and identity and what it means to tell stories. So please welcome, if digitally, the wonderful Hanif Qureshi. Thanks so much for joining us at the Adelaide Writers Festival. We really appreciate it.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I've been to Australia twice.
Yes.
I just hope maybe one day in the future I can come back for real. I would really love to do that. I hope it's going to be possible.
Well, there's a lot of people who greatly love your work here, and I really loved Shattered, as I've said to you, because it's just so beautifully and starkly written. And you start off by talking about that moment when you're watching the football and you topple off your chair and you break your neck and everything changes in your life. You've described that as like a bomb going off in your life. Have you recovered from the shock of that now? Can you ever recover from the shock of that? Sometimes
during the day, I think I've recovered because I'm doing stuff, I'm enjoying stuff. I'm in the supermarket with Isabella and it's a normal day and I've got back to my normal life. But then suddenly something will remind me of my condition. Like if I'm in the supermarket and I look up, there's a big screen, you can see yourself. And I see this little figure coming down the aisle in a wheelchair, and I think, oh my God, that's me. I can't believe that's me. I don't recognize myself, this person with a sort of broken body, bent over at a dog's eye level to the stuff in the supermarket. And I suddenly feel really angry that this terrible stroke of fate has dumped me in this awful condition. And I feel furious about it. And in the night, I'm furious about it. Isabella says, I'm crying and screaming and crying out during the night. I'm not aware of it myself because I'm asleep. But she says the nights are really ferocious. So in the unconscious, terrible things have happened to me. I've been attacked. I've been beaten up. I've been abused. So I have PTSD, I guess.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm going to get over that anytime soon. I don't see why I should.
No. I was interested in you writing about, like, you're watching Better Call Saul, which I've been watching lately too, and I love. And when your iPad goes to black and you get this little legend line up saying, "Are you still there?" It's such an interesting thing in terms of identity. And I remember once I had gone through a massive surgery for cancer and I'd had all these organs cut out, and I went back on television and there was a troll who wrote, "Oh, just tuned into that TV show and I saw what was left of Julia Baird," because I'd lost weight and I looked different. And I was like so struck. I will never forget that, because I was like, what is left of me and who I am and the life that I thought I had? And so can you talk to me a little bit about why that struck you and where that leaves you and thinking, are you still there?
Well, that's a very important and interesting question, what you just said, because what is left of you? Yeah. And I remember after my accident being in hospital in Rome, in the ICU, and thinking that very thing, what is left of me after this terrible accident? After all, I can't use my hands. I can move my arms, but I can't use my hands. I can't walk. I can't use my legs. So what is left of me? And I concluded that what was left of me was at least my voice. I could speak as I'm speaking to you now, and therefore through my voice I could write. So pretty soon after the accident, I started to write these blogs that I dictated. First of all, to Isabella, who would tap away, sitting on the end of my bed into her phone. And then I started to dictate the blogs to my son Carlos, here with me now. And he started to put the blogs up on a platform called Substack, and then on Twitter. And almost immediately, the figures went crazy. They became really high. Lots and lots of people were tuning into these daily reports from my bed. And so what was left of me was my ability to communicate with this large audience. And that really saved me psychologically, because I was myself. I could still write, and there were people listening to me in increasing numbers. So what was left of me was quite a substantial thing, which is my ability to think, my ability to write. And I didn't have any kind of cognitive injury at all. So I'm still myself in some sense. And I'm still an artist. And that question you ask, what is left of one, can only be answered by really what you do during the day, which for me is to write. You speak of writing as, when you're writing, your object should be to delight the audience, but then you also end up in a place in this book where you're talking about it as a way of connecting. Did going through this change your view of what writing actually is about? I think you're right. I think the point of writing is to delight the audience, but not only to delight the audience, to move them, to upset them, to involve them, just to show them your life reflected in their life. That I suffer, but I'm not the only person who suffers. Everyone suffers. Everyone will suffer from some illness or other at some time in their life. And they will become dependent on the kindness and love of strangers in hospitals and care homes and so on. So what happened to me, and indeed what happened to you, is a universal effect, and no one will escape that. So when you read the book, it may delight you, it may amuse you or whatever, but it will also reflect on you your own coming condition, or your present condition, or the condition of someone in your family. So I tried to write, when I began to write, as honestly as possible. This book is called a memoir, but it's not really a memoir. Yeah. I didn't write it after the event. I wrote it during the event, I would be lying in bed suffering, and I would write it directly as I felt that day. And then the next day I would write about whatever happened to be the following day and so on. So it's straight from the trench. It's not, I didn't colour it up or alter it very much or do anything to change the reality of the experience.
But I'm so fascinated by that honesty, because I think so few people are in really horrendous situations because we're taught to conceal or to protect or whatever. And you write about your experiences you described as being a turtle on your back, as being constantly interfered with. The chapter that, the enemas, the arse handling, you call your arse Route 66, the insertion of catheters, starting out chapters saying, all right, let's have a look at his penis now. Do you think this is one of the things that people were really responding to when you talk about when you're putting it on Twitter, when you're putting it on Substack? Because it's both arresting and I think also a relief for people who've been through physical trauma to see the candor there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reality. Half an hour ago, I was in bed with my trousers down and a nurse was changing my catheter, which got blocked, which was why there was a delay in us having a conversation. And then I'm up in my wheelchair and I'm talking to you. So there are two realities here that are connected, which is the reality of one's bodily self. That we are bodies that fail. You are bodies that require to be administered to by doctors and nurses. On the other hand, we are spirits, we are souls that rise above our bodily selves that can communicate with other people.
Yeah.
So I think the book explores the fact that we are all those things at once. But for me, writing is the way in which I could transcend the horror of my experience and get back to living a little, which is very important for me. I'm still capable of enjoying life. I'm still capable of happiness. I'm still capable of conversation with my son Carlo, with my friends, with my family, and so on, and going for walks. So it's there's much more to one's life than one might think when one is ill.
You've spoken about your accident being good for creativity. Why is that? How is creativity different when you feel broken?
Creativity is different when you feel broken because it feels very, very, very important that you communicate with other people.
Yeah.
Before my accident, I was still writing. I wasn't writing so much. I would write to bed every day, but there was no hurry. After the accident, after the trauma, I really needed to recover my sense of myself, who I was. I'm still a man, I'm still a writer, I'm still a person, I've still got something to say to other people. So the writing business became much more urgent after the accident. When I was in hospital, when I was on the ward in the hospital of accidents, where everyone on the ward had fallen down the stairs, everyone on the ward had broken their neck for whatever reason, falling out of bed, jumping into an empty swimming pool, being hit by a truck. Not one of those people were able to go back to work. Apart from, if you're a truck driver or you're a ski instructor or whatever, you'll never work again if you've got a broken neck. So I really began to appreciate my privilege, I guess you might call it, because I can go back to work. I can carry on as a writer, which I do every day, and will to do today with Carla when we get down to some work later on.
You speak of horror and suffering, and you also write with this incredible tenderness about what you see around you in hospital. How you speak of going to the gym and seeing the patients with their broken or malformed bodies being manipulated and caressed, and you said at that moment something in you changed, in the sense that if you watch the TV, the news, that you would get the impression that the world is full of narcissistic and brutal people. I don't know if you're back to watching the news now, but there's a lot of that stuff around. Like, I know you had a hiatus from that. You say that actually when you look around a place like a hospital or this gym, you can see this beauty and collaboration and respect. It's kind of an important thing, isn't it? Like the astonishing things that you can see in those places of care where people are at their most vulnerable.
It's an incredible thing because as you say, if you turn on the TV and look at the news, particularly recently, or indeed at any time, you just see people being vile to each other and doing their best to ruin each other's lives in Ukraine or Gaza or wherever it is. And yet in the hospital, friends of mine came to visit me every single day. And they brought me 3-course meals, and they would read the newspapers to me, and they would brush my hair, and they would give me a head massage, and they would feed me, and so on. And the nurses and doctors, I would have long conversations with them about their lives, about who they were. You would be with a complete stranger, and they would be washing you, and you could say to them, "Why are you doing this? What brought you here? Why are you in this country? Why do you want to do this job?" And you could have the most incredible conversations. I tell you, if you want to meet new people, it's a good idea to break your neck. And if you're interested in other people, you want to hear their stories, there's plenty of them. So far from thinking of the world as being this a terrible hellhole where people love to kill each other, which it is, I saw another side of it. Actually, I still see another side of it, particularly with my friends. And the people who come and visit me every day and spend time with me. So it was a very illuminating experience to be in hospital for a year, as I'm sure you know from your own experience.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny because I appreciated that you wrote about like so much of the culture of hospitals. They can smell. Like there's staff that sing you songs. There's various indignities. There's a whole routine. Like it's a whole other system. And some nurses can drive you crazy. They wake you up all night. They're always sticking things in you. But that sense you get of like incredible respect and actually like almost like I really felt like a love for the nurses when I could barely move. Just with dealing with the aftermath of chemo and so on. Like I was almost like in love with them. I was interested in that. You know that one of the reasons that they in Victorian times they didn't want to introduce pain relief for women in childbirth. They said it was because they would fall in love with the gynecologists, with the men who delivered them, who were delivering their babies, and they would want to have sex with them. There's all this like weird stuff about women trying to fall in love with, or people falling in love with surgeons. But I actually think what we don't talk about is that incredible sense you can have of looking at a human being who is leaning over you and wiping you and trying to anticipate your pain when you can't articulate it and caring for you in a way that's actually kind of, I can't even imagine anything more important to do on earth. Did you go through that as well? It's kind of a strange kind of emotional, like just response to the care that you see.
Well, we come from that, Julia, don't you think? We have babies. And we fall in love with our caregivers.
Right.
Who are called our parents. So we start off from that place of extreme vulnerability, and there are these adults around us who take us home and who look after us, and we fall in love if we're lucky. Or indeed, if we're unlucky, we fall in love with them, and they're our caregivers. And so that's the pattern, really, that you describe. And when, of course, you're in hospital, you're so grateful to the nurses and doctors that look after you, that you fall in love with them as well. And you're so vulnerable and they care for you and you're utterly dependent on them. So the question really is, why wouldn't you fall in love with them? I mean, the other question is, are they in love with you? I mean, they've devoted their lives to doing good. And a friend of mine who's a psychoanalyst said to me the other day, he said, if you're not helping other people, what are you doing with your life? And I thought that was a beautiful thing to say. And most of the nurses, as you probably experienced, as I experienced, if you ask them why are you a nurse, they'll probably tell you a story from their childhood. I remember a nurse saying to me, when I was 9, a nurse came to our house and she saved the life of my mother. And she said at that moment, I knew that I wanted to be a nurse. And another guy told me a story. He was on a roof with his twin brother, and the twin brother fell off the roof and became disabled for the rest of his life. And he said he wanted for the rest of his life to look after disabled people. So if you talk to the nurses and doctors, you usually find a very interesting backstory in terms of vulnerability, pain, and the desire to love other people.
I want to talk a little bit about the things that have got you through, and the first one being kind of black humour and the moments, the fact that you managed to make this funny is such an achievement. You write about looking forward to having an enema. You say being a tetraplegic isn't all that bad. As I write this, I'm having a pedicure while eating caviar with a plastic spoon. Isabella is tickling me under the chin. I have just proposed to her. Tell me about how you've experienced humour over this period.
I think humour is not something that's on top. You know, I don't think it's an added thing. I think humour is really to do with how you see the world. And my humour comes from my dad. You know, he was a very amusing guy and found the world amusing and found the neighbours amusing and life amusing. And I inherited that from him, and I think my kids have inherited that from me. It's a family attribute, really, that the world is a dirty, awful, violent place, but at the same time, it's really funny. People say and do daft things. I mean, Donald Trump is a vile, unpleasant man, but he's also very funny to talk about, to look at. The guy's absurd. He's absolutely crazy. And you can't help but laugh at him at the same time as you dislike him.
Right.
So I think that there is humour in everything all the time. It's a question of where you're looking from.
I remember walking past a nurse one day or lying in bed and listening to a nurse who was saying, she yells out to another one of them. She's like, I've just given a naked man in a shower a glass of orange juice if you want to know how my day is going. I think nurses have very black humour as well. I think that's what tends to keep them going during it.
Yeah.
You also, right, as you said before, this goodwill of others. I really have felt, and tell me if you relate to this at all, the sense of like, I was almost catapulted into space by having kind of quite, savage surgery and the shock of this thing that had taken over my body. And it was like an astronaut in a way where they have the earth disappear behind their thumb and you realise how small it is, how small we are, how fragile the earth is, how much we need each other. And so people that are going up into space are, mathematicians and engineers, and they come back and they're philosophers and philanthropists and poets and whatever. And since then I've really written about like awe and wonder and grace and all these things because that's what's kept me going. But it's also because it's what I've seen. And all through your book, you're talking about the ways in which people have loved you and the ways in which it has drawn out the best in others. You reference Kafka's Metamorphosis and how disgusted Gregor's family are with him and pelting him with oranges and so on, and that you had how completely different your own experience was, the sympathy and the love that you've had. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Yeah,
I mean, when you break your neck, it's a really good way of finding out who your friends are. Even your acquaintances. There were people that I knew a bit. Let's say, for instance, actors I'd worked with 20 years ago who would phone me up and come and visit me and bring me meals and sit with me and look after me and tell me dirty stories and cheer me up and do it with people.
Yeah.
As you've just said, it's kind of staggering. And you could never predict which of your friends would be the most generous.
Right, that's true.
When it comes to looking after you in hospital.
Yeah.
I had one friend in particular who never showed up at all. Who just completely fucking disappeared.
Yeah, I had that too.
And I had other who I didn't know so well who would come every day and would send gifts and flowers and chocolates and, be incredibly generous and kind and funny.
Yeah.
So it's a really interesting test, isn't it, of people. What kind of person do you want to be? What kind of person will you turn out to be if a friend of yours suddenly gets sick one day?
Yeah.
So I'm very aware of that stuff now. I never thought about it before. I don't know whether I was ever a good hospital visitor before. But a friend of mine did say to me, he came to visit me a lot. And I said to him, I didn't know him so well, I hadn't seen him for a while. I said to him, why do you visit me so often? It's very kind of you, but why do you do that? And he said to me, he said, 35 years ago when I was in hospital, he said, you were the only person who came to visit me. So he'd never forgotten.
You
that.
never
And then
forget.
Now he visits me all the time. So there's weird stuff that goes on between people when you get sick, and some of it is very beautiful.
Tell me about the conversations as well, because you've spoken about not wanting to be alone, of wanting to have people there to talk to you at all times, but all of a sudden you luxuriate in conversations. Like, you have time. How did conversations change when you, I mean, one day you were describing them as, you know, your friend Lady G. You spoke about cross-dressing, marrying the wrong person, a friend who was struck by lightning, violent disputes with siblings. Why so many people, especially on radio, begin sentences with the word so. So, how...
Yeah, well,
yeah.
for instance, Lady G is a very interesting case because she was in Italy and she was an acquaintance of a friend of Isabella's. And she's a doctor, a research scientist in the hospital. So she could come and go in the hospital whenever she liked at any time of the day or night. But I'd never met her before. And Isabella had never met her before. As I say, she was an acquaintance for the friend. Anyway, every single morning when I was in the hospital at 9 o'clock, and it was very dead in the hospital, between 9 and midday, you couldn't see anybody. The guests weren't allowed to come till midday, so it was really boring. And she would come every morning, and she would bring me cakes, and she would bring me coffee. And she would sit on the bed, and we would have long conversations about cross-dressing, or about a friend of hers who got struck by lightning, or somebody else who had was in a car crash, for instance, anything.
Yeah.
And because we had time, you know, that it was open-ended. She might sit with me for 3 hours. Yeah. This complete stranger who was a very warm, very beautiful person, a scientist, very intelligent.
Yeah.
And every single day she came devotedly to see me. And because she was also a doctor, she would give me shitloads of free advice all the time. And she would look at my blood results, and she would speak to the doctors because I can't speak Italian on my behalf, and so on. So this person who I didn't know, I'd never met before, suddenly became this lifesaver. And I think she must have enjoyed it too, our conversations, you know, because they went on for so long, they were so detailed, they were so enjoyable. So something happens between people in these circumstances that wouldn't happen normally, because to go to a meeting, to have lunch, to live your life.
Yeah.
So it's really, these new interactions really interested me.
Yeah, people tend to unfurl and also confide in you as well, right? You're always like, what did you say? There was nothing actually that ordinary with people. There's no ordinary, and that there are always secrets there if you give it long enough time.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've noticed from your own experience that people love telling you about their illnesses.
Yes.
You know,
right.
When you get to my age, everyone you know is sick, you know.
Right. And how do you feel about that?
They're all in and out of hospitals.
But don't you mentally go, I can't believe you're telling me about your hernia while I've gone through what I've gone through? Or do you think, no, let's all just throw it out there?
I'm really interested in hearing other people's hospital stories now.
Yeah.
You know, what happened, you know, to them in A&E last night. I really want to hear about it, because I know about hospitals, I know about nurses,
yes.
I know about doctors. I studied these people for a year, so I'm really happy to hear other people's experiences now. Whereas in the old days, I would have run a mile from hearing too much about, particularly about prostates. At my age of 70, you get to hear about prostates almost every day.
Yeah.
I know quite a lot about it now. I'm willing to hear about it, but it's also necessary for me to hear about it, because, you know, this is true. This is life. This is the human condition. You can't shy away from it. In fact, you can enjoy hearing about it.
So you end this book by saying that your world took a zig where it had previously jagged. It's been smashed and remade and altered, and you can't do anything about it. But you will not go under. You will make something of this. And you have, with this book, at the very least. Tell me what you have you have made with this book? What have people told you you've made with this book?
People like the book. It's been translated in several languages. It's coming out in more languages. We're doing it as a movie now. Carlo and I and his brother Sasha are writing the screenplay for a film.
Amazing.
Of Shattered.
Excellent, yeah.
And we've written another volume of the book, of a collection, a series of blogs. Yeah. So a lot of other projects have come out of this. Good things have come out of this, particularly the collaboration with me and Carlo, and also with his brother Sashin, that we work together in a way that we didn't work together before. Working together with somebody, as I'm sure you're aware yourself, is quite different to just being their father or being their friend or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Working, collaborating, joining up with someone to do something serious is a very interesting and difficult experience, you know. And so these collaborations, particularly with members of my own family, are unique. They wouldn't have happened before the accident. And so they are... I'm very pleased that this has happened to us as a family.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I am so grateful for this book, and I told you, it kind of unlocked something in me, and I also think it's going to start a whole bunch of conversations about what it means to be sick. So thank you so much for taking time for us in your extremely busy schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you. And please come to Australia when you can.
Thank you.
Thank you. What an astonishing man, right?
Incredible.
Now, can I just ask you, first of all, Michelle, so Dr. Michelle, he talks about that moment, as we said, like a bomb going off in his life. He's watching football. He's just sitting in a chair. He's in Rome. He's in his apartment, and he feels a bit dizzy. He feels a bit faint. So he just leans forward and puts his head between his legs. Next minute, he comes to, he's on the floor, and his neck is snapped. And he talks about watching his hand come towards him like this kind of like disconnected talon kind of like scuttering across the floor. Can you tell us medically kind of what has happened to him?
Thank you. Yes, we'll have a very brief medical digression.
Yes.
Our human necks are extremely vulnerable. I think evolution had to make a choice between mobility and protection, and it punted for the former. And I thought it'd be great if we have really bendy, unprotected necks. So what happened to Hanif was that he didn't actually fracture his neck. There was probably mostly, as we get older, our ligaments get sort of very brittle, and he's had something called a spinal cord injury. He's had a functional severing of the spinal cord. And what that does is it essentially disconnects your head from your body. All of that superhighway of information between the brain and the body is gone, and people who are fully quadriplegic, and you'll notice he's not quite fully, have this life where their brain is living an entirely different life to their body. There is no connection. Their body is just going off doing its own thing. He writes another little wonderful line about his hand early on, where he's saying, I knew my hands were under the sheets, but I couldn't tell you where they were precisely. They could have been in another building off having a drink with friends. So we call that anosognosia, not knowing what your body is doing. And I've had patients who've had strokes who have that, who think, what the hell is that? Why is there a log in my bed? And it's their leg.
Wow.
So it's devastating, and lends itself to a new understanding of what the body is.
And what the spirit is.
Who
it is that we are. But tell us how you respond to his account of what's happened to him, of traversing the medical system. As you can see, we wrote about, he writes about the horror. Honestly, half the chapters start with someone either handling his penis or sticking something up his backside, or he'll be like, I'm in my front room of my house and I'm lying on my face and there's 5 people standing around me and I'm taking a shit. That's his opening. So that's full of that, but at the same time there's also this kind of him saying, oh, I wish I'd been kinder in my life. Like, look at what conversation means. Look at this kind of what this love means. So how do you as a doctor view how he's kind of captured that hellscape with moments of sunshine?
So I view it as Dr. Me in such a different way as writer me. As a Dr. Me, I often read medical memoirs with horror and shame and embarrassment, because there is so many times we as certainly as doctors and nurses, the health systems are so busy and so overwhelmed, under-resourced, that we're just kind of keeping our heads above water and forgetting to see what it feels like to be in that incredibly vulnerable position, one individual needing such care and love, and we're going, I've got to get to the next one. If I spend too long with you, I spend too much time, I invest too much time, I'm not going to see the next person. And I'm always ashamed when I read those things. As a writer, I love the fact that he's had this ability to go down deep and ask those questions of himself, of his body, of other people that he never had the chance to otherwise. And I think you've talked about that incredible theme of he almost had to learn how to love all over again. I think, I think I don't think he'd mind us saying this, but I think he was quite a gruff kind of
character.
Yeah, a character,
yes.
Who all of a sudden was learning to love again and to understand what love meant. And so much of it is that love of empathy and people's intense giving and generosity of themselves.
What about his candour? I mean, as I said to him, I was really struck by that because I think we do hide and conceal and reveal things in many ways.
Yes.
And I've learnt this myself. I actually set myself on fire recently by accident. Wasn't a political protest. I was at a friend's place and I had borrowed my friend's jacket, and they had moved, her husband had moved the candle from the top of the toilet where it usually always is down on the floor. So I was just sitting there just in the bathroom, just minding my own business. And then there's this smoke and I'm like, what the hell? Why is this? You know, when it takes you a moment to clock, but hang on a minute. Oh my gosh, I'm on fire. And I pulled it off, stomped on it, had to alert my friend that I borrowed the coat from, that I set her coat on fire. She's like, if you didn't like it, you could have just told me. And then kind of I stomped it out, and then everyone was in the middle of a conversation. So I literally just went back into the room and kept talking. And I waited till the next day and I said, last night I set I kind of was on flames with it. And I realised how much of the time I'm containing things and dealing with things and not wanting to worry people with details. And I kind of, but I really liked his honesty, for a long time I'd been like a person who's like, when your workmate is like, oh, why were you off sick? And they go, well, I had diarrhoea. And you're like, oh, you could have said upset stomach. I've kind of got a, but he's flipped a lot of that on its head, because I think it's so important to write what exactly happens to you when you go through this.
I could almost turn that question on to you with your incredible books, but from my perspective and that intimacy of the human body, as an aside, I'd actually written another book about the human body. I've worked for 35 years in an emergency department. I thought I had a lot of stories to tell. And the book didn't work on two levels. One, my publisher said she had to read it with her hands over her eyes. She just felt this, perhaps even something that you might have all experienced, this disgust about the human body and the intimacies and our bowel actions. Yeah, I can't even say the word poo on the stage here. Our bowel actions, and why do humans have such a disgust about their own bodily functions? And it probably is once again evolution to blame. Thank you very much, because disgust is one of these emotions which probably stopped us from eating bad animals or etc. So we have this smell, etc., or this idea. So we have this disgust, but. The other reason the book probably failed was I was trying to tell the audience what I thought they needed to know, rather than taking a journey of asking those questions again and being in the same boat as the reader. What does the audience need to know? What do they want to know? And I think people do want to know those intimacies in the privacy of their own, bedroom, where they can read about the bowel actions, etc., and those bodily things which are so natural to us.
Yeah.
But you write incredibly well. We see inside your own abdomen. How was that for you to write?
I haven't written about bowel actions. That's my next book.
Can't wait.
Fruit 66. How was that? No, I just don't tend to go into the nitty gritty of stuff. I don't know, but that's what kind of why I loved that he did. And he said to me, "Well, I'm a writer, of course. I need to kind of like sit and observe and say what's happening." But I've spoken to you as well before about my last book was called Bright Shining. It was about grace, and there's a lot of it about like what you witness in these kind of, they appear to be very sterile, very difficult, very often under-resourced medical environments where people are stretched and people are really ill, and sometimes people are dying, and like you see all manner of adrenaline and urgency and concern, and yet in these environments you can see these moments of tenderness that can just kind of unravel you, and the level of appreciation you can have for someone who like gets you that extra warm blanket, right? How good are those warm blankets? Or an ice chip when you're not allowed to eat anything at all after surgery, and someone will sneak you a little tiny little ice chip, and I'm like, I still thank her every time I kind of think of her. So that's something that you witness a lot as well, right? Can you describe to us what you see?
Yes, and often they are the smallest moments. Both of you have talked about the nurses, and they really are the exemplars of those small moments of beauty and grace and kindness. But I see it in patients too. And we've already mentioned how the news, if you listen to the news, it's just full of horror and people doing terrible things. But I think we are just as much a default of love and care, and it's kind of the answer to life, the universe, and everything is these small moments of love.
Can you give us some examples of the actual things that you witness, moments that you see?
Yeah, I think I even mentioned this. We were talking about your book Bright Shining, which was going into the distressed relatives room of our hospital, where we go to tell people the worst news of their life. Blind random luck has caused a terrible injury or even the death of a child. And not so long ago, I went into that room prepared to tell a mother and a father that their teenage child had died in a motorbike accident. And as I walked into the room, they knew that something terrible was going to be said in that room, and they had the grace and the care to put a hand on me as I spoke and gave them the news, because they knew how hard it would be for me to tell them that their child had died. And that was such a powerful moment of grace in humanity that I was struck, and it's just stayed with me.
How important is it, do you think, that we read these stories? Like, what do we learn from them? I'm often struck by the fact that people love, like, hearing about the lessons of the dying, or, like, people who are terminally ill, or those last-minute, like, don't work too hard and spend time with your family. But actually we don't tend to go, what are the lessons from people who've been through traumas like this? What are the lessons from people who then have to go on and live with it day by day by day? Like even like with grief, people will come to the funeral, the shock of loss is terrible, but all of that kind of thing. And then those kind of crowds dissipate and you're just living with that day by day by day. It's the same thing with a chronic illness.
Yes, and I think chronic illness is one of the hardest things to manage in our time, particularly the invisible chronic illness and, the ableism that we have all the time. We were just talking, even on crutches, that there's just ableism all the time. So two things I think about that. We also mentioned Hanif's writing and the immediacy of what he was writing. He was putting out a Substack day by day. And so he had no time to process what was going on. It was just raw, almost unfiltered. material that you could feel the anger. He was going through the Kubler-Ross stages all through it, up and down through a day. We were still sitting in the rubble of trauma, rather than that time where most people have come through some sort of trauma, have had a lot of time to gestate, to process, to put it into perspective, to find meaning from it. Because I think that's what it's all about, isn't it? Where is the meaning in all of this as humans?
But then you also resent the fact that you're supposed to find meaning, because this just absolutely sucks. Your head is now severed from your body and you're completely dependent on people. And he hates it. And he says it's miserable. And that there's times in the book when he just wants to die. And then I love the friendships he makes with these other people when they sit and talk about it. And there's this one guy who's like, look, I really am contemplating suicide. So they have long conversations about that. And then Hanif will be like, well, how would you do it? And this guy's like, oh, I think I'll go out into my garden and just sit there and I'll get hypothermia. And then they talk about how long that would take and whether he'd actually miscalculated it, and a little bit more black humour. But there's definitely a very assertive, a very real desperation there.
And does this feed into this kind of thought of this dumb random luck? It strikes me a lot in my line of work, where people are going to work happy, they've had lovely breakfasts, they've maybe haven't said goodbye to their partners, and a couple of hours later they're on a ventilator, not sure if they're going to live. Just this terrible random strike of fate.
Yeah.
Why me?
Yeah.
Why am I? What? I mean, and here's, Hanif's, he was watching a footy game.
Yeah.
And had he been sitting perhaps on a slightly different angle, and he'd had his faint, this would not have happened.
Yeah.
What terrible, not luck, what terrible bad luck, what a stroke of fate. And I don't know, do you ever feel that? Why me? Why the hell me? What happened to my organs? Or,
I don't know. I kind of get that with dumb luck like that, but I also feel that when you get sick, it's like, when you're saying why me, it's like, well, why everyone else? Why should someone else get it and not me, given that life is so random and can be full of horror and horrible? Like, I'm no, more virtuous or anything than any other person. Even if you're careful with your health, I think that can kind of come into it. But yeah, I loved how Lee Sales called her book about people coming through trauma Any Ordinary Day. Because it really is. You hear all the accounts of people who get involved in these like terrible tragedies, whether they're personal or kind of broader, involving kind of natural disasters. And they'll just say it, I got up and it was any ordinary day. And the people that surrounded Hanif were like, when he was in hospital, he's like, there were, if you want to avoid injury, stay out of your kitchens, bathrooms, bedrooms, and any stairs. I can attest to that. Although a woman called Karen came up to me at the festival a couple of days ago and she looked at my boot and she was like, have you been kicking ass? I was like, thank you, I now have my story. Too much ass kicking. But anyway, I slipped on the stairs. And again, now suddenly 3 months of my life, like, whoops, in the stairs. So there is that sense of fragility and you must see that in people's eyes in an emergency when they're wheeled in and just going, holy. I think you told me the story once of a man who was preoccupied with how everyone else would be told.
In fact, he was, sadly, he also was a new quadriplegic. He had fallen from, it was once again the silly thing, he'd fallen some monkey bars he was showing off to his kid, and he fell and he broke his neck, and he came in clearly quadriplegic, a full quadriplegic, and that's going to be the rest of his life. He's got a young child, and all he was trying to articulate to me is, how are we going to tell my wife I really care about, this is going to shock her, it's going to be so terrible. And all he would care about was that information, how that was going to be imparted to his wife, not the fact that he was lying there totally quadriplegic and this was the rest of his life. And that was another kind of act of grace. And I think it's a really interesting point that we were harking on before about meaning. And Hanif obviously has had a few years, and he said, wow, because of this accident, I have learnt love. I have proposed to my wife. I have recognised what true friendship is. Would I even change anything? You do hear that from people, don't you? Yeah. Would I have chosen not to have this terrible thing and not have this beauty of humanity that has come out of it, this new understanding of what the purpose of life is.
I think he clearly would not have chosen for that to
No,
happen.
and fair. I probably would have done the same.
Yeah.
Keep me gruff and curmudgeonly, but I'll keep my body.
Yeah, but also with an insight about all those kind of those acts and how moved he still is by the people who take that time. And I bet you, I honestly bet you, looking at the people in this crowd, the number of you people that would have looked after those in hospital in all those multiple kind of like small ways of visiting, of bringing food, of just like constantly thinking of other people, like never underestimate the power of those things. They're the unsung acts of love that actually fuel our society and teach us what it really is to be human. I've got a friend with me at the moment, Lucy, who's always doing that. She'll come to Adelaide with me because I'll be bumping around madly on my crutches, and they're the kinds of friendships that friggin' keep you going, I think. So, so bless any of you who do that in your life.
And, acts of love, not to be underestimated. Even like you've all turned up here. This here is an act of love, of literature, of wanting to learn. They're the positive things. They're things that shift the needle. This is our only chance of survival is acts of community and love on whatever scale and however you can do them.
Does it make you want to write in a different way to capture those kinds of moments the way Hanif has?
It's so interesting because I am trying to explore them from the other side, the doctor's side. I have an incredible knowledge of pathophysiology of how the baroreceptors in the aorta works.
Tell me more.
No, you just don't want to know. I mean, it's fabulously and fascinating. I'll write that next book, and then I'll be up here and I can tell you all about the baroreceptors and clots, which are my favourite thing in the world.
Clots.
Mm-hmm. But notwithstanding, does it make me want to write more? I have these two brains, of course, two people in my brains, the writer and the doctor, and they are murderously opposed to one another. You want your doctors to be sensible, within the guardrails, upright, upstanding, and you want your writers to be completely the opposite, mad and chaotic and creative. So I actually find them very difficult. And when I'm writing medical stuff, I don't feel I can ever write patient stories because they belong to the patient. It comes down to, and certainly not for entertainment, even though, as you say, we have a lot of black humour. We have to survive. In the privacy of perhaps a tea room, there is stories, but we have such a responsibility to confidentiality and to respecting the patient's stories that I can't write those things. I can write about the human body, but not the humans who own them.
Do you think women could write in the same way about their bodies and the black humour of it and the indignity of it?
I think women learn more about their bodies early on from their first period. They are much more in tune.
But we're also taught to hide it.
We are taught to hide it. But I think if you become a writer and you're able to examine it, you have had a long history of understanding your own body, where often men don't. That's why men are disproportionately involved in silly accidents, etc. I don't think they're just in tune with their own bodies as much as women are in tune with them. Do they write about it publicly? Perhaps no, and of course they could. I think we're still evolving as a society to allow women to have those voices in many ways.
I just was wondering what the response would be if someone was like, I don't know, talking the same way. If it was a woman, about her pubic hair, about her, like, I don't know, whatever you might want to write about in that particular position. But I think what's fascinating is that he's a man who, as you've described, his head becomes essentially separated from his body, has kind of ended up describing how fused they both are, how important they are to each other, and how grounded he's become in his self and understanding of the self. Like, he's like, why do people, in all these books that we've read, do you know about any of their ailments in it? I mean, sometimes you might not want to know too much, but, do we know about what they thought of sex? Does anyone know what Chekhov thought of sex? Like, he talks about, Emily Dickinson. Why does no one know what she thinks about anal sex? I wanted to ask him about that, why that particular example came to him. But But he challenges the idea that we've always divorced it, that we've always had this cerebral discussion, implying that it's not always impacted by what's happening here.
And just, it's kind of a segue, but similarly, a huge amount of research being done about, what is the self? Where does it exist? Forever we've thought it's the brain because that's where a lot of the action's going on from a neuronal point of view. But there's so much that's going on in our body, in our gut, everywhere that is also us and makes decisions for us.
Yeah.
And so who are we really? Are we just what we think, or are we what we do? How much of us is contained within our cells? How much memory? It's absolutely fascinating. And then fascinating to see, as I said, full quadriplegics, not quite the same. Their bodies are just going on living without any input whatsoever from the big guy up top. Fascinating.
Yeah. Well, it's like cephalopods, right? That have
Yes,
like bits of their
yes.
heart over here and bits of detachable penises
Yes.
and all kinds of things.
Yeah.
All right, we probably need to wrap this up now because we're out of time. But just kind of, what would be your final reflection on a doctor, spanning both the doctor system, the literary world, and this kind of lament of a man who's struggled with his own company, who has struggled with the loss of his limbs, with the shock of it, with the depression, with the horror of it, and yet has had a ferocious drive to write, to document the human experience in all of its forms, which I think a lot of people will actually find immensely not just intriguing, but it's weirdly uplifting.
Yeah, I think mostly it's a reminder for the doctor, the nurses, the caregivers, what goes on in one individual patient's journey and how much of a difference we can make by care and love. And then the writer me is to acknowledge the opposite, that how do we come to this position of love and care in a very physical way, and trying to find the language for that so we can share it with readers, and just let's make the world a slightly better place each day. Kind of comes down to that, really.
Yeah. Well, look, all of you who've gathered here on a Wednesday morning, some of you shielding yourself from the heat over here, which is sun like slanting directly in your faces, to listen to the words of a brilliant man, like a brilliant writer who was struck down and yet kind of so forcefully wanted to tell his story, I think is actually really remarkable. I think the fact that he's telling it, I think the fact that we know how important it is and we're listening to it and we're honouring it. Thank you so much for this, for coming to this. And I want to thank Dr. Michelle Johnson as well for her wisdom and insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm guessing that we've all got a keen interest in media and politics, democracy and media, how they live together, what one does to the other, what's happening to the media. Eric Beecher is very well qualified to write about this. I, for one, as a citizen, am grateful that he's written this terrific and compelling book, The Men Who Killed the News, the inside story of how media moguls abused their power, manipulated the truth, and distorted democracy. Everyone here cares about democracy. We're on the eve of an election that might say interesting things about party de-alignment, hung parliament, great issues at stake. All of us are very conscious of the impact the media has on the public choice. Eric Beecher was editor of the Sydney Morning Herald, lifetime in journalism, recruited by the Murdochs to run their all-important asset, what we now call the Herald Sun. So he's had experience of News Corp, and here we are, of course, in the city that was the basis, the origin. This is an origin story here in Adelaide, with the Adelaide Advertiser as the first part, the first building block in what is a global empire. Eric, we might start with Succession. Not the television series, which may be the best written television and best acted television and funniest account of rich people ever seen on a screen, but the battle taking place in the empire now. Just interpret that for us. Who's likely to win, and what difference will it make?
So at one level, this is a fantastic story like Succession, and voyeuristically, it's great to watch, and we can all kind of smile at that. But obviously, it's an important story politically and globally, because News Corp and Fox Corp, the two Murdoch companies, have so much overt and covert influence on the way that the Anglosphere, particularly Australia, the UK and the US, are run. And so you have the two dimensions. You have the dimension of a 93-year-old media mogul whose primary interest, if not only interest, is making money, and with that comes power. And you have his 4 children. He actually has 6 children, but the 4 children who are successors in his irrevocable family trust, who would decide after he dies, if he dies, who will take over the empire. And he wants Lachlan Murdoch, who is now sort of notionally running the two organisations. I mean, Rupert still hovers, to take over, because they want to make sure that it keeps making money. It's kind of positioned in some ways as a political requirement or desire to keep the empire, particularly Fox News, right of centre. But actually what that's all about is the money. Fox News, the cable news network in the US, is the most profitable media property in the history of media. It still makes $1.5 billion profit a year. So to put that in some perspective, in the golden era of great, successful, profitable newspapers like the New York Times or the Adelaide Advertiser or the Sydney Morning Herald, those papers might have made a couple of $100 million, even in today's terms. Fox News makes $1.5 billion. And so that's what this is about.
What's your sense of which side is going to win? There must be an educated notion of how the law is going to play out here.
Well, from what we've seen, the New York Times has been reporting on this have had access to the court documents. So this is taking place in a probate court in Nevada, which is a court jurisdiction that is friendly to wealthy people who want to keep their mitts on their money, and that's why they're doing it there. And they had a week-long closed hearing a few months ago where the 4 children who are part of the family trust, plus Rupert Murdoch himself, gave evidence and were cross-examined and so on. And a couple of months after that, about 2 months ago, the probate commissioner, so he's kind of like a junior judge, brought out his report, which was leaked to the Times, and it was a 70-page report, and I don't think there was one positive word for Rupert and Lachlan. It was overwhelming in its view that they did not have a case to overturn the family trust. So what they're trying to do is, instead of the terms of the irrevocable trust, which is that the 4 children will decide when, after Rupert dies, who will run the businesses, Rupert and Lachlan want to overturn it and change that to Lachlan runs the businesses. And the court, the commissioner, threw that out. However, it can and is likely to go through an appeals process, and I think the 4 kids, or the 3 kids actually, who are trying to ensure that the trust stays in place, I think they're quite concerned now that in Trump's America, in a solidly Republican conservative state where the judiciary supports the politicians, that they might win, Rupert and Lachlan might win on appeal.
You're one of the few people who, as a publisher, now a publisher, has stood up the News Corp, and you got a back down from Lachlan. It's a great story, Crikey saying, well, we're going to resist you.
Yeah, in 2022, Crikey, one of the publications of which I'm one of the owners, published just a normal political story by Bernard Keane, our politics editor, talking about, it was after the riots at the Capitol, a few days after that, and he just wrote a story talking about the state of politics in the US, and there was one paragraph in that story that referred to the role of the Murdochs and Fox News in all of this. It was the kind of paragraph that would have appeared thousands of times in US media. But Lachlan Murdoch, who wasn't specifically named, who lives in Australia, lives in Sydney, decided to threaten us. We immediately, it was published, we got a long letter from his solicitor threatening us and saying it was highly defamatory and that we've ruined his reputation. And we replied through our lawyers saying, I'm not sure if I can use these words here, basically fuck off. And they replied again and upped the ante and said, you know, unless we apologise and pull the story down and pay their legal costs because they needed the money, that they would take us to court. And we replied just saying this was just a fair comment and, you know, it wasn't defamatory and so on. And at that point, we decided enough is enough. The book I've written is about abuse of media power, and I found myself and my colleagues found ourselves in the middle of what I think it was just a grotesque abuse of media power. And so we did a few unconventional things at that point. We published all of the legal correspondence from them and from us, probably 50, 60 pages of it, so people could see under the veil how this worked. And we did something rather unconventional, wasn't necessarily on the advice of our lawyers. We took out a quarter-page ad in the print edition of the New York Times inviting Lachlan Murdoch to sue us. Because we said, bring this on, you know, we want to test this in court, you've threatened us. And the next day he did. He sued us in the Federal Court of Australia, and it dragged on. We had case hearings for, 9 months, back and forwards. It was very colourful. And in the end, it became obvious fairly early in the case hearings that the only way that Lachlan could win the case, if he could win at all, because Australian defamation laws are unpredictable, shall we say, was that if he himself appeared as a witness on the witness box, including intensive cross-examination from our very sharp barrister. And at that point, I thought to myself, he ain't going to do this. He's not going to expose himself. And sure enough, he caved in and gave in, paid all of our costs, and we won.
Now, the issue that brought it on is very revealing. It was about January 6, and nothing less than an attempted insurgency to block the declaration of the just concluded presidential election. That was what it was about. And Fox pushed the limits on that. Fox was running programs, running commentaries that fed the Trump campaign, you should come to Washington, you should resist this, you should block the declaration of a thoroughly tested democratic election. And that was brazen, but it fits into a pattern, and you chronicle it in your bulging chapter on Fox News, that includes things like their encouragement of vaccine resistance and a number of other campaigns that really adopt the agenda of the very far right and streak out beyond the limits of media responsibility. Just talk about how Fox has gone those steps further, and of course at a time when they're backing the adventurism of Trump. They might have hesitated for a moment, but it seems they're closing in behind what Trump's doing with Zelensky. Their job is to explain the grand vision of this Bonapartist president.
Yeah, I mean, Fox presents itself as a news organisation, and in fact, if you look on Fox News' website, it has several pages of ethical guidelines that it allegedly adheres to, and it purports to be an objective news organisation. It's not that, it's a money-making machine, and to make that money, it needs to keep its audience, who are conservative Americans, happy and continuing to watch it. That's the beginning and the end. What they do to do that is they do anything to do it. And in fact, towards the end of our court case, Fox News was also in court in the US in a defamation case against a company called Dominion that makes voting machines in America. And in the aftermath of the 2020 election, Fox and the Trump people alleged that Dominion and another voting machine company rigged the election, which was, there was never 1 ounce of proof about that. And Dominion sued Fox News, and that was going on at the same time as our case. It had preceded it by a year or so. And it all came to a head coinciding with our case. And Fox News and the Murdochs caved in that case, and they paid Dominion more than $1 billion Australian dollars to settle that case. But what also happened was that many thousands of pages of testimony and internal emails and internal communications within Fox News, including from Rupert and Lachlan and all their senior executives and presenters, became public. And what that showed in all of its gory detail was that the owners or the controlling shareholders, the Murdochs, and their executives were saying that they had to support Trump on Fox News over the attacks on the Capitol and the election denial and everything else, because otherwise their audience would desert them, and then they would lose their revenue. And so they actually admitted that.
So they're feeding a very right-wing base, the MAGA supporters, some of them with, let's be frank, quasi-fascist, soft fascist tendencies. the people who oppose any gesture towards gun control and have got other favourite causes. Fox News has got to accommodate them lest they gravitate to a rival right-wing news outlet.
And they even used words like that, Bob. They even said, we've got to hold on to the audience, otherwise they'll go to, there's a couple of other smaller but competitive right-wing news organisations, and the presenters and the producers and the CEO were saying that. We've got to and Lachlan himself sent memos saying we've got to be basically loyal to Trump.
There've been so many things like the Dominion voting machine scandal that they've had to live down. And you talk about the graveyard of mistakes they've made. But their business model accommodates it, doesn't it? If you've got $1 billion in profit a year streaming in from Fox, then you can afford the big payoffs. It's just a price of doing business, like renting TV studios or paying salaries. Just feed our voyeurism here. What are some of the grand mistakes that they've made? What are some of the beauties?
Yeah, that's right. It's what we call in the industry the cost of doing business, and it's $1 billion here and $1 billion there, and it adds up. But in the totality of the profits the organisations make, it's not much at all. So the biggest one is phone hacking, and we might talk about that separately, and people are probably aware of that. But in the UK, over what turned out to be a period of more than a decade, the Murdoch newspaper, The News of the World, which was subsequently closed down, and the London Sun, hacked the voicemails of many thousands, some number like 4,000 or 5,000 public figures over that period, to get private information that they could use to write stories. And that was illegal. Needless to say, it was unethical. And so far, this was in, I think, 2012, something like that, so probably 13 years ago now. In that time, and it's still unfolding, News Corp have paid out more than $1.5 billion to several thousand victims of phone hacking to keep them out of court, because they never want this to go to court. And the latest is Prince Harry, who's fighting them. But everyone else has settled, partly because in the UK, the way the courts operate there, if you made an offer during a court proceedings and you don't accept that offer, and the court then finds a different settlement figure, you may well be liable for paying that price plus all the other side's legal costs. So it's a very almost coercive situation, and it may not be a bad thing because it gets cases through the courts. And so that's why they've settled. So they've paid $1.5 billion so far in phone hacking. They used to own a company that did supermarket marketing. They put ads on the sides of trolleys and the fronts of supermarkets and that kind of thing. I think the total payouts and what they did was they hacked into the computer systems of their competitors so that they could find out what they were doing and then compete with them in a different way, find out who their customers were. I think in total there were 3 or 4 of those cases. They paid out $400 or $500 million. And there's just a whole string of these things which I sort of calculated at Fox News. They've paid out tens of millions of dollars to women who were sexually harassed, in a couple of cases raped, by senior executives or presenters at Fox News. They've paid them out. It just goes on. And I sort of calculated when I was doing my research that there's about $3 billion that they've paid out to keep people quiet.
But they can afford to do it. And as I think about the phone hacking scandal, they survived it. Rupert gave evidence before a parliamentary committee, and it's very hard when someone's got a rehearsed line, as he did. This is the most humble day of my life. And he's answering questions. The other side can only ask questions. It's a forum that suited him, prepared as he was, briefed by lawyers on how to do it. But they didn't suffer. They had to close News of the World, but again, it's part of the cost of doing business and surviving for another day.
Yeah, they closed the newspaper, which was a pretty big step for them. They sacked a few executives. They moved James Murdoch, who was then running the London operations, they moved him back to the US. But they survived it. Why did they survive it? Well, if this was a big company in any other industry that had committed crimes on that scale and as publicly as that, and as unethical as that, and criminal as that, their share price would have collapsed. The owners would have paid a very high price, and they probably wouldn't have survived. They might have been sold or something. So why does News Corp survive when other companies in other industries would never survive it? And the answer is political power. If you own news media and you're prepared to use that news media aggressively for political as well as commercial ends, and politicians at every level, in this case British federal level, but here in Australia it operates at the level you used to be, Bob, as well as at the federal level, and obviously in the US it operates at the both state and federal government level. If you're a politician or a government and you know that there's a news organisation that has a lot of presence in your jurisdiction, in your state or your city or your country, and that news organisation, and in this case it's been going for over 70 years, and it started with Rupert Murdoch's father, Keith Murdoch, and for those 70 years, on a very, very regular basis, maybe not every day, but very regularly, is prepared to and does use its media outlets to attack, conduct jihads against individuals, to dig into the private lives of politicians. It very quickly has got to the stage where they don't even have to do that because the politicians know they would do it. And so the politicians toe the line.
Let me give an example of a government contemplating a direct frontal attack on the bias from News Corp. It was early in the 2013 election. I was Foreign Minister in Kevin Rudd's government, and News Corp papers, the tabloids across Australia, the Australian, turned on Rudd and his government with sort of monstrous bias. The tabloids became cartoons, they became pamphlets. Is entirely one-sided. There's no objectivity. The papers, this empire of newsprint just went after the Rudd government. So I spoke to Gordon Brown, who'd had something of this experience, even though he had a personal relationship with Murdoch. Murdoch seemed to respect him as a Prime Minister. I spoke to Gordon Brown and I said, well, what would you advise? You've been through this. People in the Prime Minister's office are contemplating just opening this up, lancing the wound, having the Prime Minister say, there's huge bias here, the papers have ceased any semblance of objectivity, we're facing this, there's a test of media power in our democracy, there's no fairness. And for a time, Kevin appeared to be considering this, and I got recruited to draft a statement. And I recruited Graham Freudenberg, who was on my staff, a legendary Labor speechwriter to Whitlam, going back to Caldwell's time, Hawke, speechwriter to Hawke, to Neville Wran. And he put together a very eloquent statement that Kevin could have used at a media conference to stand up and said, there's one issue that's intruded onto our democratic process. A large part of the media has signed up to total bias to destroy my government. This is why I think it's wrong. The words that Freudenberg provided were very eloquent, and I remember the Saturday where from my Foreign Minister's office in Sydney, sending it off to the Prime Minister's office. In the end, Kevin decided not to do that, and I'm not criticising him one little bit. It's a very big step, and Gordon Brown didn't do it. It's a very big step, and you're risking criticism from other media to take a day out of your precious campaign and to say this is really about the media. Other media might say, oh, you got a distraction. This is unfair to pick on the media. Just cop it sweet. You're a crybaby. It would have been one of those 49-51 decisions, and I discussed it in my book, Diary of a Foreign Minister, and very deliberately didn't criticise Kevin's judgment on this. It is a big step for a politician to take them on and call them out.
It's a huge step, and I spent 2 years working for Rupert Murdoch. I worked very closely with him personally in those 2 years. He had just taken over the Herald and Weekly Times group in Melbourne. It was in the late 80s, and that was his father's old company, and it included the Melbourne Herald, which was his father's old newspaper that he had been editor of and I was now responsible for. And I spent 2 years there, and as I kind of describe in The Men Who Killed the News, my moral compass became dysfunctional over that period, and I left. I just walked out, and they wanted me to sign a non-disclosure agreement and never talk about things and give me a big payoff, and I just decided I wouldn't do that because it just felt so wrong, and I'd had 2 years of watching this happen. And the thing that struck me through those 2 years, and it kind of grew because I'd spent the previous, 15 years working at what was then the Fairfax organisation, first at The Age in Melbourne and then at the Sydney Morning Herald. And these were newspapers that just operated normally and ethically and professionally. And then to come to an organisation where the shadow of the proprietor was sort of cast over everything all the time. Everyone knew the direction that he would want them to take, whether it was commercially or editorially. And that was the thing that struck me the most, was the power. It was kind of behind the veil, but it was so visceral. And I remember once, it was a federal election in, I think, 88, or during that period, Murdoch would come back to Australia. He lived in New York, but he would come back every 3 or 4 months because this was his biggest acquisition to date. And also, it was in Melbourne, and his mother and his 3 sisters, his entire family lived there. This is where he grew up. It was the first media properties that he owned back in his hometown. And watching the way that power worked. And I remember he came back once, Bob Hawke was the Prime Minister at the time, and he'd been back for 2 or 3 days, and he and I had offices alongside each other. He had his father's old office in the old Herald and Weekly Times monolithic grey building in Melbourne, and mine was next to that. So I'd see quite a bit of him. And at one stage he sort of just casually came into my office and he said, oh, Hawke's been ringing me. Do I need to talk to him? And I looked at this and I thought, why ask me? And it was that kind of almost casual, lackadaisical, normalised way of exerting power. I mean, another time he got quite involved in helping us try and rebuild the Melbourne Herald, and he'd come to planning meetings and that kind of thing. And we had a meeting once that he came to with a few of the editors, looking at ideas for a community campaign, a big campaign we could run in the Herald that would draw attention to the Herald's role in its community and hopefully would, change some laws or something like that. And we were throwing ideas around, and he said, "Oh, what's big? What's happening in Melbourne at the moment?" And one of the editors said, explained that there was quite a controversial sort of news series of news events going on where teenage kids would be jumping on the moving trains and spraying the carriages with graffiti. And Rupert was living in New York at the time where urban crime was a big issue. And he said, that's a fantastic issue. That's the kind of campaign we should run. So we started talking about, well, how would we approach it and what kind of ideas could we propose to try and improve the situation. And there was this kind of silence, and then Rupert piped up 2 words: capital punishment. And we all kind of looked and we just moved on.
There's one issue where it's deadly serious, one issue above all, and I think you very accurately talk about the influence of this news organisation in the Anglosphere, setting an agenda for the Anglosphere. So support for the invasion of Iraq would have been one of these issues where they galvanised on both sides of the Atlantic and in Australia, backing for George W. Bush, total failure, of course, and perhaps a defeat for American power that is now feeding into some of the instincts that Trump is exerting. But the issue I'm talking about is climate. And there's a scene in Succession where the elder brother of Logan Roy attacks his media magnate sibling and says, "You'll be condemned forever for destroying the planet." Now, there was a time in the early 2000s when there was a consensus that even captured people on the right. Senator John McCain, Senator Lieberman. There were people around the George W. Bush administration, even using the language that his father had used in the early 90s. There's still the memory of Margaret Thatcher, who was a chemist, talking about climate. She understood the scientific descriptions. There's just a prospect that we would embrace a consensus with price carbon. I mean, in this country, it included John Howard going to the 2007 election with an emissions trading scheme that would have put a price on carbon. If he had won that election and defeated Kevin Rudd, we would have priced carbon. And that consensus was even captured by News Corp. I remember hearing about Al Gore, an advocate on climate, former vice president, candidate for president of the Democratic Party in 2000, being invited to a conference of News Corp editors. They were, with Rupert's encouragement, to get the gospel on the living reality of climate change. What produced that, and what produced the dramatic shift that has probably encouraged conservative opinion around the world and part of the electorate to doubt the scientific reality that the climate of the planet is being shifted?
So that's right. There was a period there where News Corp, led by Rupert Murdoch, actually did a kind of U-turn on climate and supported action on climate change. And Rupert memorably said at one stage, we need to give the planet the benefit of the doubt. They announced that News Corp itself would become carbon neutral within a couple of years. And
you even used the argument, if I'll just interrupt for a second, even used the argument that it's about risk management, that on the insurance principle, you should act as if this is a real risk.
Yeah. But as with many other issues, including support of Trump and many issues, it's about whether if you have a media organisation that has a lot of influence, it's about whether, A, you adhere to proven facts or accepted facts and norms, but also, therefore, whether you're more like a leader or more like a follower. And if you are in thrall to your audience because they're the ones that provide the revenue, either through advertising revenue or, in the case of Fox News, every subscriber to Fox News ends up paying Fox News, I think it's $1.50 a month, and there's 75 million of them, then you follow. And that's what they've decided to do. And it's even worse than that now, because we're now watching that in the US with the Washington Post in particular, and also the Los Angeles Times, that are owned by billionaires, not the founding original family owners of those two great newspapers, who are rapidly moving those papers in support of the new government, because those owners have other much bigger businesses that depend on government support and regulation and legislation and contracts, and they have put those first. So, as I kind of talk about in the book a lot, it ends up being about the money. They just do it for the money. And the problem with that is that the role of journalism, of public interest journalism in a democracy, actually has nothing to do with money. And I kind of talk about what I describe as the loophole in democracy in countries like the US and Australia and most European democracies, where journalism, public interest news journalism, is given a primary privileged seat at the table of democracy. In America, this is reflected in the First Amendment, where it's very hard to sue US media news media for defamation, because it's seen to be and is enshrined in the Constitution as being part of the democratic process. I see this as a kind of loophole in democracy, because it means that the owners of media who decide to exploit this privileged seat at the table by making more money and also accumulating power in the process can do that, and there's absolutely no legislative or regulatory way of keeping them in line.
Zuckerberg and Musk and others at the inauguration, there's a president who's being catered to by the influential media. It's a new media that's emerging. One of his cabinet secretaries appears on Breitbart. It was Marco Rubio defending the president's treatment of Zuckerberg, of Zelensky in the Oval Office. I heard a story here about a young man saying, Trump's doing terrifically, an Australian, Trump's doing terrific. I saw him on TikTok signing a piece of paper, his elegant handwriting, and with that signature, the government's going to save $1 trillion. Aren't we lucky to have strong men like that? So this is a propagandistic tone that comes easy to the new media, carved up into bite-sized chunks, getting out there. Steve Bannon talks about flooding the zone. Trump would not have to worry about what the old-fashioned serious newspapers say and what cable and what free-to-air TV says. He's got a free pass from a new media landscape.
Look, it's like a perfect storm, because technology has created social media and various other forms of media, and it's evolving all the time. And obviously, we're all really concerned about how AI is going to affect this. And just in the last week, for example, the Los Angeles Times, the proprietor of the Los Angeles Times, who runs kind of medical businesses, a billionaire, has applied a new kind of widget on the Los Angeles Times opinion pages, where you press a button and AI will give you a view as to any opinion story that appears in the Los Angeles Times, and whether or not its political and ideological perspective is valid. And he's made it clear that the reason for doing this, the Los Angeles Times traditionally is centrist or left of centre. It's not communist or anything like that, but he's made it very clear that he wants readers to be able to see if any opinion writers on the Los Angeles Times write things that might contravene the views of conservatives, that there's an AI instantly that can show them that that's happened. That's happening. That's been happening for a couple of days.
So if a scientist had a very readable, very lively opinion piece proving conclusively that the terrible fires, the mega fires that destroyed a large part of Los Angeles, reflected the result of accumulated global warming, that would immediately be corrected.
Yes, and it might say things like, there are different points of view about the cause of these fires. For example, on Fox News, this professor said X, that kind of thing.
Well, the big question, and the question that's boiling in the minds of many people here, is what the hell we do as we confront what is a qualitatively different threat to democracy coming from the media. At the time, the US has got an authoritarian populist with no regard for democratic norms, liberal traditions. America, at this stage, cannot be described, I would argue, as a democracy. It's a republic. It's a republic, a proud republic, with entrenched, give them credit for this, constitutionally entrenched freedom of expression. That's not an inconsiderable achievement. But given the weight of corporate power and so many features of their constitution, I would take issue with anyone who describes the US as a democracy. And they've got, for the first time in their history, a president, absolutely contemptuous of democratic norms and instincts. And the media is backing him.
Yeah.
What's to be done?
So what can we do? As individuals, we can choose the media and the journalism that we consume. And there are lots of ironies here because in lots of ways this is the golden age of information and access to information. You know, we can read the New York Times, which is the great newspaper of the world and is stronger than it's ever been, for example, but it's almost a one-off now. And we can read good local commentary and independent news outlets and the Financial Times and many different outlets. Podcasting has become a really serious medium, a lot of which is high quality, and we can access that in most cases free. And everything is available instantly on the internet. So as individuals, we can actually access credible, professional journalism. The problem is, as a society, that's over. The business model that funded journalism for 100 years has collapsed. There are the odd exceptions, but they're very unusual, and even they are being challenged. The era of mass media is over. Newspapers, for example, like the Advertiser or the Sydney Morning Herald or the Age, when I was working on papers like that back in the 80s and 90s, they were selling hundreds of thousands of copies in print a day. Today, we don't know exactly how many copies they sell each day because it's a closely guarded commercial secret. But I suspect the Advertiser or the Age or the Sydney Morning Herald might be selling 30 or 40,000 copies a day, not 300,000 copies a day. The era of mass media is over.
Yeah, I saw the Telegraph in Sydney, the equivalent there of the Adelaide Advertiser, tabloid owned by News Corp, and it had turned itself for the day into a pamphlet attacking the Albanese government. There was no hint of curating news, presenting news, giving serious commentary, any journalistic detachment. It had become a pamphlet for the other side. And they hadn't been like that back in my time, in the 90s. It was quite different. I mean, the Telegraph had actually editorially supported Keating in 93 and 96, and their news coverage had been pretty even. This has been a revolution within the corporation because of the challenge of declining circulation, of course. But I said to someone when I saw the bias, this is a few weeks ago, in the paper, he was a journalist, an experienced journalist, I said, look at this. This can't be shrugged off. The corrosive effect of this appearing day after day, seeping out into the way TV and radio newsrooms report things, getting chopped up and distributed the way things work now. This is determined to defeat a government. And I tell you what, it's propaganda. It could well work. It can't be dismissed. You can't say, oh, it's only an older demographic reading it, only 40,000 copies of it sell. There's a way it spreads its message, and if the 40,000 people are reading it, distributed across all the marginal seats of the Sydney Basin, it has an effect. It has an effect. Would it be going too far to say that this is the bias of print media is the biggest challenge Albanese faces?
Look, you're right. I mean, it's actually quite interesting because although those traditional news outlets, particularly the newspapers that used to set the agenda and to a large extent or to a certain extent were respected, have lost their viability and have lost a lot of their audience. The megaphone effect they have is much greater. And that's partly because, the number of working journalists in this country or the US is probably 60% less than it was 15 years ago or 20 years ago. And whenever you read about journalism these days, it's usually to read about redundancies or sackings or downsizings and that kind of thing. And so what that means is that what's remaining, whether it's talk radio or whether it's websites or all the kind of digital media that's proliferated, they need to find material to feed off. And those newspapers with those old mastheads offer that. And so the megaphone effect is actually vastly greater than it was when their circulations were much higher. And politicians know that. And so their power politically is arguably no less, even though their audience is much smaller.
There's a great chapter, very funny chapter, called The Madness of Great Men. It's got penned descriptions of some of the towering media magnates of history. You go back to William Randolph Hearst, who owned powerful newspapers in America in the great age of newspapers just taking over in the late 1890s, early 1900s, who ran perhaps the most successful media campaign in history. That is to get America to go to war with Spain and take Cuba and the Philippines.
That's right.
And of course, we think about him in terms of the Orson Welles movie, Citizen Kane. There's a great description of Robert Maxwell as well, who used to tear apart meals with his bare hands and burst out with abuse of print union leaders, spraying food all over their faces. He vanished mysteriously off the back of a yacht, and speculation persists. But and there's the one who charms me a bit, Conrad Black, because his great interest in US history, and he was harmless in a sense. He wanted to run a Canadian newspaper, briefly the Sydney Morning Herald and the Age, and the Fin Review, and I think he was a good proprietor. He allowed freedoms, although he wanted to be part of the argument. But none of them had the power, the global reach, although you accurately define it as the Anglosphere. And a lot of if you're writing a history of the Anglosphere at this time, the transatlantic relationship, plus Australia, Canada as well as the US, you'd have to take account of the role of a media organisation owned and controlled by this single figure. So we might be talking about the greatest media magnate in democratic history.
That's right. I mean, the media moguls of history were colourful figures. They were also, in many cases, quite dangerous figures, but they operated in an entirely different world and environment, and there was a lot more media diversity and ownership and that kind of thing. We now have a situation where people like Elon Musk in particular is arguably the most dangerous media owner in history. He owns a media platform that has fresh content every second. He himself contributes vast amounts of content and commentary, and interferes and intervenes in the events and politics of countries like Germany and Argentina and everywhere, really. There's never been anything like that. And it's so scary, and to the extent that there was a kind of colourful Maxwellian Conrad Black kind of charm in a kind of fairly malign kind of way. There's none of that left either.
Yeah. Who was the lord who owned a newspaper, a tabloid newspaper, an Evelyn Waugh's novel, Scoop?
Lord Copper. Lord Copper, yeah.
And his journalists and editors were so browbeaten by him that when he said something that was strikingly inaccurate, like Milan is the capital of Spain and always has been, but the editors would have to say, up to a point, Lord Copper.
Well, I remember when I was working at News Corp with Murdoch, we had a lunch one day in the private room of a fairly ritzy old restaurant in Melbourne. I think that probably...
Florentino's.
It was called The Society. It was like Florentino's. And I'd brought, 6 or 8 of the editors along to meet Rupert and have a chat and whatever. And a week before that, because he was always buying things and to some extent still is, a week before that he bought a Fleet Street daily newspaper called Today. And we were having lunch and it was quite a long table, and so it was a little bit hard to hear from one end to the other. And one of our editors piped up across the table. He said, "Rupert, why did you buy Today?" And Rupert looked at him quizzically and he said, "I didn't buy anything today."
Well, we're probably a little short on the big answer, what is to be done? But it's a bewildering landscape, and you mentioned Elon Musk. I mean, this is analogous to nothing. Imagine if President McKinley did not have William Randolph Hearst in his cabinet, in the Oval Office. This is what's congealing in Washington has no precedent. These are uncharted waters in the media as everywhere else, and I'm sure there are people itching to ask questions. Sir, you're first.
Thank you, Eric. Excellent summary of what's happening internationally. Just a little closer to home, I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind making a comment about your observations on the state of our ABC. Some of us are pretty worried that it's slipping into some similar attributes to what you've been describing. And I'm not just talking about the Latouche case, I'm talking about what we traditionally expect from our ABC. Bob, you might want to make a comment as well.
Eric.
So, in large part because of the decline of commercial media that I've been talking about, the ABC is now far and away, I think, the biggest employer of journalists in Australia. It employs a couple of thousand journalists. And given everything else that's happening in the world and in the world of journalism, I mean, it's never, ever been more important. It's never been more important. And, I'm not going to talk about the politics of the upcoming election at all, but I'm an objective journalist after all. But there would be, I think, a great concern for all of us who care about democracy and journalism if an incoming government decided to seriously cut the budget and maybe interfere in the direction of the ABC. If that happened at a time when all of these other things are happening, I mean, Bob asked me earlier on about the Murdoch family dispute, and there is a scenario that the Murdochs sell their media properties, or some of them. Their Australian newspapers, including the Adelaide Advertiser here, which is a monopoly paper, and the Sunday Mail, either lose money or barely break even, and maybe someone would buy them if they were put on the block. But I think it's almost inevitable that commercial media like that are going to continue to decline in size, in scale, and in importance. And so if at the same time that that's happening, and has been happening for years, the ABC was in any way inhibited, I mean, it should actually be invested in, not just, kept at the same level.
Yeah, here's my advice to it, advice based on the challenge of that questioner, and it's directed, here it is, in one sentence. Let the coalition know, let coalition candidates and members of the Liberal and National parties know that if a Dutton government comes to power and interferes with the independence and the funding of the ABC, they will lose the support of the sort of voters who went across to the Teals and might be returning to the coalition. I think this is going to be a debate on the conservative side of politics, and people who've got influence with coalition people should let them know, with everything else the Dutton government might do, if there is a Dutton government, you must not degrade the ABC. Sir.
My name's Darryl, and I'm president of ABC Friends in SA. The only thing missing from my T-shirt is a dartboard on the back, because people look at me and I'm thinking, oh, what's this all about? But we've been around for a while now, and there's overwhelming support for our public broadcaster. We own this broadcaster. Don't give it up. We have skin in the game, and we should make our voice known. I've been to 4 launches of political parties. I wanted to ask Eric and Bob about Kim Williams has now said that the Murdoch news empire is unhinged. Prior to that, the board of the ABC was passive. Is this the approach that will make a difference, that we say Murdoch is a competitor, he's confronting the people, stand up and let the people know that you're right behind them?
Well, campaigns from News Corp in the tabloids don't always win. Sometimes they miss their mark, the provocation fails, we've seen that recently, or the public just won't buy it. They used to rough up Clover Moore, the Lord Mayor of Sydney, an independent. So I'm not being partisan in this, and her support would go up when the Telegraph touched her. So there are restraints on the reach of their power, but it's up to people here to let the coalition know what I suggested a moment ago.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. I don't have anything to add to that.
No. Next question.
Oh, my question's about investigative journalism. And thanks to you, Mr. Beecher, for your book and your support for it. And you were restrained about pushing Crikey. I wonder, my question is, what percentage of all the people here do you think contribute to Crikey, Michael West Media? You know, I could go on with The Guardian and the conversation, but are we actually, what do you know from the accounts, really? Are enough people supporting investigative journalism?
And what would you recommend, apart from Crikey, people ought to pick up and support in the diverse world of dissident media?
Look, I won't kind of go into individual, because there is quite a long list, and many of you have probably heard of a platform called Substack, and so Substack now has many hundreds and thousands, in fact, of columnists, not just in Australia but elsewhere, which is like it's like an op-ed page, but individual columnists have their own Substacks. The point I'd make is that there is, as I said earlier, more of that kind of content than has ever been available before. And for people who want to get a diversity of views or facts or whatever, it's readily available, more so than it was, 20 or 30 years ago. The concern I have is that largely the kind of people who do access that, and it's great that they do, it's almost like it's preaching to the converted, because they already know how important that kind of information and journalism is. And the trick is going to be to actually broaden that net to people who either are use partisan media or TikTok or whatever, and don't have anything against TikTok as such, but who just simply don't have the time or the inclination to want to consume serious media at what arguably is, I think, the most serious juncture globally in our lifetimes.
Yeah. Sir.
It's said that very few people under the age of 40 ever read a newspaper. As they age, they're still not going to read newspapers. They get their news and facts through social media and those sort of things. The social media proprietors are not very nice people. So if things are bad now, it's only going to get worse.
Well, yes and no. I mean, I mentioned earlier podcasting. In the media industry, we're watching the growth of podcasting has been prodigious. And obviously there's a vast, wide range of content on podcasts, but there's also, I would argue, the most serious content in depth that you could almost find anywhere. So, and that's not necessarily, I mean, you don't need a seniors card to listen to podcasts.
Probably squeeze in one more.
Kevin Rudd's got a different job now, but could you tell us briefly what's happening with his movement against the Murdoch press?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, sorry, I have to repeat it.
Kevin Rudd was trying to get up a movement against the Murdoch press. He had this petition. Is that all gone away now because he's ambassador in America? What's happened to the Rudd's movement against Murdoch?
The petition. So yes, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe a bit longer, Kevin Rudd organised a petition calling for an inquiry or royal commission into the media ownership in the Murdoch media in Australia. Amazingly, it got something like 500,000 signatories to it. I think it was the biggest or the second biggest parliamentary petition number of signatures in history. It's not going to happen. I mean, no government is going to conduct an inquiry into media ownership if they want the support of those media owners. But I think the interesting thing about that was the number of people who actually actively went online and put their names down. 500,000 of them signed this petition.
Well, maybe a re-elected government might decide it can steal one of Trump's tactics to flood the zone, be it announcement after announcement out there to suit its agenda. So the book is Eric Beecher, The Men Who Killed the News, the inside story of how media moguls abused their power, manipulated the truth and distorted democracy. We haven't had time to cover some real delights in it. There's a whole chapter on Roger Ailes as director of Fox News, which is hilarious. And what about a chapter with the heading, We Go Out and Destroy Other People's Lives, with revelations from the character assassination pursued by British tabloids. It's a great challenge to our democracy, and the answers aren't clear. We're clearly groping for them in having this discussion. There are some partial answers, like protecting the ABC and pursuing podcasts and diversity that the new media provides. But Eric's book is all the more important for that reason, to get the nation thinking about this. Thank you for being here, and thanks to Eric.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, we are about to start, and please remember, lots of water, hydrate.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anna. Am I on? Okay, I think I'm on now. You're on. Hi, I'm Annabelle Quince. I produce Radio National's History Current Affairs program, Rear Vision. And we've got quite a difficult thing we have to do today because I'm asking my distinguished panel to not only look at the past, but to look at the present and possibly even to look to some extent towards the future. So it's a place that most historians don't really like to go. So I'm apologising from the start, and you can blame the Writers' Festival and not me. So the two basic questions we're going to discuss are, does the death and destruction that we've witnessed in the first 25 years of this century demonstrate that humans have learned nothing from the past, particularly from the 20th century? And secondly, do the panel despair as they document the past to see the same mistakes constantly repeating? Or do they see their research as possibly inspiring the next generation to make the world a better and a more humane place? So joining me in this discussion are Bettany Hughes, historian, author, broadcaster, whose main focus is the ancient world. Her books include Istanbul, The Tale of Three Cities, The Hemlock Cup, Socrates, Athens and the Search for a Good Life, and The Helen of Troy, to name but a few. Orlando Figes, who was Professor of History at the University of London and is now Emeritus Professor. And his work is best known for his work on the Russian history, and his books include A People's Tragedy, Natasha's Dance, The Whisperer, Private Lives in Stalin's Russia, again to name but a few. And fans. And Dava Sobel, who has been writing about science as a journalist and an author since the 1970s. And her books include Latitude, Galileo... Longitude. Thank you. Longitude, Galileo's Daughter, A More Perfect Heaven, The Glass Universe, and her latest, The Elements of Marie Curie. And Matthew Longo, who I spoke to yesterday, who is Assistant Professor of Political Science at Leiden University, whose focus is borders and immigration. We know a lot about that here. And he's the author of The Politics of Borders and, more recently, The Picnic, which is the story of an epic Cold War border breach that occurred months before the Berlin Wall. Bettany, since you look at the ancient world, I'm going to go chronologically. And I want to start with you, and I want to focus on a tiny bit of the ancient world, which is the city-state of Athens in the 5th and 4th century.
And it's a relatively small moment in human history, but it's had a mammoth impact on the way we think about history, ourselves, democracy, a whole lot of things. And I'm just wondering, why do you think that period has attracted so much attention? And have we truly understood what happened in that period, or have we in lots of ways misrepresented it and misunderstood it?
Well, you're absolutely right to say it's just one small moment in history. Just before I start, it's so lovely to be back in Adelaide. I was talking to somebody before I came. They said, "Oh, when were you last here at the festival?" I said, "Oh, I think it was about 5 years ago." And I looked back, and it was actually 20 years ago. So it shows, actually, it's very pertinent to our conversation. It shows how even historians' memories play tricks with them, and how we have to be very careful when we interrogate the past and the stories that we tell about it. But back to 5th century Athens, this is the age that's often described as the golden age of Greece, the Greek miracle, when all kinds of foundational ideas for what we describe as civilization were formed. And I have a problem with that statement that I've just made, because, of course, there are many other influences on civilization in East and West. A lot of the ideas that we actually think were ancient Greek originated in Babylon and Mesopotamia. But it is worth taking that slice of time. I've written a book about Socrates, so if we look at his lifespan of 70 years between 469 BCE and 399 BCE, this is a moment when this extraordinary, radical, crazy, bold idea burst into the human consciousness, which is democracy. So the Athenian city-state had a social and political revolution. And suddenly, everybody within the Athenian city-state were politicians, capital P. They lived in the polis, and they were democrats who had direct democracy. So in this democracy, you didn't just vote, you decided upon which laws you were voting, what the issues of the day were. So it is right that this is given to us as this kind of firebrand moment. But what's essential to talk about when we think of democracy and why it relates to the world that we're living in now is that as soon as democracy is born, clever people like Socrates say there is no point in having a democracy or being a democrat unless we're educated to think democratically, unless we have wisdom which allows us to make the right decisions when we vote on laws, when we talk about which laws we should be putting forward to vote. And for me, that's the crucial thing about that moment, is that you have rare voices like Socrates saying it's all very well having a kind of robust civilization, but you only have a good civilization if it's a civilization or a culture that can ask questions of itself and that can educate itself to be politically sound and to be a democracy. So it really matters, not because of what it did, but because of the questions that were asked about that democratic city-state.
And do you think that second part, the idea of questioning also the city-state, is something that we have taken forward? When we took the idea of democracy, do you think we took that forward, or do you think we just took one bit that seemed to suit us in a particular time?
Well, I mean, you know, that's a lot. That's a big question yourself. You know, are we democratic? Do we ask questions? Just one answer to your kind of the original question of this panel: have we learnt anything? You know, are we still making the same mistakes? Just to say, I do take a very positive view of history. The very fact that we are still sitting here today proves that we aren't essentially stupid, ignorant, willful, hostile. We've had plenty of chances, if you look through the story of time, and as some of you know, I'm what's flatteringly called an ancient historian, so you know, I only understand the ancient world. I look back not in centuries, but in millennia. There have been plenty of opportunities for us to exterminate ourselves as a species. You know, and if you look at the archaeological evidence, for instance, in the age that generated democracy, if you look at a lot of settlements, around 42% of the inhabitants, men, women and children, have suffered terrible trauma from violent attacks. So this was a very violent age. This was also an age, you know, in the ancient world where 40% of the population were enslaved. So none of that is good. So we have clearly learned, and I said that our physical presence here proves that. But with questioning, absolutely, we need to. entered a terrible phase, I think, in the political discourse, where all we want are answers and singular truths. There is no such thing as a singular truth. Truth is a whole ecology of ideas and beings, and that is what Socrates was reminding the people around him, and it's something we have to remind ourselves day in, day out today.
David, I can move to you because you've really interesting position in terms of the intersection between science and history. And maybe this is a good point at which all of us need to be reminded of just how important science and scientists have been over, say, especially the last 150 years in terms of expanding human knowledge and also protecting human health.
Yes, I think that the history of science is a little more comforting than the broader view, because science really does tend to progress, and to progress without regard for political borders. There have always been cases of scientists collaborating despite even the at-war positions of their governments. So I like that aspect of it, and I like the exciting positive view. I don't really share it. Perhaps this is a function of being an American at this moment, this terrible moment. What will happen to science? What is already happening to scientific research? I shudder to think. But what has been important to me is to really try to present what it is that scientists do when they are doing research, which for a lot of people is a mystery, or just a remote place they have no access to. And scientific research really is a wonderful country where the people are very committed. They have a lot of passion about what they do, and for the most part, they have the greater good in mind. They don't always know where their discoveries will lead them or the world at large, but there is a hope of increasing knowledge and making life better for everyone, not just a few lucky souls.
So if I had to put you on the spot and say if you thought there was one moment or one discovery that was almost so significant, what would it be? I mean, like, what's the one that resonates most with you?
Well, of course, I've been thinking about Madame Curie now and her discovery of radium, which happened in 1898, right around the time that physicists had come on the idea of the quantum. So this was a moment of really a second scientific revolution. The whole notion of the atom and what it was and what an element was, all of these things were in play. And her work and the scientists she collaborated with, met with over the following decades, saw those very different things lead to new theories of the universe, a cure for cancer. Radium was considered the cure for cancer for several decades. So it was a wonderfully expansive time, even though people were aware of how much danger lurked in many discoveries. And the Nobel Prizes were created by the inventor of dynamite. And part of his mission with the prize was to atone for all the havoc he had wreaked on the world.
Orlando, you look at a very different revolution, the Russian Revolution. And I'm interested because you see it in a very particular way over a 100-year span from 1891 through to 1991. Do you really think that revolutionary process went on for that 100-year period?
Well, that was a short book for teaching in schools. And I think it had some benefits to think about the revolution as going on until the collapse of communism. But to come back to the general question we're discussing, you know, when you're dealing with Russia, you have to start from the premise that all ideologies are historical in Russia. Marxism was obviously a historical theory. And the invasion of Ukraine today is equally based on historical ideas. In fact, Putin wrote a long essay about them in July 2021, which was actually, to anyone who knew how to read it at the time, a manifesto for the war, because he argued that Ukraine was always part of Greater Russia. Kiev was the source of Russian civilization, of which Ukraine was just a tributary, and that Ukraine had always been used as an anti-Russia. And NATO expansion was all part of that. So that was the justification for the launching of the invasion. But that's been true, throughout Russian history. And my book, The Story of Russia, which came out just as that invasion was being launched, I was trying to give a general overview of Russian history, telling it and comparing it with the stories that the Russians have told about themselves. So you've always got this extra layer to deal with. And of course, Putin's ideology, mediated through this historical imperialist vision, is deeply faulted. But what we have to bear in mind is it's deeply rooted in the Russian political consciousness, because it's not just Putin's invention. He readopted the old historiography of imperialist historians in the 19th century. Kluchevsky, Solovyov, they all argued that Ukraine was part of Greater Russia. So, it's all very well to say, well, he's wrong, we've made mistakes. But you have to bear in mind what they've been teaching themselves all this time. And the idea of Ukraine being an anti-Russia is not very far from how the Russians see the world. Because if it's Ukraine today, in the past, Stalin always argued that it was Poland. You know, the great parallel, the great lesson perhaps we've never learned is what happened at Yalta. Well, we're in a very similar situation to that. Putin will be studying the history of Stalin in 1944 to 5 very closely now. And the parallels are extraordinary. And he will win for the same reasons that Stalin won in 1945. So it's that, and that idea that we're attacked by the West, we're under threat from anti-Russias like Poland or Ukraine, and we need a strong leader. You know, that's very difficult to dislodge from the historical consciousness, precisely because from the very beginning of his regime, and I'm talking now 2003, in his first presidency, Putin was already interfering in a very, very manipulative way into history textbooks. At the time, I still remember 2003-4, everyone was still praising Putin. Remember Eric Hobsbawm telling me what a wonderful thing Putin was. Felt like throttling him. Because actually what he was doing through this control of the teaching of history in schools was returning Russian democracy, because that's what it was in the 1990s. Schools could teach what they wanted through their own choice of textbooks. He was now controlling, through the Ministry of Education, what could be taught in schools, banning textbooks that compared, say, Stalinism with Nazism, which is a completely innocuous and fair comparison, and imposing this Russian nationalist imperial discourse on how history was not just taught in schools, but presented in the media. And that was a battle that went on until, I mean, it goes on still today. Much tighter controlled now, what is permissible as historical memory in Russia. So, you know, it's an alloy, this question of history as we might want to write it, and history as it's understood by those who ideologize it and use it for political purposes.
So if I'm understanding that right, in a sense, those threads of history really go from before the revolution, the Russian Revolution, through the revolution, are coming out now. We can see a lot of those historical threads that go all the way back. In a sense, the revolution that occurred in 1919, that we understand as the Russian Revolution, had all those threads of Russian history in them right from the moment, in a sense.
I don't think the revolution really enters into this, but it was a major break with history. I think that Putinism denies the revolutionary inheritance, while at the same time telling Russians they need to embrace with pride their Soviet past. But under Stalin, the Soviet historical consciousness already had adopted this imperial tradition. So from the late 1930s, Russia was the major partner. And that imperial vision was imposed on Eastern Europe in the 1940s. So that's always been part of it. The revolution didn't change that much in that sense,
Matthew, I want to come and look at borders, and borders have become very popular in the 21st century. There are a lot of leaders who think they're a very good thing, but they're more than a line in the sand. They're more than an expansive wall. And I'm wondering whether or not borders historically have often told us more about how we define ourselves, who we're trying to keep in and who we're trying to keep out, and our idea of nationalism.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a border lover, a border geek, a border studier. I kind of go to borders, I sit on borders, I love to look at them and think about them, and it's a complete life obsession. So this is a completely fair question. Why? Not just because I think there's something interesting about these fences we erect in the desert, at least in the American context, but it's because borders more or less distill our identities, right? It's where we define who we are and who we aren't, in the simple sense of in and out, and the barbarian versus the civilized. All these distinctions get cut somehow in these lines because they mean something. And I think that what Annabelle's referring to in this idea that it's not just that they have these markers of meaning or values. Obviously, they embody values, right? When you say someone is out and someone is in, you're suggesting something about people. But more interesting, I think, for me, and maybe this ties back into this subject about history and looking or trying to look at borders historically, is that it isn't just that they have always had some kind of meaning instantiating values. It's that the meaning really changes. One of the great pleasures of studying history is that things you take as static in the present day, especially on the value level, are completely evolving and always evolving over time. And in the case of the border, these two moments in time that I've looked at, the one being this fairly sad, I guess if you're an American, but I would like to think a citizen of the world, thing that's happening in the contemporary age in the US-Mexico borderlands. But also prior to that, so this is the wall being built up, right? But prior to that, 89, where my new book looks at, this idea of the wall coming down, the end of the Iron Curtain, the end of the Berlin Wall, is that it's very easy to see these two things as somehow like. And they are on some basic level. Materially, they're like, right? One is a fence, okay, and US-Mexico has bollards. It's not quite the same as slabs of concrete. Okay, there's some aesthetic differences. But functionally, they're very similar. It's only when you start to interrogate them that you realize that actually they're completely different things. So on a basic level, what we're doing now at the US-Mexico border is keeping people out, right? We're saying, you Mexican, you Guatemalan don't belong. You are not like us, right? We're keeping the barbarians, heavy quotes on that word, obviously. I do not think these things, out, right? At bay. But that's not at all what the, say, Berlin Wall was doing, right? The Berlin Wall was more like the walls of a prison, right? It was keeping people in, right? It was saying that our ideas, in a way, are only protected if you can't flee. Why? Because the conditions in the country were such that you might want to. So a wall that's trying to keep people out and a wall that's trying to keep people in, while on some surface level of the same institution, are fundamentally completely different by the values they embody. And I think that, to tie this together in this whole historical conversation, is what's so fascinating about history, because it's very easy to get lost in the present and lose sight of all these trajectories.
One of the things when I look back at a lot of walls, and if you go back to whether it's, the Great Wall of China, there was a great hedge in India where a wall created to stop people moving salt around India. There's a whole history of walls. And what occurs to me, they all come down. And often, like the Iron Curtain, that came down incredibly quickly.
Right.
And so my question is there any example of walls that have lasted and that haven't, in a sense, ended up being some kind of historical folly?
Yeah, that's so. Okay, so I take the point that walls come down, and I think the way I would reposition it is to say that I think that what's everlasting somehow in history is this idea of division. There's always somehow, you can ask the question, what is politics, right? That's the question of politics, and often the answer is about power. Who has power? But another inroad into the answer, what is politics, what is political, is the question of deciding who is in and who's out. There's always been that question. This is, in fact, to go back to democracy and Bethany, realizing I feel incredibly insecure talking about my history knowledge of 30 years, which is less than the knowledge of basically anyone in this audience. This is your lifespan, is my knowledge. And I'm talking to someone with a 2,000-year, so accepting that problem. But going back to it, what Bethany was saying, look, let's take her point about democracy and this idea that actually what you had is this thing that, of course we still use the word, but its meaning shifts. With borders, the problem of the border is that it's always had this shifting meaning, but the core thing about it is this idea of in and out, right? There's this polity distinction. And in fact, to go back again to this idea of democracy, even the demos is not innocent, right? The demos, democracy, is a bounded idea, right, philosophically. There's a demos, people vote. As opposed to, say, liberalism, right, which is unbounded. It's about humanness as such. There's always that tension of the particular conception and the universal one. So what's happened with borders is that walls have fallen, right, and often boundaries disappear. But what happens is when they disappear, they get relocated. We find new ways of creating distinctions of in and out. It's no longer walls in Europe, for example. I live in Holland. I don't show a passport when I go to Belgium, but I'm surveilled everywhere I walk. And everybody knows the idea that membership not only hasn't changed, it's become ever more fortified. So I think that the answer is, and maybe that's a convoluted way of answering it, but I think the answer is that the thing you hold on to is the value the boundary instantiates, even if on a material level, of course they all fall. And I realize that's not so optimistic, but sorry.
I mean, in a sense, that brings that back to Athens and that idea of in and out, because even though the idea of democracy, freedom of speech, equality, liberty, all those things that we take from Athens, Athens was a slave society.
Yeah.
That you could only be part of this great new democratic experiment because everything was being done for you. It was also a place where women couldn't be involved, and in the end, it ended up being a kind of empire that enriched itself. So how do we explain that as coinciding or living with this idea of democracy?
I mean, that's so astute to say it was a slave society. Women were citizens, but they were very much second-classed citizens. Metics, foreigners, weren't allowed to vote. And as you say, crucially, we think Athens was an extraordinary place, but it also created an empire by taking democracy out on the point of a sword. So the Athenians would go out in their warships, literally with armed hoplites who would go to islands like Milos and say, you want to be democrats, don't you? Look at the size of our navy. So people didn't really have a choice often when it came to be democratic. But I'd love to take just what you were saying and go back even further, just to make you feel really inadequate, because you were talking about the divisions of history. But I think it's genuinely helpful to go back to prehistory. So to go back to a time, and I'm talking between around 6,000 to 8,000 years ago, so a really long time ago, because it's just fascinating what you were saying about borders and walls being essential, because there's a moment in that story, that prehistoric story, when it's really the beginning of international society, and fascinatingly, this kind of code of human society evolves with a word attached to it. And that word is gosti. So in Proto-Indo-European, it's a really ancient word that interestingly gives us our words guest and host, and also ghost. And the idea of Gosti was this kind of, as I said, unwritten etiquette that, and it was an extraordinarily liberal idea, that if you saw somebody on the steps, on the steps of Central Asia, so these little figures on the horizon, rather than automatically pick up your own spear and assume that they were coming in anger or were hostile, you took this really brave decision to allow them across your threshold. And that was a brave thing to do, because it could be that they were coming to take your women, to rape your children, to steal your cattle. But there was this notion that it was worth inviting the strange across your threshold. And it was this thing called Gosti. And as I said, it's, rather beautifully reminds us that a guest and a host are the same thing. They're two sides of the same coin. Just for those of you who are interested in word ideas, it then comes into the Greek. It becomes this word xenia, which means friendship towards strangers, guest friendship. And of course, we have the phrase xenophobia, when you're scared of strangers now. But it starts out as this idea of Gosti. And for me, that is how international society was allowed to continue. It was a known word idea that was transmitted between people, that you shouldn't put up a wall, that you should risk allowing strangers across your threshold. And rather brilliantly, just to let you know why it also gives us the word ghost, is that a ghost was thought to be somebody who was a visitor to your home, and you never knew whether they would be benign or malign. So you were taking a risk in allowing ghosts. So there is a time, right at the beginning of the story of us as kind of settled cultures, where actually we decide not to have boundaries and walls, and that is what allows human society to flourish, and again is probably why we're all still sitting here today, because it allowed people to, get friendly in their villages, and they welcomed not just ideas but new genes across their threshold.
Just to go back a little bit, or come forward a little bit, when you were talking before about the Greeks and the Athenians, how they went out and created, forced people to be democratic. I mean, it does remind me of America. When America came into existence, it was a slave society. Women were second-class citizens. And it has become an empire that has very much enriched itself. And I'm wondering, can we make comparisons, or is it fair to make comparisons between the two? Or in a sense, is that just not appropriate?
No, it's completely appropriate, because the Americans modelled themselves on ancient Greece and ancient Rome. There's a Republican Party because of the Roman Republic. And the Romans were definitely not Democrats. They were incredible. They invented amazing things. They made great roads, but they were not Democrats. And America has absolutely absorbed that within its constitution, actually legally within its constitution, and psychologically and philosophically within, I think, what America is. And not only is it based on Rome, but there's a republic, there's a senate, but actually the Greeks that they modelled themselves on weren't the Athenians, they were the Spartans. And if you know anything about ancient history, you'll know that the Spartans were the bully boys of the ancient world, who had this kind of extreme, almost proto-communism, where all men lived equally. You could only be a warrior if you're a member of Spartan society, but there was an entire enslaved Greek society that was supporting those Spartans. And so the American right to carry a weapon, to carry a sword, comes directly from the ancient Spartan constitution. So it's absolutely no coincidence. And, with history, it's very dangerous if we live in the past. We're fools if we don't admit that we live with it, but we should never live in it. And I see that some of those more kind of calcified aspects of American society come from living in the past.
And do you think it's partly also because we haven't understood the past enough, or we've only seen certain bits of the past that we want to see, and we've ignored the rest of it?
Yeah, definitely. And also, I don't want to be too down on people. We all have short lives. We have a limited amount of time that we can read and talk and engage. So I don't want to be too kind of critical of the world. We do try, but you're right as well that it's a very narrow kind of choked neck of history that we study. So when we think of the ancient world, we tend to think of Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Of course, it was a much bigger place occupied by a whole bunch of other people. And just one kind of tiny example of that is that, and I'm only saying this not as a plug, but just means that you guys can all watch it. There's a television series that we've just made about the Nabateans. And the Nabateans are the great lost civilization of the ancient world. So if you know of Petra, you know, beautiful, considered one of the secondary wonders of the ancient world, Petra in Jordan. And if you ask people who built Petra, people often say, oh, was it the Romans? Was it the Greeks? No, it was these people called the Nabateans that nobody's heard of, who were the original ancient Arabian civilization, who were extraordinary. They were kind of like the Amazon service of the ancient world. They delivered gold, frankincense, myrrh, bitumen around the ancient world. They pioneered the writing that becomes Arabic. They built extraordinary places like Petra. And one of the ports that they nourished was Gaza. So Gaza was a Nabatean port. But who knows that? You know, and those are just facts, simple facts of history that would be really helpful to pepper throughout those textbooks that you were talking about, so that we understand the world in a more holistic and cosmopolitan way.
David, just following on from your explanation of how significant science and science writing is, clearly, once we got past the Dark Ages and we started to see science happening, it changed almost everything for us, for human beings. And yet, in the last sort of decade or so, we have seen the media, political leaders starting to dismiss science and scientific experts. We've seen social media influencers becoming or having as much sway as scientists. And I'm wondering how fearful you feel about that. And could we be moving, is there any possibility we could be moving back into something like a dark age?
Am I fearful? Yes. I think the reaction against science has to do with a lack of understanding of what science is. How many times have you heard, well, it's just a theory? Because a theory in science is not a conjecture. It is a whole body of knowledge based on lots of evidence and experiments, always with the idea that new evidence might come to light that would change the theory, but it's not a flimsy thing that anyone can speak out against at whim. And the idea that we now have a person in charge of the health of the country who is anti-vaccines, I'm stunned. My father was an old-fashioned family doctor who made house calls at night to his dying day, and he had seen a diphtheria epidemic. And as a result of that, he always used to say to me, I love sticking babies, because it was so great to be able to prevent that scourge. And I remember polio, and I remember the early polio vaccines, and what a change that made. And look what happened with COVID, how quickly there was a vaccine at miraculous speed. So do we really want to withdraw funding from all of that? Do we want to make universities feel hamstrung about who is hired, who does science? People, you know, I've often heard it said that humanity doesn't really change. We have the same kind of emotional makeup that we had in ancient times. We just have better technology. And to an extent, I think that's true. But which technology will triumph just now, and which purveyors of technology? I don't pretend to be able to predict that.
It's interesting, with things to do like with vaccines, you get a sense that people can choose. And even though there's someone who's now heading up your health ministry who's not keen on them, there is still a possibility for GPs and other people to convince people to have their kids vaccinated. But I'm wondering with something like the sort of scientific evidence that now exists in relation to, say, something like climate change, which seems to have absolutely paralysed us and certainly paralysed political leadership. And I'm wondering how we understand that and why that has actually happened. Because, I mean, if you think about, say, with Marie Curie, when they discovered something, there was this incredible excitement and what we can do with it and the things we should do. And yet with this moment where the scientists have been very clear for a very long time about the dangers we might be facing, we have become incredibly paralysed.
Yeah, because I think some people who hold the reins and the money feel that somehow the change won't affect them. And there seems to be a wholesale disregard for the finite resources of the planet. I can go very dark on this subject. You might want to muzzle me at this point.
I'm sure we won't.
Well, just that. Why hasn't action been taken? I mean, it's not just that we've known it since 2000 or 1950. We've known it since the late 1800s. And on we go.
Orlando, you were mentioning before about that notion of President Putin and his sense of history. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the sort of the people that he looks back to as, in a sense, that he admires the most are Peter the Great, Catherine the Great, Tsar Nicholas I, and Alexander II. And I'm wondering, they're all pre-Soviet leaders, and I'm wondering what is it about them that he most admires, and what does that tell us about the way he saw the Russian Empire and the way he sees Russia today?
Well, he admires those who either gained territory for the Russian Empire or defended the Russian Empire against invaders, as in Alexander I with Napoleon. And he, as Stalin did, compares himself against the Tsars and their achievements. Nicholas I, I think, is perhaps the closest to his heart. I wrote a book on the Crimean War, and there Nicholas was the man who led Russia for the defense of the rights of the Orthodox to defend Crimea against the Allied invaders after the dispute over the Holy Lands and then the war against the Turks in Moldova and other areas of Eastern Europe, and did so against the whole of Europe, which is how he presented himself in the run-up to the war. I mean, if the West doesn't want to be our friends, it's a shame, but I will go it alone for the defence of Russian interests. That's how he sees himself. We're hoping, I think it's beyond hope now, that he would meet the same fate as Nicholas I and get a sound beating. But unfortunately not. So, but the great unsaid comparison is obviously with Stalin. Because the system he inherited was essentially a Stalinist system still. The institution from which he emerged onto the political scene, namely the FSB, was a Stalinist creation. His imperial vision is rooted in Stalinism. His techniques of demagoguery, political control, manipulation are all straight out of Stalin's book. That's not to say that there will be a massive wave of terror, but it is to say that the power of the Russian Putinist state relies on the same mechanisms of signals being given. Get into line, and it doesn't take much when you've had these waves of mass terror go through a society, as it did the Soviet Union in the 20th century. It doesn't take much to send out the signal and people scurry back into line, which largely explains the weakness of the opposition. That you wave the big stick and people scurry away from the mass demonstrations at Bolotnaya Square in 2012, for example. So, yeah, these are all, as I said before, everything in Russia that is to do with politics and ideology goes through the medium of history. And there are these constant analogies being made and arguments which are deeply rooted in history and which we have to see through their understanding of history. Unfortunately, and thank God I've now retired because I'd be useless at universities, the Western academic study of Russia, which was itself highly politicized and deeply torn by its own ideological divisions, got Russia so wrong for so long. We've failed to see the true Russia. We've failed to see how the Russians see their history. We've got into this trap of vastly overestimating the power of the intelligentsia in Russia. And it's very simple why, because we all go to Russia. We go mainly to Moscow and Petersburg. We make great friendships with the Russian intelligentsia who see their own country through Western eyes. So it's like a loop. It's a loop. We see Russia through their eyes, and they see Russia as they would like to see themselves through our eyes. And I think what Putinism has done is sound a huge wake-up call. Actually, once you go outside Moscow and Petersburg, it's a very different place. 75% of the population has only television for its news. 75% of the population went through Soviet or post-Soviet, i.e. Putinist, schools, brought up on this ideology. So we've overestimated as a result, we've overestimated the West's ability to influence Russia. And then we get surprised when they don't behave like we expect them to. So, this is something which we need correcting. So just as Russia won't become more democratic, if ever, until it refocuses its history and begins again the process of teaching and researching history, which began in the 1990s. I was involved for years in trying to educate Russian university and higher school teachers in Western methods of historiography. That got closed down after a while. But that's where it has to start. Because until Russia has a different sense of its future, and that can only come from a different sense of its past, the democratic potential in Russia, which is there is a democratic potential. The basic institution of Russian society was the Russian peasant commune, destroyed by collectivization, but that was essentially a participatory democracy. That needs to be restored. But at the same time, for the West to actually have any influence in Russia, it has to wake up to what Russia really is.
And do you think that was a real mistake? After the Soviet Union collapsed and we started to look at Russia, and Russia emerged in the 1990s and then into the first part of this century, that we could have done something better?
Oh, massively. Absolutely massively, yeah. Because we assumed, Trump, many American presidents before, got Russia and the Soviet Union confused. They thought that Russia was the perpetrator state. Well, it was, because Russia was the biggest of the fraternal peoples. It was the dominant force politically. But at the same time, it suffered from all the same problems of the Soviet Union as did everywhere else. Ukrainian national identity, like every other non-Russian identity from the Soviet Union, is based on the idea we're not Russians. And the Ukrainian story is that we are Ukrainians because we suffered the Holodomor, the terror famine. Well, I'm sorry, but the Holodomor, everyone had the Holodomor in the Soviet Union. It was a Soviet terror famine. It was probably per capita worse in Kazakhstan than it was in Ukraine. But the Russians have been unable to build that into their national identity and resurrect the idea of the democracy inherent in the peasant commune, because they were the perpetrators, or they were seen as the perpetrators. And so there was a sort of crisis of identity. How could Russians actually redefine themselves as a post-imperial nation state? They had no tradition of being a nation state, nor did Ukraine. But it had cultural concepts, linguistic concepts, even religious concepts, and above all, historical concepts of what it meant to be Ukrainian as opposed to being Russian. And all the other constituent parts of the Soviet Union had that. The one country that didn't have it was Russia. So it adopted an imperial ideology all the more easily because it had no means by which, or it had not yet found any means by which to identify itself as a nation state at peace with its neighbours during the 1990s and early 2000s. And that equally, you see, that equally then translated into the fallacies and mistakes made by Western powers towards Russia. Because having assumed that Russia was the dominant state, it was always taken as a sort of axiom by Western powers that the Russians could look after themselves. They were the bullies. They could look after themselves. So US aid, about 10 times greater in Ukraine than it was in Russia. Russia had to live off relatively small endowments from MacArthur and other big foundation projects that funded organizations like Memorial that I worked with. But it was small fry compared with what was invested into the Baltic states, Ukraine, where the West saw an opportunity to hive off these states into the Western sphere. And Russia, it was always assumed with Russia that they would be able to look after themselves, but they weren't. I lived through the 1990s in Russia. It was a terrible time for people. You know, highly educated people, physics professors, great mathematicians were driving taxis. A lot of people lost all their security, all their savings. And the democracy, they called it shitocracy, from the word demokratia, which comes from the expletive. So that's how they saw it. They saw it as a foreign imposition. And so, of course, in that situation, you needed much more engagement with Russia to build civil society organizations, institutions, to develop an independent judiciary, to build all the defenses that you would need against Putinism. But that wasn't really done. And now that it's all gone pear-shaped and we've now ended up with a very poisonous, malicious empire which threatens its neighbors, the argument of all those who would agree we got Russia wrong now argue, and I've heard them argue, well, the mistake we made is to disarm in the 1990s. You know, that was the opportunity lost. We had an opportunity. If only we'd understood the Russians a bit better, to bring them into, I think, if I can be controversial, they should have scrapped NATO at the beginning. As soon as it became clear that NATO was an anti-Russian defensive alliance, it was bound to create this problem. They should have scrapped NATO and gone back to what Gorbachev said, which was a common European security arrangement from the Urals to the Atlantic. We wouldn't have had this problem now.
Just moving on to you, Matthew, because you talk a lot about that moment when the Iron Curtain came down, and especially in Hungary and East Germany, two countries that in that moment in the book you wrote, The Picnic, were both dreaming and working towards that very notion of democracy and freedom that that emerged back in ancient Athens or in ancient times. And yet, when we look at the progression from that, after the wall came down, there were these moments where it was attempted. They wanted true democracy. And yet, if you look at both East Germany and at Hungary, they're very different things. We've got the AfD that's just done incredibly well in the recent elections in Germany, in East Germany, and in Hungary we have Orban. So I'm wondering how has that happened from that moment that you looked at?
Thank you. I want to, before I answer this question, I want to riff off something Orlando just said. You know, it's amazing, and just also bringing Bethany's comments earlier, it's amazing how much in our countries, through education, we care about history, right? So the Russian idea of history is everything in Russia. This is what Orlando's telling us. It's the same point about how America draws back from Sparta and Rome. What's just so phenomenal is that the gap between how much we care about our own history and the deficit of our knowledge of other histories is where so much of these problems keep emerging. We're talking now in many different idioms, right? But always the same thing, which is that for ourselves, these identities are sacrosanct, and education perpetuates these mythologies. I mean, as an American, we're steeped in them, sadly. But the deficit is really real. And it's part of what's nice about writing about history and talking about history, and frankly, that everyone here is so interested in hearing about it and reading about it, because I think that ultimately that's where the gap gets crossed somehow, hopefully. To go back to the subject, you know, I was spending a lot of time in Hungary and East Germany for this last project and thinking a lot about the 80s and transition towards and unto the end of the Cold War and the end of the Iron Curtain. And these were terrifically idealistic, excited days, right? I mean, people really had dreams. And one of the beautiful things about going and interviewing people and meeting people, as you all know, once again, my history is in your lifetimes. These people are all living, people that remember what it was like and lived through the Eastern Bloc in the 80s. They had all these ideas about what the West would be like. And one of the profound things about hearing these stories and reading about them and revisiting them now isn't just that they're steeped in their own histories and their own understandings, their own interpretations of those words that they learned about in the West. But the sheer idea, the principles, were just very different, right? So to give an example, you know, I spent a lot of time speaking to East Germans who were making their way out of this very draconian state of East Germany. I mean, for anyone who has ever seen a film like The Lives of Others, you have an idea of what the Stasi was like, life under the Stasi. It was the opposite in any sense of what we'd call freedom. And they make their way west, they risk their lives in incredibly dangerous circumstances. These people are crossing at their own peril, kill strips and death strips in areas with guns and towers and dogs and really unimaginably scary risks these people are taking. To come to the West and find a fairly deep disappointment, because it's not that the West also wasn't beautiful. It's that what they thought liberty was, or liberalism was just different than they had understood it. And in part it comes down to this feeling that they had all these dreams of kinds of freedom that you'd have in the West, right? But those dreams didn't mean you also lost things you had in the East, in particular values of solidarism and equality. And the feeling that ultimately, rather than come to some higher plane of value or value goods, you just were trading off values for one another that became parasitic on one another, right? So these ideas, you're watching them move. And I think what's interesting in this point of going back to this point of rupture, right? 89 is a point of rupture. The same way in Hungary, you'd say 56 was a point of rupture. Or in the West, you'd say 68 was a point of rupture, right? It's this moment where things are revealed to us, right? Part of what's revealing about going back to this time period is those tensions of values that these Hungarians and Germans are picking up on between, for example, liberty and equality and solidarity are exactly what we're seeing today. Like across the West, we're all having doubts about the meaning of liberalism. Like, what are we doing in our late capitalist societies? What are these values that we're inhabiting? You know, as we were talking earlier about the sadness that emerges from thinking about how we got so lost on climate change. I mean, what about capitalism and liberalism? How did we get to a point? Well, actually, you see that point. You see that tension, even 35 years ago, when all these people are realizing, but wait a minute, we also care about equality and solidarity and needing to have reasons, not just to have rights, to care about the individual self, right, individualism, but to have reasons to care about others, to be other-regarding, in ways that for all of their cost, and you would not want to live under the Stasi, this is not a defense on any level of those systems, it's that there's a difference between saying, in the Manichaean way, liberalism defeated communism, or democracy is better than authoritarianism, in a very simple sense. Of course that's true, right? But you can also ask the question whether there were values that were somehow lost and got eroded since then. And that's part of what looking back at history teaches you. Nevertheless, looking back at histories or interpretations of histories other than your own, which of course gets back to the point of why it's important to talk to Russians, not just intelligentsia Russians, but understanding the ways in which people read history, because it's history that gives you the gaze, right? It's what it determines not what you read, but what you understand of what you read, how you interpret what you read. And so I think that that's a really profound point. And I see it playing out in all the work I've ever done is just that feeling, not of what the thing is. The thing's always the same thing. You're still talking about freedom. It's what freedom meant, right, to those people, and how that value, that idea evolved. That's so interesting.
And look, I'm getting a wind up. And so as much as I would like to go on, I won't. So I'd like you all to thank the panel very much because it's very hot and they've done a great job.
Well, welcome everyone to this session on a terrific book by Josh Bornstein here, Working for the Brand, How Corporations Are Destroying Free Speech. I'm Joe Aston. I'm a long-time columnist at the Australian Financial Review, and I've now started my own publication called Rampart News, and I'm also the author of The Chairman's Lounge. And in fact, writing that book had a fair bit to do with Josh Bornstein, who, of course, represented the 1,700 illegally sacked workers of Qantas through their successful legal fight against the airline. It's just a side hustle of Josh's. So, Josh, great to be with you here. I loved your book. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I wouldn't say I agreed with all of your motivations, attributions of motivation or your apportionments of blame for a lot of the problems that you identify, but I certainly do agree that that the problems exist. You have, I think, backlit those problems more powerfully than anyone I've seen who's attempted to do so before. So, working for the brand, obviously, if you go by what's on the tin, is very much about the enslavement by modern corporations of their employees, the deprivation of their personal liberties, and all while those companies pose as these tremendous forces for good. I found, though, that the book's subject matter was actually a lot broader than that. But given that's, as I say, what's on the tin, why don't we start there? So the extent of the power that the private sector has over individuals that work for them, I don't think that's ever been well understood by us workers. So why don't we kick off on some colour on that, the history and sort of the contract law particulars of it, and just exactly how bad it really is.
Sure. I mean, the contract of employment has always been an instrument of subjugation, and that's got a long, colourful, notorious history. But the perspective, I suppose, that I focus on reflects my experience during my career. I came along as a very raw, nervy young lawyer in the 80s with a commitment to trade unions and became a Labor lawyer just as the neoliberal assault on unions commenced very in earnest.
I think it was called the Labor ACTU Accord, wasn't it?
I'm going to very deftly decline to enter that fray, but my whole career, at least a large part of it, has been trying to resist union busting, including more recently Qantas was a union busting case. We won some very big cases, including the waterfront dispute, but we lost the war. And what I've witnessed up close is what happens when union density collapses now to 9% in the private sector. 91% of people, employees in the private sector, do not belong to a union. And as that sort of tale of what I think of woe continued throughout my career, I started to confront contracts, individual contracts and documents, and have to parse them and help people with their issues. And the terms of the contracts and the policies that started to be produced became like a giant spider web. And as unions disappeared from sight, labour market abuses grew and grew. We had 0 hours contracts or people working 90 hours a week. We had, and we still continue to have, major underpayment scandals that have dogged virtually all corporations, and increasingly corporatised universities now have underpaid thousands of staff. This book in working for the brand, I wanted to highlight the power of corporations, not only in the workplace and the abuses that is associated with, and I took a particular abuse which was about speech and suppression of speech, but I also wanted to use that to branch out and look at the power of the corporation politically, economically, culturally, because increasingly I find a lot of people have swollen the Kool-Aid. They think corporations do good. Corporations are a force for social justice. And I might have a very skewed, jaundiced perspective, but I've had the privilege of looking under the bonnet of all our major corporations, and I've got a very different perspective. And so that's what drove the book. Like a lot of things with me, I suffer from an excess of passion. It's a condition that I have, and sometimes that drives me to do things like write a book, and that's what happened here.
It's interesting because, Josh, I think we would both vehemently agree on how much we disagree on.
Yeah.
We come at things from a very different perspective. Obviously, I'm a business business journalist, and I would say that corporations do a great deal of good. They create a lot of wealth, and especially in all of our superannuation accounts, and all of that should not be discounted. But but having said that, I look through your catalogue of shame, and by the way, in my mitigation, I've been highlighting...
You've been cataloguing the same shame.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I read through your catalogue of shame of these examples of, in particularly US corporations. I thought you did very well to go through. And I feel an embarrassment that I am such a blindly stupid customer of these companies, given some of their behaviours. Like you talked about Coca-Cola, Walmart, Johnson & Johnson, Amazon. Walmart, you point out, is the company in America with the highest percentage of employees who qualify for food stamps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
Walmart's an example of what some economists call parasitic capitalism, a form of capitalism which relies on the state to provide additional support to people it employs because its wages, it doesn't provide anything like a living wage to its workers.
Yeah. So, look, there's a lot going on here.
There is a lot going on.
We've got to jump around some of this stuff, but I think let's stay with this thing about corporations. So, an academic you cite says that if corporations were people, they would meet the diagnostic criteria for psychopaths. So, to talk us through some of those. That they don't sweat like Prince Andrew, is that what you mean? Or?
Working for the brand argues that as neoliberalism took hold, neoliberalism was essentially about a transfer of wealth and power away from employees to shareholders and away from consumers to corporations. That was the project, and it was a stunning success. At the same time as corporations got out of the business of manufacturing, employing people because they started outsourcing, brand management became much more important to them. And I argue that as their behaviour deteriorated, they invested more and more in constructing brands that sought to persuade us that they were responsible corporate citizens, that they were a force for good, this was also a form of insurance about proper regulation. What we've seen in the last 40 years in the Anglosphere in particular, in the States, in Australia, elsewhere, is huge concentration of market power. You'd be aware of this in Australia. A lot of our industries now are dominated by monopolies or oligopolies. Eric Beecher was on this very stage a few hours ago talking about media concentration. That's just one example, but this is an issue right across the board. And so at the same time, corporations' behaviour deteriorated. They were presenting themselves in this highly artificial way, using ethereal brands to try and persuade us they were forces for good. And I argue this is a form of ethics washing. It's designed to make sure that they keep the gains of neoliberalism and continue to pay less tax than they should and continue to fend off proper regulation, which should be encouraging much more competition and breaking up monopolies.
We'll definitely come to ethics washing. I don't think I'm verballing you here, but I'll give you the opportunity to tell me if I am. But Your argument is essentially that so all of these extraordinary conveniences that as consumers we've been able to gain in the last 15, 20 years, at least the ones that are not driven by technology, you would say are the result of exploitation of labour.
Since the profitable corporation or the capitalist corporation was constructed, there's always been a tendency to move to exploiting natural resources, exploiting labour, maximising profit. The corporation is a profit-seeking missile. So unless it's very strongly and robustly and dynamically regulated, it will tend to produce a lot of harm. You are right, and you're good to challenge me. I like arguing, so I'm glad you challenged me. Corporations produce amazing products.
And I would say Australia is probably leading the world up with some of the Scando countries that see share ownership in its population.
Through superannuation, whether you call that share ownership, I mean, it's a compulsory...
What else is it?
We don't have a choice.
Well,
it's not as if we...
Is it a choice you'd want? No thanks? Or?
No, but I mean, it's a... I'm probably not going to veer into the debate about privatised retirement pools, and that's a whole separate argument.
Sure.
But yes, I until recently flew Qantas because it's a monopoly. It's pretty hard not to fly Qantas. I bank with the Commonwealth Bank. Do I like the bank? These are corporations that are very hard not to engage with. You can try and live like a monk and not engage with any of the big baddies, but it's pretty impossible when they now dominate
if
major
you start
markets.
from the position that they're all bad. You know, because are they all bad? You know, you say, I think Qantas, look, of all the people you're going to raise that with, I'm going to agree with you, but, you know, is every single bank unconscionable? Is every single supermarket unconscionable? Is every single energy company unconscionable?
They are not a moral entity.
Do they need to be?
No. They're a business. They're about maximising a buck. We need to be very clear about that because it's the corporation who's tried to muddy the waters and suggest otherwise.
Yes, well, that's a good point.
It's not that I've run around saying we should get confused, but a lot of people, including people on the progressive side of politics from where I tend to reside, have bought the Kool-Aid and see corporate activism, corporate committees, corporate social justice projects as a centre of politics. Corporations, in fact, have done enormous harm politically because they've driven in the last 40 years a terrible increase in inequality, and I think that has destabilised politics and threatened liberal democracy in ways that we're still being horrified about, as we see particularly in the US, where inequality is at eye-watering levels.
Yeah.
So I don't think a Trump or an authoritarian or a fascist leader like that comes along without severe social and economic dislocation, and corporations and their power and rent-seeking, which have undermined taxation, which have undermined good government, and which have deunionised the labour market, are probably the most responsible for the current political malaise, in my view.
Right.
Where would we be with environmental politics if it wasn't for the power of major corporations? Major corporations will not allow us, will use all of their power and wealth to try and block meaningful change on the climate while we burn under 42 degrees here.
But they produce very, very attractive sustainability reports.
In BP, green BP. Do you know about BP?
I do, yes.
BP pioneered corporate social responsibility, and has been announcing and re-announcing for the last 30 years its green credentials until 2 weeks ago, and it announced we're backing away from our climate commitments in lieu of the events in America. So it's a cracking example of ethics washing.
So let's just get back to the individual's power, or lack thereof, in a contract relationship with their employer. These contracts were, as you say, subjugate the individual And that was before social media came along and everyone's opinion became amplified, and you deal with this really well. I would say this is one of the most entertaining themes in the book. I hate to say cancel culture as an expression for it to even fall from my lips, because it is one of those expressions like woke or like DEI, where it just sends everyone running into their ideological crouch that they reflexively have. So, but there's really no way of talking about this without using it.
Can't avoid it.
What I want to give you credit for the most in the book is I love looking for hypocrisy. That's my professional sort of thing. But you so beautifully are able to show the hypocrisy of both progressives and conservatives in cancel culture, because the same mob calling for the head of somebody over a tweet will be the exact same group of people who are defending a different person's right to free speech the next day. And whether you're left or right, that's the same. So the left was calling for the head of Israel Folau from the Wallabies over his social media post, while the right was defending his right to free speech. And then, of course, you represented Scott McIntyre from the SBS, who tweeted some provocative views over what he thought was fairly mindless sort of...
celebration of Anzac Day.
Correct. And the right was calling for his head instead of defending his right to free speech. So each of us is uniquely susceptible to hypocrisy on this issue. And what's that about? Why is that? And
the debates about free speech are a festival of hypocrisy, and it's very hard to chart a principled course through it. It's really hard. That's one of the reasons why we all can be susceptible. But I'll go back one step to just contextualise this a bit. As these contracts became more and more dominant, they required everybody, millions of people in the labour market, to sign up to effectively two propositions. If you look through, and I had to go through this in all the detail, but if you try to simplify it down to the two propositions which have huge consequences for democracy, they are: when you come to work for us, you are not allowed to say or do anything at work or outside work that is controversial. Another way it's put is, you're not allowed to do anything or say anything that brings us into disrepute. Okay? Well, those words should send a chill up your spine. And let me give you a bit of an anecdote about why those words should send a chill up your spine. When I was trying to finish the book, a comedian who will be well known to you all, but I will disguise their identity for privacy reasons.
Oh, that's just asking us to try and
contacted me and said, I've just got this fantastic new gig. It's a comedy gig. It's for this production company, but it's for to be broadcast on this medium for this major corporation. The major corporation has said to the production company, I have to sign up to their code of conduct. And it says I can't say or do anything to bring them into disrepute. And you probably know, Josh, I've been doing a few Gaza gigs and at protests, and I speak sometimes, and I want to know what I can say and what I can't say. And I said, delete name, mate. It's like this. You won't know until afterwards. Yeah. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, because if what you say attracts an online mob and they descend on you, they'll then descend on the production company, then they'll just descend on the broadcasting company, and it all depends whether they fillet you at that point. And if they fillet you, if they sack you, I'll try and help you. But there's not really any way you can know what bringing someone into disrepute means. If you go and ask the manager, they won't know. If you go and ask other employees, they will not know. It's deliberately broad and vague to allow them the utmost discretion to, when the heat amps up on social media, when the mobbing's occurring, for the brand managers to cut you loose.
I mean, you're the lawyer, but my bush lawyer skills tell me that something that broad and vague should be unenforceable.
It should be unenforceable, but the corporation says it's a lawful and reasonable direction, and it happened in a sense to Antoinette Lattouf. Similar situation.
Who, of course, you've represented
who I
in her
represent.
unfair dismissal
And it
case
happened-
against the ABC.
happened
For
to
anyone
Scott-
who's been living under a rock.
Yeah. So trying to get the ABC executives to explain their rules in court, in my view, was an extraordinary spectacle. There was no coherent explanation. There was highly different explanations and understandings about what impartiality meant, when the social media rules applied, when they didn't, when the editorial rules applied and when they didn't. It was a complete schmozzle where 5 or 6 managers are saying the truth there.
And what was her private view and what was her ABC view?
Exactly. And she's a freelancer
Yeah.
who does a couple of 5-day shifts a year for the ABC. And the ABC is trying to apply their policies to someone
who they
for
pay
the
a full-time
period-
Salary.
Well, for the
Who they
period
don't
when she's
pay.
not
Yeah.
she's not on the payroll. So it allows these sorts of rules. No democratic government would dream of saying to its citizens, "You're not allowed to say or do anything that's controversial or that brings us into disrepute." It would be a complete assault on democracy, and that's the power that I attack. It comes at a time when debates about free speech are a complete confusion of hypocrisy and a lot of shouting.
The Antoinette Lattouf case in particular involved the comments that were viewed by management of the ABC to be anti-Semitic. So,
Yes.
and this is dangerous territory, and my blood pressure just risen immediately. by
I'm
even
here to support
circling
you.
it.
I'm here to support you, Joe.
I hope that you'll respect my right to free speech here, everyone. But so the October 7 massacre and the Gaza invasion have taken the intensity of feeling in the public discourse around this issue to extreme levels. Where this is no longer just about a debate. We're talking about synagogues being burned down, the gates of Jewish schools being spray painted with offensive words. You're Jewish, I'm not. You sort of get... I get nervous as talking about this. Have I even used the right word to describe the conflict? You have to be so careful because, in my experience, I would say I've heard you say and write a great deal about the conflict and about the issues surrounding it, and I disagree with most of what you've said.
Yeah.
But I totally understand and respect your right to have those views. And it's interesting that people these days, like Antoinette Lattouf, the action is always sort of sack the person rather than, well, why doesn't the audience that doesn't agree with her or not like her perspective just switch off?
And this is a feature of cancel culture.
Yeah.
Cancel culture, which is a much abused term, but there is a truth to it, seeks to punish someone for their views rather than to engage with them.
Yeah.
Right? And it rewards mobs. It rewards mobs who descend on the employer, and who, each time an employer like the ABC exceeds to their demands, it encourages more of the same. All of these cases that I've highlighted in working for the brand are about a culture which doesn't try and engage with different views. You may disagree with Antoinette Lattouf, you may disagree with me. Fine, I love argument, I love debate, I love discussion. We learn from discussion, we advance from discussion. Science depends on debate. Good lawyering, the best lawyering I ever do, just so you know, I don't know whether it's like this for you in your business, but
absolutely,
you get 3 or 4 people in a room to argue ferociously. If Antoinette Lattouf litigates this point and takes this tack, what will they do? I think we should go this way, and you argue to preempt what your opponent's going to do. Knowledge and reason and advancement depends on argument, debate and dissent.
Now of course...
So this culture comes along and says, off with the head.
Yeah.
That person has said something that I strongly disagree with, and they should be punished by being shamed and then sacked. And so that usually comes also, sorry to add one other thing, with a lot of trauma.
Yeah. So I just wanted to just pin you down on the point here, which is the Jewish community at the moment feels like this is not free speech when the synagogues are being burnt down, and this is why there's a hypersensitivity around speech around the war and around, again, I'm just dancing around what words to use here. So there's a line here, isn't there, between free speech and hate speech, and we have to be very... But again, how do you define where exactly that line is?
It's the question that has been asked for centuries, because as Enlightenment philosophers like J.S. Mill, who's often invoked, or Voltaire, who's often invoked by people who don't really understand free speech, they support and supported free speech up to the point where it causes harm. So I'm not a free speech absolutist or anything like it. We live with thousands of laws which restrict our speech. Fraud laws, grooming laws, sexual harassment laws, copyright laws, defamation laws, public order laws. These are all laws where a line has been drawn based on a question of harm. What is your speech going to actually cause harm? And if so, does it warrant regulation? Usually that's done through Parliament, through a deliberative process, a democratic process, and I fully support it. And I much to much, not to my regret, but much to my cost, I was one of those people who fiercely defended the Racial Discrimination Act when Tony Abbott came in, furious that Andrew Bolt had been found guilty of racial discrimination by pillorying fair-skinned Indigenous community members, if you recall that history.
Yep. Well, I was refreshed on it in your book, of course.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So, and I litigate these cases. I litigate for people who suffer from anti-Semitism, who suffer from racial discrimination, sexual harassment, bullying, which all are about harmful words. So there is no question that we should regulate harmful speech, but where the dividing line is the debate. When it comes to anti-Semitism, let me try and lower your blood pressure by saying there are laws that deal with anti-Semitism and protect the community from anti-Semitism. And where probably you and I depart is...
Whether they're working or...
Well, they're being very occasionally invoked. It's hard where you've got anonymous, disgraceful attacks which are clearly anti-Semitic with anti-Semitic slogans, and you and I would be in complete agreement about that. Where it gets much more difficult and where I'm on a probably different plane is a lot of the attempts to silence people by the more aggressive lobby groups within the Jewish community are about what I consider to be legitimate criticism of Israel for its abuse of Palestinian human rights. And this is also a bit of a unique part of I grew up with parents who were involved in the anti-apartheid movement, right? That was a much more ferocious, scary protest movement. Largely the protest about Gaza in this country has been overwhelmingly peaceful. But what happens to muddy the waters, so people like you get very concerned and confused about what you can say and what you can't say, is it's suggested that if you criticise Israel, somehow you're anti-Semitic.
I think I'm more concerned that if I criticise Palestine, I'll be lynched at the Adelaide Writers' Festival.
Okay, well,
that was a joke.
I'm here to protect you. So there's a conflation. It's a deliberate conflation and a deceptive conflation of what it means to be Jewish and what Israel is doing and how it's behaving towards the Palestinians. And that's where the debate is fierce, because the groups trying to protect Israel from criticism are very effective. They're brilliant at their job.
They're highly exercised at the moment, I think.
Highly exercised and very good at what they're doing.
Shall we get to... let's get to some territory where we do agree, which is that Alan Joyce was the biggest bastard in Australia during COVID.
He's much happier there. He's much happier there.
I'm feeling so much more relaxed.
Put your feet up.
You, of course, when Qantas sacked those 1,700 ground staff illegally in November 2020, outsourced their jobs, you acted for their union, the TWU, in suing Qantas in the federal court. It was a landmark case I reported on it in more detail than anyone else did, but only long after the fact, because no one really reported on it in great detail at the time because nobody thought that you would win. And of course, Qantas was still reputationally quite shiny at that time.
Yeah.
But it was perhaps the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
So it was a huge gamble to sue Qantas. So why do you take that risk?
At the time we started, there was I think I'm allowed to say this now, there was a strong debate that we had. This is the benefit of debate that I talked about, and there was very different views about whether we should proceed or not. And I was in the for camp, and so was Michael Caine, the Secretary of the Union. And it was a fine judgment, but the judgment was made, and it was ultimately Michael's judgment, not mine, to proceed. And at the time we started, I explained in discrimination cases, this is a sort of discrimination case. Often the employer doesn't say, I'm sacking you because you're pregnant. 98% of the time, that doesn't happen, but you have to wait until you get them on the witness box or you get documents from them to try and put the jigsaw together. And we know that the company has hated the Transport Workers Union and has sought to limit them, minimise them, get rid of them if they could for years. And it was probably intuitive that there was enough to commence the case and then take the gamble that documents would emerge, which they did. We got the added bonus where their witnesses, one by one, just started to fall apart in the witness box. But one of the things about Qantas, and I'd love your view on this, is for years Alan Joyce was the best CEO in the country. He was a social justice CEO. And I was watching this, grimacing, because if you followed Qantas closely, under Joyce's watch, they got rid of about 45% of their employees and outsourced them into multiple
labour hire companies.
Internal
labour hire companies.
Yep,
yeah,
14 or 18 different companies paying less wages. He didn't put any money into renewing old aircraft. He railed against company tax while paying very little of it and getting huge taxpayer support. And bearing in mind, this is a monopoly, virtual monopoly, that cannot lose. In a downturn, it's in a volatile industry. To give it its concession, it's in a volatile industry. In a severe downturn, we bail it out. Taxpayers bail it out. Yeah. In the boom times, there is an absolute feeding frenzy.
Yeah.
So it can't lose. And he won an Order of Australia for services to aviation and to social justice, while effectively running a neoliberal textbook cost-cutting operation.
So how much, by the way, we should just, this is not well understood either. So Qantas is the compensation that Qantas has to pay those baggage handlers has been determined at around $120 million. The penalty that Qantas must pay for breaking the law will be decided next month at a hearing. A judgment will come after a hearing next month, but the maximum will be that they can pay in penalty is 105. So that's 225 million. Then they might have spent 20 million on the legal fees. So say we're talking about it cost them $250 million. Qantas saved $100 million a year by getting rid of those people.
Yep.
So 5 years ahead, they've made $250 million by breaking the law, even after you factor in the penalties.
There is no way they can lose. Again,
what a country we live in.
It's part of my complaint. Corporations are now so big and powerful that they're out of control, and when we have lost the art of properly regulating them. I mean, this happened in the first Gilded Age in the early 1900s when my political hero, Teddy Roosevelt, came along and challenged corporate power in America and started to introduce laws to tax them, to get them to treat employees properly and to break up monopolies. We're now in the second Gilded Age, but there's not really any sign that we're addressing the root of many of our political, environmental, economic and social problems, which is concentration of corporate power and the attendant problems that causes.
So we know all these things about Qantas, and by the way, their industrial relations bastardry is actually one quite small part in everything that they've done. What do you think, as customers and consumers, not just of Qantas but of other companies that commit wrongdoing, are we doing enough really to maintain the rage? Or because if you think about it, Qantas is back. Last week reported another record profit. So they're still doing absolutely beautifully, and we all flock back and take more punishment. So why would companies change if we don't make them?
I don't think we as consumers have the power to make companies change.
Well, more of us could have flown Rex, and then maybe they wouldn't have collapsed.
Perhaps, but could you find a flight? I mean, in the end, if you're going to particular parts of the country, you've got a monopoly supplier or a duopoly.
Yeah.
So we're stuck with very little choice.
Yeah.
And in the end, excessive corporate power and market concentration is about politics. What Eric Beecher spoke about earlier before, we're not going to fix that by subscribing to Crikey, which I do, and trying to keep up with the splintering of good journalists into 500 different models and podcasts and publications and Substacks, and Rampart over here, which will hopefully do very well for you. Our strongest asset as people is that we can outnumber corporations. We have numerical power if we work politically. Ultimately it's a question of politics and getting politically engaged to try and support politicians and parties that seek to undo some of this damage.
It's interesting because it is definitely falling. The politicians are catching on, from what I can see. Big business in Australia is at its lowest ebb in trust than it's ever been.
Yep.
And I think both Albanese and Dutton figured this out much earlier than Albanese figured it out.
Yeah.
But they both now fully understand that a very smart political strategy is to throw tomatoes at big business leaders and big businesses. That's probably going to, like we've seen the supermarket price gouging inquiries, and now Dutton threatening to break up insurance companies. So they understand. It's interesting, isn't it? As you correctly point out, it is the people power, but it's actually being recognised by the politicians. But
we have to get them to recognise it a whole lot more, and it's fascinating to watch.
But isn't it interesting
Dutton and Albanese?
No, what is fascinating to watch is you being closer on this issue to Peter Dutton than you are to Anthony Albanese.
Okay, I'm actually closer to Joe Biden. Biden, if you were a wonk about monopoly busting, ran the most progressive agenda.
What was the name of her?
Lena Khan.
Oh, she was amazing.
Lena Khan gets the first quote in my book, so very deliberately. Since Teddy Roosevelt, the closest we've had is Joe Biden. Unfortunately, Joe Biden couldn't really share that with us because he lost the ability to communicate effectively.
Yeah.
But he ran a very strong agenda trying to challenge the companies that are completely out of control and dangerous now. And to some extent, weirdly, the Republicans have also embraced it. J.D. Vance wants to break up monopolies, possibly.
Except tech monopolies.
Yes, except tech monopolies. And Dutton has taken his cue from the Republicans. At the moment, Albanese hasn't, to my disappointment, but I'm hoping, because I think, I grew up a Labor Party person and have always been a Labor Party person, often a bitchy one, but nevertheless, we all do that in the Labor Party. But the biggest problem, I think, besetting the Labor Party and its ilk across the world is its relationship with corporations. At the moment, it can't bring itself to position itself as a strong supporter of strong regulation, dynamic regulation
is that because
corporate power.
it's this is going almost back to the beginning of our talk. isn't that really because corporations are better at espousing the socially progressive values? I say espousing, not actually living. Espousing the socially progressive values of progressive political parties. And that has drawn Labor, the US Democrats, the British Labor Party closer to the big corporate interests of their countries.
I hope you're wrong, because I think that's also just ethics washing.
I mean, look at the Voice, and the Business Council of Australia, and a lot of marriage equality. Big business has been behind all of these social, I would say, advances. And as the conservative parties have gotten further and further away from business, and so that's quite, and obviously my favourite subject, Albanese being the Labor government under Albanese being very close to Qantas. So it is this inversion. You can see it, surely.
Let me be very clear about one thing. It isn't big business who've achieved same-sex marriage. Let's be very clear about that.
No, but
they jumped on board when it was already a popular. Yeah. If you analyse,
but they did. They came out in support of the Voice.
It's all right. If you analyse their support for progressive social causes, you'll find it's been embraced when it's good for the bottom line, and now we're seeing big business abandon all its Black Lives Matter, social justice credentials, particularly in America, because it's going to be very bad for their bottom line.
Yeah.
Big business is not going to help you win big gains in changing power, in advancing the cause of social justice. I challenged you before, and I'll challenge you now publicly, about whether you've read the encyclopedia of big business gains in social justice.
I'm going to walk into this one and say, no, I have not.
Because it doesn't exist, right? So this part drives me crazy, because there's a lot of people under 40, and I know I'm sounding like an old codger now, who have swallowed the Kool-Aid and think corporations are forces for betterment, and they'll abandon it when it gets hard, and it always gets hard. If you know anything about progressive politics, it's hard. People don't hand over power willingly. It's a fight, it's messy, it's all of the things that businesses have to avoid to look after their bottom line and their brand. And secondly, it distracts from what the reality of politics is, which is on the streets, alliances, community building, the tedious work of trying to persuade, petition gathering, marching, all of those things, writing articles, all of the things that are a slog that you have to persist in to try and get serious change. Big business is not going to be there when it counts, when it gets very tough, and you have the inevitable pushback. And we're going to see that flow through into Australian corporations, despite what the pages of the Financial Review say at the moment, that the commitments are going to remain. It's not going to remain, because big business is global, and these things flow through as orthodoxy eventually right throughout the world.
Yes, well, we'll all be careful about believing everything we read in the Financial Review. We're going to, in a minute, we're going to open to questions. So there's the mics just down here in the aisle for anyone who's feeling brave. And I would only say that I thought the big businesses' support for the Voice was the more relevant example of something that I don't think went very well for them.
No.
Because they were found to be in the minority. I agree, they jumped on board with marriage equality, but they were found to be in the minority.
And that was really awful to watch. That was awful to watch, because you could see that debate was not going to be prosecuted well by big business.
But there's you feel no gratitude towards big business for supporting what you thought was a just cause?
No.
Okay. Tough judge, but I respect that. So you might say, I might finish up, you might say that you were cancelled yourself a few years ago. It was a case of uncanny timing, just as you were seeking Labor pre-selection for the Senate. Now, I wouldn't be doing my job as a journalist if I didn't ask you if you still harboured ambition to hold political office?
No. I mean, I think for someone like me who uses fairly colourful language and can be outspoken, it's a very difficult road to hoe. And I think I have more impact, if I can put it that way, in what I do outside.
Well, there's
There's
two different issues there, I think.
Yeah.
But one, I think you're probably right. You can actually make more of a difference outside Parliament these days. But firstly, when you say, "Oh, look, I say what I think," is effectively what you're saying. Therefore, I probably either can't get into Parliament or I don't belong there. What's that say about the state of democracy?
It says that there's a very narrow conception about what the Overton window is for aspiring candidates. A lot of the candidates come in with a pretty invisible footprint about their views, and that the parties are very concerned about controlling messaging, not having anyone too colourful or outspoken, and then I think there's a big fear of what the Murdoch press will do on the Labor side if you produce more outspoken candidates.
Well,
there's a bit of a queue up here.
Oh, crikey! All right, well, we better get started with the questions then. Don't show me up.
Thank you very much. Good to be here again. Look, there's an old saying, no honour among thieves. One might expand it to no honour among many corporations or politicians. The Labor spokesperson years ago, Graham Richardson, stated, "Whatever it takes." I think that's a famous comment by him. What do you think of that approach from our leaders, either party? Also, I've got Leandra's book here. If she wants it, I'll be in the coffee area. Thank you.
Politics is notoriously ruthless, and so that quote, I think, reflects the more ruthless side of the business, of which Graham Richardson was an excellent practitioner. At its best, politics is more principled, but it is always a clash between principle, pragmatism, with quite a lot of ruthlessness thrown in by all concerned.
Hello. I haven't heard you mention the Australian Competition and Consumer Corporation, but I think that Rod Sims has done a pretty wonderful job in very difficult circumstances.
Yeah.
And I think that what stands out is that the employment of finance postdocs by the ACCC is abysmal. Why hasn't he got 40 or 50 postdocs in finance advising him? As far as I can tell, they're getting run over every time someone goes before them. And that's called regulatory capture. Now, it won't apply to all major industries, but it does to gas, electricity, places like Qantas. And I really feel that, there is a fight to be had, and we should respect our postdocs much more in giving them that opportunity and supporting the work of the ACCC, because they're up against the biggest brains in the world. I mean, an Oxford PhD in mathematics.
All right. Can I say, I think you point to a really important issue, which is the role of regulators. And regulators essentially went to sleep for 30 or 40 years to allow that sort of corporate concentration to occur. Amongst the few individuals in Australia who agree with a lot of the sentiments in the book are Rod Sims and Alan Fells. But the regulators are yet to be let off the leash to start to deal with the industries now that are terribly concentrated. To his credit, Andrew Leigh has introduced some new laws trying to deal with future concentration, but a lot of the damage has been done.
It's funny how ACCC chairmen always find their teeth just after they leave the ACCC.
Like politicians can do.
Sorry.
Thank you. In terms of destroying free speech and the rights of individuals, how defendable will be the position of university employees given their recent take-up of the new definition of anti-Semitism if they speak up and lose their jobs or are threatened?
Good question. Universities, there's a whole chapter in Working for the Brand about the situation of universities and academics. And as universities have become more corporatised, like arts organisations, you put corporate heavies on the boards of these organisations, you start to introduce things like brand management and huge salaries. Academics now are getting sacked in large numbers over Gaza in America. In the book, I argue that it's one of the few bits of optimism I have that the NTU has fought very hard on academic freedom, and in a number of cases I've been involved in, we've stopped people being sacked. That's the only place in the labour market where we've had success. So fingers crossed that continues.
Years ago, when I was a Greens candidate, I taxed John Faulkner, one of my Labor heroes, with his party's acceptance of big donations from planet and social equality destroying sources. And he said bluntly, if we don't do it, you'll have a coalition government forever. Is there any alternative to changing the world, in our world anyway, but for independents and others to destroy the major parties? And that will depend, would it not, on a hell of a lot of donations from an interested political public and some nice philanthropic billionaires.
Yeah, so we all now know that there's a huge drift away from the major parties in a way we haven't seen in our lifetime. Whether that's going to continue is going to depend on, I think, what you're talking about and whether the independents continue to gather strong support, financial and otherwise.
Thank you to both of you for your presentation. Maybe a question to both of you. Doesn't the effect of the rapid action by institutional shareholders after the Juukan Gorge disaster in causing the demise of the CEO and several directors give a glimmer of hope?
Sorry, what was that last part?
Doesn't that give a glimmer of hope?
Yes, yeah, well...
A glimmer of hope, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I was quite involved in that story. I wrote 65 columns calling for the head of the CEO of Rio Tinto that year before they got him. And I can tell you that the Church of England, who was a large shareholder of Rio Tinto, was not interested in the destruction of Juukan Gorge Caves. It was Australian Super, Uni Super and the Future Fund who stood up in the end and called for his head and then said to the chairman, you should follow him out the door. So, yes, I'm a big supporter of, I think that industry super has played a huge role in improving the governance, the expectations of governance of public companies, much more so than we've had in the past. I think that is a positive development. I don't know about your view.
My view quickly is no, it doesn't give me much hope. It's a standard corporate play. Rio Tinto presented itself as heroic friends of the Indigenous community. If you read everything that Joe wrote about Juukan Gorge, that was always ethics washing and vacuous. And I have no faith that there won't be another example unless we seriously regulate. It shouldn't be for the Future Fund or a couple of industry super funds to do the work of politicians and taming the excesses of big business.
As a retired unionist, I'd like to thank Josh for his victory over Qantas and Alan Joyce. I think it was a great day when that was announced. I've just got a question to both of you really about a duopoly that affects both of us in this country, Woolies and Coles. And I suppose what I'm interested in, is there something to be gained for us as consumers by the economies of scale and that sort of thing that they present in such a big country?
I'm going to defer to Joe on this one. I feel like this is another answer that is that's raising my blood pressure, because I'm not sure that my view here is going to be very popular. Look, the thing is, my view is, if you look, speaking of price gouging companies, bearing in mind that large supermarket companies in this country have about a 5% EBIT margin, which means, for every dollar of sales, they make 5 cents of profit. That's not actually very high. If you compare it to, say, Qantas's domestic business, it's supposed to be the hardest industry in the world. That's on a 17% EBIT margin. So I don't buy that the supermarkets are sort of institutionally price gouging. I think my concern about the supermarkets is what they do to their suppliers and what they've done to farmers and to people in agriculture in this country. So I think that's the bigger concern, would be my answer. Yeah.
This will be the last question.
I'm from Australian Unions for Western Sahara and very concerned about procurement and the ethical sustainable governance that superannuation funds have. And it just interested me just recently when all of our super fund trustees went over to America to say that we've got 620 billion or whatever the amount is to spend in the American economy. And it just was the timing when Trump is using companies and money to exploit, I guess, Ukraine on its resources. So in a way, perceivably some sort of protection company or a country. It's just a bit of comment around that sort of issue.
My read of that trip was that it was about trying to persuade the Trump administration that it wouldn't be a good idea to introduce tariffs against Australia. So that's how I read that trip.
Unless you were talking about the superannuation forum they had in Washington, I'm not sure. So there are people in the US trying to convince the US government that a way to help address income inequality in the United States would be if they had a super system like ours, a compulsory super system. Now, of course, we know the Trump administration's will do basically what big corporations want it to do. So there's no way big corporations are going to say, sure, we'll pay an extra 12% to each person we employ in order to make their retirement more secure. Yep. So, whatever the motivations of it, it is an absolute pipe dream. It will never, ever happen.
Yep.
So that's unfortunately the end of the session. Help keep Writers Week free. So you can donate by scanning the QR code on the stage screens. And we ask you to support our author Josh by buying his books in copious numbers. And he'll even sign them for you in the book tent after this session. But thank you for being such a great audience.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome from us too. I'm Susan Wyndham. I'm a writer and journalist and delighted to be here talking to Robert Desai. Robert's been a guest of Adelaide Writers' Week many times, so many of you know what a brilliant, entertaining speaker and writer he is. And his writing career actually began here. Back in the early 1990s, Robert was well known as an ABC broadcaster about books in particular, a scholar and translator of Russian literature, but suddenly he had a story of his own. One day during Writers' Week, he had lunch with the novelist Thea Astley at Jolly's Boathouse, and he told her that at the age of 45, he had just met his birth mother. Thea's response was, "Well, if you don't write that story, I will." Robert did write that story of adoption and discovery in his memoir, A Mother's Disgrace, and he's been writing ever since. In his very personal, lightly erudite voice, he's a master storyteller in books of fiction, memoir, travel, literary biography, chatty essays, all blended together sometimes, from the unforgettable Night Letters to Twilight of Love, following the travels of Ivan Turgenev, and arabesques about André Gide, to two recent books on growing older, What Days Are For and The Time of Our Lives. Robert lives in Hobart with his partner, the writer Peter Timms, and I say that because Peter is in the book, and so is Hobart. And I'm really glad he could drop up here to talk to us about his new book, Chameleon. Now, just in a sentence, Chameleon is Robert Desai's story of becoming the man he is now at 80 or just 81, as told to the young man that he was. Now, Robert, the Chameleon, which is a beautiful book which made me laugh and cry and think deeply. And
really, did it really make you cry?
I don't think any tears fell, but it made me very moved and at times sad.
Yes,
but mainly uplifted and amused and entertained.
Good,
Anyway, you run the gamut.
Good.
But I found the subtitle of Chameleon somewhat tame, a memoir of art, travel, ideas and love. And then inside we're told the book is based on true events, which is a rather provocative opening. I wondered what you mean by based on truth and how much we can believe what you tell us.
Well, you see, I watched Baby Reindeer. Did anyone here watch Baby Reindeer? It was fantastic. I loved it. And that also was about events that the writer said had really happened. He said, this is the truth. And he got sued for however many hundreds of millions of dollars it was for writing this book. I don't know what the outcome of the court case was. But when I saw that, I'd finished my book, was with the publisher, I added the page that said, based on true events, because I don't want to be taken to court and sued for hundreds of millions of dollars, particularly about one particular man and one particular school. So it was just a safety thing. I always tell lies. That's what I do. I am interested in entertaining my audience, so I base what I say on truth. But I want you to sit with my books and think, I'm having a great time here. The truth of my small life, and it is a small life, we all have small lives, is that it is not endlessly fascinating. It's interesting occasionally, every second Tuesday. But really, I have a very small, ordinary life. And so I have to tell stories to invite you in, to entertain you.
And you've managed to slice it up and come at it from different directions in so many ways, haven't you? We'll talk about that, but let's start with Chameleon. On the surface, this book, Chameleon, seems like a casual, rambling, sometimes gossipy conversation that the reader overhears almost by chance. But it has a very complex, artful structure, which I imagine took a lot of work. It's lightly packed with a lifetime of knowledge and experience. I wondered, Robert, how did you decide on the way to tell this particular story? Where did you begin? How did you find the structure?
I began with the first line of the book. I looked out the window and there was the spire of St George's Church in Battery Point in Hobart. And I don't approve of anything that happens at St George's Church in Battery Point in Hobart. But I'm aware that this is an important cultural monument. And so I thought, I've got to get this church into the second line of my book. And this room is blue. So I got blue and the church steeple into my book from the beginning. And there they have stayed. And this is how I tell stories. It's the only way you can tell a story if you do not have a momentous tale to tell. And I don't have a momentous tale to tell. I mentioned St George's steeple going up into the sky with a cross on the top and a seagull on top of the cross. And I mentioned the blue room, the blue room that I'm sitting in. And I think colour, religion, night, and the man I'm looking at on television, T.E. Lawrence. Take a deep breath and start writing. And I did. And I have the sensation, I don't know if this is clear to you, of pulling, you know the way magicians used to pull pennants out of, was it rabbits' mouths or out of hats? One pennant would bring the next pennant, and the next pennant, and the next pennant, and they seem to be infinite. And this is what I do with stories. I pull one out, one little story about St George's steeple, and lo and behold, if I pull, there is another story. It could be about the cross on top, it could be about seagulls, it could be about blueness, it could be about T.E. Lawrence, it could be about Arabs, it could be anything. That's how my mind works. I think that's how most people's minds work. But I try to give you, the reader, a sense of the, what would you say, the haphazardness of this storytelling. In reality, every syllable is chiseled.
Yes. That's what I'm telling your readers, that it feels casual, feels as though you just took notes. No.
I'm not a casual person.
And would you say the voice in this book is your voice, or is how constructed it is? Largely, yes, but chiselled.
Lightly but chiselled, I like that sentence. Yes, it is my voice. It's slightly bossy, isn't it? Just slightly bossy.
Well, that's you.
But that's me.
Yeah.
I have strong opinions. They're often wrong, but they are strong, and I articulate them quite clearly. That's me. That's how I operate in the world. I think partly, I don't know whether you think this is a good excuse or not, partly I'm very affected by the sort of people I spent time with in Moscow a lifetime ago. And really, I was in Moscow 60 years ago. And particularly Jewish people I knew in Moscow, where the idea was that you would express your opinions strongly. You might even abuse people who disagreed with you, but there was no hostility. We don't do that in Australia. If I tell you that you are talking absolute bollocks, you take offence in Australia. In Moscow in 1966, not necessarily. It's part of a kind of game. It's a rivalry. It's a fencing game. And I think I do that. That's me. And it's in this book. On the one hand, this. On the other hand, that.
Now, to create that sort of on the one hand and on the other hand, you've actually created 3 characters in this book, which also gives the book its structure and its sort of narrative energy, because it's not just Robert talking to the reader, it's Robert talking to 2 other people. And I wondered if, could you give us a snapshot of each of the 3 characters in this book? What would you tell us about yourself as a man now? Who are you? Briefly.
Now?
Who is Robert who's sitting here?
Oh, goodness me. Suddenly I feel quite old. Other people in the audience who are 81 will know what I mean. 79, that's fine. 81 is not fine. 80, yes, it is, someone says in the front row. It's more of a challenge. What am I? I think that I am a very happy person who has learnt over the years to concentrate not on being right, but on being happy. And other people obviously are doing the same thing in the audience. When I was young, Thomas Robert Jones, who was one of the characters who's in the book, to whom I speak all the way through the book, Thomas Robert is Pierrot. Do you remember Pierrot? He was white or sometimes black and white. But Harlequin is multicolored. And this book is about turning from Pierrot into a kind of Harlequin character, a multicolored character, a chameleon character, a character who will turn somersaults, who will turn cartwheels for you. Well, my younger self would not have done that. I think I'm more playful than I was when I was young. Probably don't look playful, do I? That's because the joints are seizing up. No, they're not really. They're doing quite well. Thanks to Pilates, by the way. I'll just get in a word for Pilates at this point. Oh, there's a Pilates enthusiast on the right-hand side. I think I'm a handful. My partner says, you're not difficult, but you are a handful. I think I probably am.
What does he mean? When does he have to pull you up?
Well, I'm a sort of travelling show, really. And I think that is difficult to keep under control. You would have to ask him, but that's his word. You're a handful. So I go away a couple of times a year, go to India or go to Sri Lanka or somewhere, and be a handful a long way from home, where I'm not inconveniencing anybody.
Which is really what this book is about.
Do you think?
Partly, yes.
Partly,
I keep saying partly, but because there's so much in it. But yes, so you have these two lives, these two halves to your lives. Let's just mention, because he's my favourite character, the third person in this book,
yes,
who is your friend Niall.
Yes.
Now, Niall is a rather sceptical friend who interjects in Robert's trying to tell his story to his younger Thomas Robert Jones, as he was, as a young man. And Niall makes me laugh a lot. And you have little digs at him. For example, in the book, Robert writes, Haruki Murakami, the Japanese writer, said, while some pain in a lifetime is inevitable, suffering is optional. And then you say, a little glib, so Niall loves it. But on the money, surely. So you've got these two voices interacting with each other. Can you tell us who is Niall?
Me. Lui, c'est moi. I put it in the beginning of the book. Lui, c'est moi. In French, because it's a quote from Joyce, and Joyce wrote it in French. I wanted a fictional me. And then I called him Piers originally, because I wanted an upper-class name. I wanted him to be a teacher at a very smart school near the water in Melbourne. Mm-hmm. Not Melbourne Grammar, necessarily.
There goes the lawsuit.
There goes the lawsuit. And then I went to Ireland by mistake. I was going to Morocco, but I went to Ireland by mistake. If you've been to Heathrow, you'll know what the problem can sometimes be. And I had a week in Ireland. Well, it just blew the top of my head off. I'd never gone to Ireland. Here I am, never having gone to Ireland. I've been to Colombia. I've been to Ladakh. I've been to Tunisia, Cairo, anywhere you can think of, Lithuania, for heaven's sake. But I've never been there. So, what was I explaining?
I can't remember. I asked you about who is Niall. And
I went to Ireland and I thought, I need to make him more Irish. I really liked Ireland.
Right.
I thought Ireland was priest-ridden, but I couldn't find a priest for love or money in Ireland. I mean, it has really turned into a very interesting secular state. Mm. I loved Dublin, I loved Cork, I loved the trade between the two. And I thought, right, I'm going to rename him, and I called him Niall, after a much-loved Irish writer called Niall Williams. Some of you will have read Niall Williams. Mm.
Who is here,
I'll
yes.
call you Niall. And it works quite well, I think.
I believed Niall was a real person. That's how well Robert created him. But I know Robert plays tricks, so I wasn't 100% certain.
Well, my publisher also was very worried that he might be a real person and contacted his lawyer. But I had 2 lawyers read the Niall sections to make sure that it all...
And Niall's a little bit mysterious. He's in the background, and we're told only through most of the book that he's been shaken recently by an incident.
Yes, an incident.
So we wonder about what's happened to Niall to make him a bit cynical and a bit anxious.
He had an incident at the very expensive boys' private school in Melbourne, not so far from the water in Melbourne. Probably not so far from St Kilda Road, in fact. But that's his business, not my business. But I had huge fun with... Now, you see, it seems to me that if I just write about Thomas Robert Jones, I just write about Robert Desai, who lives in St George's Terrace, now apostrophe Hobart, then I'm limited. Really, I am limited. If I make up Niall, it's true, but it's not factual. There's a difference. And I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Niall. I enjoyed saying things as Robert and having this other version of myself come back at me and say, you've got to be joking. Why would I believe that? That's bullshit. And that's what Niall does.
Works very well.
But I'm glad. Someone else whom you saw here on the stage, I think it was, well, David Marr, he goes by the name David Marr, he said he didn't like Niall. I was terribly disappointed, and I can't imagine why. I think Niall, in his own way, is quite lovable.
Oh, he is. And he's you, so therefore he has to be lovable.
Aren't you?
Anyway, let's move.
Anyway.
Niall is very much the third character here, but very important.
Yes.
I want to go back to Thomas Robert Jones because he, unlike you, in his Pierrot years, he started out as a young adopted boy growing up in Lane Cove, which you may not know is a
You don't
sort
know
of...
Lane Cove, do you? You must have one in Adelaide, but I don't know what it is.
So back then, when Robert, or Thomas Robert, was growing up, it was a very bushy outer northern suburb, extremely bland in Sydney, where nothing happened.
Well, Nicole Kidman was born.
That's right. Yes.
She lived in Lane Cove.
But Thomas Robert was living with his very nice adoptive parents, Jean and Tom, and you were then a sweet, conventional boy in many ways. Weren't you?
I have to leave that to you.
Okay, well, that's how you come across. But, Robert, we have a few things in common, and I'm going to touch on one of them because it's the only time you will be interviewed by another Christian Scientist in your travels. I went to the Christian Science Church with my mother as a child in Sydney. Robert did the same, and in fact we went to the same church for a while. I've only learnt recently. But most people wouldn't have a clue what the Christian Science Church is anymore. But I wonder, would you tell us just a little bit about what the church is and how you found it and what it meant to you then as a child? Because this is a book about church and religion, in a sense.
Well, you see, I'm not one of those people who rejects his religious past. I mean, I don't go to church. I haven't been to church for many years. I think, like most people, I don't feel the need for religion as scaffolding for my ways of looking at the world. Do you know what I mean? It's not that I'm against other people using that scaffolding, but I don't feel the need for it. And by and large in our society, I don't think many people do anymore. Including in Ireland, of course. But these were different days. This is over 70 years ago, 72, 73 years ago. My mother was doing the washing, and I said to her, I don't think I want to go to the Presbyterian church anymore because I don't think Jesus was God. And she said, don't you, sweetheart? Well, why don't you go to the Christian Science Church? Because they don't think Jesus was God either. Now, she was a nurse. She had seen Christian Science in action as a nurse. I don't know exactly what she thought, but she was pleased that I would go, and I did. Now, 60 or 70 years later, I see it as a kind of Hindu religion, and that's how I write about it in the book. I see God in Christian Science as very much Brahman, really. And I know that in those years, as the Western gaze moved from China and Japan to India, as it did, that Hindu ideas started to infiltrate the West. And I think that Christian Science is a kind of Christian version of a particular kind of Vedanta religion called Advaita, where there is only one reality, and that is Brahman. Not two realities, as there are for most people most of the time. There's now, and then there's later, or there's now, and then there's a spiritual self, or there's now, and there's a soul. I don't think so. And that religion became my still point, if that's the right word. It just did, and I don't regret it for half a second. It orientated me. It became a kind of my magnetic north. And
it was a 19th century American religion from Boston when a lot of new religions were being formed in small places. But it became hugely popular, and it came to Australia in the early 20th century. And my mother's mother and her family took it up, and my mother stuck with it. And I went to Sunday school. Mum would always be, when we watched movies and television, she'd say, "Oh, Doris Day was a Christian Scientist. Oh, that actor was a Christian Scientist." Lots of famous people. It was very mainstream for a while.
But were all of Doris Day's husbands Christian Scientists? That's what I would like to know.
I don't know.
She had 8.
I don't think so.
Or Ginger Rogers and so forth and so on.
Yes, that's right.
But that's never impressed me, really. It was always
but it was not just a tiny little cult.
No, it wasn't just a tiny sect, but it was class-centred. That is to say, in Adelaide, it would be certain people from certain suburbs who went to the church in North Terrace when it was there. But it has all sort of gone fat, really, like Theosophy and like other religions that came basically from the East in the 19th century. But I'm a 19th century person, and this really suited me just fine. And compared to Russian Orthodoxy, for which I have no time whatsoever, or the other religions of the desert, for which I really have very little time, this was something that fed me for years and years, and I miss it. Should I? I don't know, perhaps you don't, but I do. I miss it. I realise that there is only one narrative in my life now, and that is the narrative of the life that I lead. Well, in those days, there was a grander narrative. It was beautiful. And I put that in the book. I promised not to talk about it again, and I don't, although I do actually. But it was beautiful. And there's no priesthood, and there are no priests, and it was women-dominated, and I liked that. That's the great tragedy of gay men. You see that they love women and love being with women, and women fill the horizon for them. And that church was very much female-dominated. Perhaps all churches are nowadays, I don't really know. There was no Christmas, there was no Easter. It was all the adventure that you were having in your mind.
Did you take to the idea of spiritual healing, which is part of the
Yes, I
religion?
took to all of it. I'm not trying to justify it or say it was right. I'm saying I had a really good time with it.
Good. And I think, as with most religion, if you're raised in a church and if you feel something for it, it stays part of you, no matter how far away from it you turn. Yeah.
It does. Yesterday when I lost my wallet, left it on a plane, why do I do these things? I left it on a plane yesterday. They wouldn't book me into the hotel because, of course, I had no proof that I was who I was saying that I was. I immediately start thinking in the Christian Science way from all those years ago about the wallet and about getting it back and how I might get it back. And I got it back, I must say.
Yes, you kind of trust that this greater being of goodness and love and truth will
that there is a
find
biggest
a solution.
Connectedness. And you were included in this connectedness. And I give some interesting examples, I think, of how I thought in those days. I'm not asking anyone to think the way that I thought. Not at all.
No.
But I would like my readers to think, well, he's lucky, really, that he had such a joyful experience, I suppose.
That's good.
Now, well, of course, I'm faced with what everyone is ultimately faced with, and that is their own nothingness. But the thing about Christian Science and also Advaita Hinduism, Advaita Vedantism, is that you are told of your nothingness every day. There is nothing except Brahman, or in Christian Science, God. That's it. And no less a philosopher than Ben Whishaw said recently in a program about Shakespeare, until you recognize your own nothingness, you cannot live well in the world. And I think he's right. I think gradually over the last 5 to 10 years, as I acknowledge my nothingness, that there is no one there. There is something there, but who is there is not who I thought was there. So I acknowledge my own nothingness. I'm more at ease in the world. Much more at ease in the world. And this is wonderful, and I'm grateful. These are the great years of my life.
So good to hear this from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Things changed. So Robert Thomas Jones in Lane Cove, going to Christian Science Church, had a first illumination, really, which, as you can sense, his views started to turn, west from here, I suppose, to the Middle East, to the East. And it was, as you've mentioned, T.E. Lawrence of Arabia, on the screen, that...
On his motorbike.
Who suddenly sparked something in you. Can you tell us about that?
T.E. Lawrence said, I'm not the man everyone thinks I am, and I'm not the man I thought I would be. And sitting in the blue room with St. George's Terrace, St. George's Spire outside my window, I thought, and this is true, I thought, I'm not who everyone thinks I am. All the nice people who come to my sessions, the Adelaide Writers' Festival, or the Melbourne Writers' Festival, or at the Byron Bay Writers' Festival, I'm not that person. I have sides to me that I wouldn't even want to find the words for in public. They are real. I do find some words in this book because it's a more intimate act, writing a book, than speaking to you here today. But I am not who you think I am, and I am not who I wanted to be or thought that I would be when I was Thomas Robert Jones. I am not. I have failed to be. I've turned into something else. I don't know quite what it is. What I am is a sound. I am words. I am conversation. That's what I am. I don't do things, do I? I just talk. Not only in English, by the way. I'm now learning, at the age of whatever I am, Indonesian. Why? Because it gives me pleasure. I love learning it. I can't say very much, but I've been doing it for years. And oddly enough, I found that my father, my adoptive father, Tom, who was born in the 1880s, by the way, the 1880s, a long time ago, Tom also, in his final years, turned to Indonesian and started to learn Indonesian. Australians are turning away from Indonesian in huge numbers. They're not learning it. What are they learning? They're learning French.
Are they?
Why? Yes, they're learning French, they're learning German. Why? French is a wonderful language. I've even spoken it today. But it is quite useless. Quite useless. And I do apologize to the Frenchman sitting in the second row over there. It serves no purpose whatsoever, except possibly in Burkina Faso or somewhere like that. But we want to learn French. Why do we want to learn French? Because it says, deep down, I'm a European. And in Orlando Fides' book about the Europeans, one sees how central French was in the 19th century to your sense of who you were, to your sense of being a European and not a barbarian, and not an African and not an Asian or something unmentionable, but to being a European. And still, deep down, I think we feel French is the language, actually. I want to speak French, and I want to use lots of subjunctives, if possible.
Well, you mentioned, there may be others, but you mentioned the book. You say, languages made up my mind's geometry.
Yes.
I love that sentence.
Do
and
you?
You mentioned French, Russian, you tried Italian, Polish, Estonian, and is it Quechua? which is from
Which
Peru.
one? Oh, that's a joke.
Okay.
Yes.
And Japanese. You tried Japanese? Anyway, languages have been very important.
Very,
you
very.
obviously have a facility.
What else can I do?
Well,
Nothing. I can't drive a car. I can't play football. I don't even know the rules of football.
Well, the way I see you, Robert, is that there's almost two parts. There's the European part, which is the intellectual part, which took you to Moscow, down the road of learning Russian, translating Russian literature into English, and all that was going on. And yet you were also drawn, which is really much more in this book, to a more sultry, hot part of
sultry.
the world.
I like sultry.
Well,
That's
can
a
you
great
call the
word.
desert sultry?
It's
I'm
true.
not sure.
No, it's sultry. It's
But
sultry.
Morocco awakened another part of you when you first went there.
Morocco was in 1966. Arrived there in 1966 for the first time. I've been a number of times since. Morocco. In Morocco, I found my ideal side. I found my primal side. The side you see on the stage today is not my primal self. God alone knows what self it is, but it's not my primal self. There is a primal self, and I smelt it in Morocco. And it changed the way I viewed myself. I saw possibilities for myself.
What did it smell of?
Sex.
Okay, I've got you to say it.
I didn't do anything, in the sense that everyone uses the phrase, did you do anything? I didn't do anything, but the penny dropped. This is exciting to me. This represents a self which is there inside me. Inside me, there is no female self. There is a primal male self. And I smelt that self in Morocco. I mean, it could have been anywhere. It could have been Nigeria. It could have been Bolivia. It could have been Peru. Although not really Peru, not really Bolivia, because they're not part of that swathe that I'm in love with, that goes from Portugal and Morocco right across the southern Mediterranean and North Africa, through the Middle East and into India, and dribbles off into Sulawesi.
I learnt that lovely term, the sotatic zone.
Yes, it's a zone where they have a different view, I think a more imaginative view than we have in Australia, of masculinity. That there is an infinite number of malenesses, and of course of femalenesses, but I'm not in a position to write about the femalenesses, but there is an infinity of malenesses. Whereas in our society, basically, you're a man or you're a woman, and you may be, I suppose, a gay man or a gay woman, but I feel you can be one of all sorts of men. And in my book, I talk about some of them, and I think that there's been a failure of the imagination in Australia. People feel that they have to do things to their body. What I have learnt in Asia, particularly in India and in Indonesia, is that it's not a matter of what you do to your body, it's a matter of what you act out. And I talk about that in the book. So that I act out a number of masculine selves which are not as masculine as a man next door in Lane Cove would have liked me to be. But now, of course, I see that as his problem, not my problem, really. He was outraged. Excuse me.
Even after you'd smelt sex in Morocco and learnt to understand yourself in a different way, you came back to Australia and you married Lisa.
But people did get married in those days.
I know. But what were you doing in marrying Lisa? Were you trying to be normal?
No. You see, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't think I wasn't normal.
Did you know you were gay? Had you accepted you were gay,
wasn't gay
at that point? Okay.
I was me.
Okay.
I was me. I use gay sometimes because it's shorthand, and I'm not against its use. I'm just me, and I'm a mixture not always successful, of many kinds of selves, but there is no woman inside me. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to dress as a woman or be a woman. So I got married because everyone got married in those days. I mean, everyone got married to the opposite sex in those days. Not everyone, but 99.9% of the population. And it seemed to me that, you know, one sort of looked around and then one thought, actually, I think I'll get married. And I did. And one set up house. Oh, setting up house is so important. Well, I got tired of that. One day in a supermarket in Canberra, I thought, I don't want to live like this until I'm 90. I don't want to be good. I want to be happy. I don't want to be with one person forever. I want to experience many people. And it's easier, I think, for people like me. Sorry, I've got something in my throat. I'll just have another sip. Excuse me, please.
There are tissues there too.
I'm getting overexcited.
I'll just add as an aside that you completely don't need to know, but another thing we have in common is that my first marriage when I was young to a man who later decided he was gay and now lives with another man, and I married to another man. And so I had that phase in my life too. We set up house very happily together. So I understand.
Well, you do it,
I'm
and
not
there's a
saying
joy
we
in
were
it.
the same as you, but
No.
it was right at the time.
It was right at the time. I mean, we didn't go to IKEA or anything like that, but we did buy furniture. And in India, they use the word, what do they say? It's not set up house, it's a similar word that they use in India. This is something that heterosexuals do. And if you want, in India, to have sex with your own sex, that doesn't bother people if it's in private. But what you must not do is set up house. Setting up house is what a man and a woman do. I did that. It was wonderful for 7 years, I suppose. But it wasn't me who tired of it, really. It was my wife who tired of it. I don't think I was a very good husband. Why are you nodding like that?
I'm listening, paying attention.
Well,
I'm wondering if you're a good
material.
husband now.
Well, I think it works well now because in the world that I live in, it's acceptable to live together as intimate partners.
And still be a handful.
And still be a handful.
Okay.
Occasionally.
Well, okay, so you got time. I have to just read one sentence because I love the way you've written this. In Morocco, Robert writes, as a young man, half a lifetime ago, blissfully forgetting who I was at home, a Protestant who believes in things, in progress, reason, loving kindness, even as socialism, in Canberra, in a word, and its goodness. He could walk away from all that, forget it. But you were still that in part. And I just wondered, I mean, sometimes when we think of the Middle East from this distance, with the material that we're fed, we see countries of strict rules, repression, not treating women very well, possibly not treating men very well in different guises. But you found freedom there. Can you tell us what those countries, not just Morocco, but those countries have given you and where you've found most interest?
I suppose that I felt I could experiment with selves in India and even in Java, but certainly in Tunisia or Morocco, that I could not experiment with in Australia, illegally. But Islam and sexuality is a big subject, and I'm not going to go into it here today. But they have a different attitude to sexuality and to friendship from the English attitude, which we have inherited. If it's in private, all things are possible. I just found it exciting at that time in my life. I mean, at this time in my life, goodness me, you know, by about 5 o'clock, I really have to sit down, and I sit down for the rest of the evening. I mean, I don't have much energy to be anything very exciting. But still in my mind, I suppose, yes, I still play games.
And French was, I suppose, the language you used in Morocco. Have you ever learned other languages that took you through the Middle East or into Asia?
You only need French and English, really.
Yeah,
French can take you all the way to Makassar, really, not so far from Australia. I love travelling. I love travelling because things become possible that are simply not possible at home. Home is all very well, but certain things cannot be contemplated at home. I don't want to be at home all the time. I want to play in the great playground of life. People think life is some sort of a journey. I don't think life is a journey. I don't think I've ever thought life is a journey. Life is a playground. And what that zone brings out in me is that I will be kind to myself, say childlikeness, not childishness. I have kept alive a childlikeness, a childishness, I suppose I must admit really, that married men cannot keep alive. It's an enjoyment with play, but it's a refusal to come inside when mother says so. No, I'm staying on the street and I'm playing with the other kids. It's mummery, and it's wearing masks, and it's turning cartwheels. And I know I should have grown up. I know I should have become a real man. I know I should have become, what is the right word in English? Solid and stable. I failed to do that.
Why should you? All you have to do is be
Because
you.
the world needs people who are stable and reliable and solid and knowable through and through, whereas I want to play. I want you to show me your toys.
Later. You do talk in the book about this lovely word, shadow play. What does that mean?
Well, you won't all agree, but I suppose. But in Indonesia, I have seen shadow play, where you have puppets behind a screen and a light behind the screen. And on the screen, you see, well, the Ramayana usually, but behind the screen, all sorts of things are going on. And it can be quite primitive. I mean, the puppets can be quite primitive. And in this book, I sort of see life a bit like that, that I wanted people to sit on one side of the screen and see the Ramayana, see a story that was approved of and that had the right kinds of heroes and heroines and adventures, whereas actually on the other side of the screen, it was chaotic. And gradually, in Morocco, I think in particular, I began to throw light, or life through light, on what was going on behind the screen. And I realized that what was on the screen was really not the truth at all. It was just a public performance. And here I'm doing a public performance, and I'm being very nice, and I'm not using any rude words. And it was you who'd made me say sex, otherwise I would never have said it.
I count that my achievement of the week.
No, but both you and I have this kind of primness that we got from religion, I suppose. I can be prim. I know I can be prim. But I have this other, wilder, primal side, I suppose. And that was the side on the other side of the shadow play screen. There's a word for that screen, and it's just gone out of my head.
Someone will know. You talk in the book about different kinds of love too, from lust to crushes And
Crushes.
Crushes. Do you like crushes?
Oh, yes. Well, I don't like them at the time, but I can't remember anything about my marriage. What can I remember? I mean, nothing really. I can remember the lounge chair suite that we had in the living room, but really, I mean, nothing is there. But of the crushes in my life, I remember every single syllable. They have gone in and stayed there for 40 years, 50 years, 60 years. The power of the crush is amazing. And they make life worth living.
Is a crush still a crush if you consummate it?
No,
in some
I
way.
think that's just...
I'm not talking about that SEX word, but in some way, if you actually
to something,
connect...
then it's a love affair, I think.
Yeah.
A crush is when it goes wrong. Then you call it a crush. And I describe in here a very painful and quite damaging at the time crush. But I try to find the English words for crush because crushes were an important part of my life, finding the words for them, surviving the crush. Crushes are like cauldrons that you've fallen into. You can think of nothing else. I mean, I would think of the object of a crush. I mean, I would have had 5 or 6 big crushes every 30 seconds, I suppose. Why are they laughing? It's painful, it's excruciating, and it goes on for months. And then gradually, it's every 5 minutes, every day. And now I can't even remember some of their names. Isn't that amazing? Yet I thought I couldn't breathe. My reaction is always to feel I can't breathe unless so-and-so rings me in the day of telephones that used to ring in the house and you used to pick them up. You used to run in the door and they would stop ringing just as you put out your hand to pick up the receiver. Of course, that doesn't happen anymore. But I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. I was suffocated by this love. This is all part of being human, I think, really. Maybe it's more of a feminine condition, this kind of powerless. It's not adoration. You are simply in the grip of an obsession. It's not even that you want sex. Sometimes these crushes were not in themselves genitally oriented. They were simply an obsession. Amazing. Well, very like a dog. I was watching a German Shepherd with his owner the other day in the front of a truck. This dog was obsessed with the driver of the truck. This dog couldn't breathe unless the driver of the truck was sitting next to him. Well, that's what a crush is like.
Did you grow out of them?
Well, you do. I mean, they treat you brutally and they move on.
But I mean, as you grew older, did you stop having crushes?
When was my last crush? Oh, I've had small crushes, but I haven't had infatuations. That's the other word. You will all know what I mean by infatuation. I haven't had a real infatuation probably for 3 years.
So maybe when you grow older, you'll grow out of them.
Maybe when I grow older, they'll disappear entirely.
You say that that unrequited love is the only kind that lasts. So that's something else slightly different again.
Yes, it wasn't me who said it. It was someone much cleverer than me.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
Was it Oscar Wilde? It usually is. But unrequited love is the only kind that lasts, the only kind that stays in your memory, really. Because it's individual. Nothing else is like it. Really, it gives life its force and its colour and its beauty of a certain kind. And no one else understands. And everyone else thinks you're mad. I got a kind of catatonia out of it, where I would sit for 6 hours and stare at a door handle. I couldn't move. Someone had to break the window and climb into the house and pull me out because I couldn't move, just struck dumb by infatuation. Different languages have different words. Some have more than others. The French have a lot of words.
I'd just like to say... Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I don't mean to cut you off. I was just going to tell the audience that if you'd like to ask Robert a question, We have a microphone in this aisle here, and I suggest you make your way there now, and in a couple of minutes it'll be your turn. So, Robert, which part of the world are you most interested in now? You're, I think, going back to India soon, aren't you? And you're
Going back to
learning
India
Indonesia.
this month, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm not interested as a scholar. I want to make that quite clear. I'm interested because I want life to be bigger than it is. I mean, I want life to be wider. I don't want to be bigger that way, but that way. My life would never be big that way. I wasn't born to be big that way. Nicole Kidman of Lane Cove did become big that way. That's different. I want breadth, really. Well, the East has always been neglected in my lifetime. I've always thought of myself as European. But I really agree with William Dalrymple. I don't know how many of you have read the William Dalrymple book, but some of you will. One lady here at least, Golden Road, says that India is really the fulcrum of the world. It's where the ideas come from. It's where the culture comes from, not Greece. And I put that in my book before he ever said that, I must say, because that's what I think too. I think India is fascinating, and I wish now I had not studied Russian. I wish I had studied Sanskrit and Hindi and come back to Australia and taught, I don't know, Hindi or Bengali or something like that. I just think that India is infinite in a way that Russia is not.
Do you have any connection with Russia now? I mean, the Russia now, is it anything like the Russia you loved?
I've fallen out of love with Russia. There is a lovely Russian word for falling out of love, and I have done that verb.
Can you say it?
Я разлюбил Россию.
Oh, okay.
Are there any Russians in the audience who know what I said? Разлюбил. I have disloved it.
When did that happen?
I suppose 5 years ago. It's an Asiatic Russia has risen that I feel nothing for. It's not my Asia. It is Mongol Asia, and I have no love for it. I do not love Russia now, as once I did. But my Russia, you see, my whole life is like this. I love a stratum of society. In Australia, the same thing. What do I love about Australia? I love certain people who live in certain suburbs. I could name those suburbs in Hobart. It's a little stratum up there.
Are you a snob?
Am I a snob? You're very forthright. Some would say that I have tendencies, yes, in that direction. But I don't see it as snobbery. I just look for quality.
Yeah, we've heard
And
that
don't
from
play cricket,
snobs
and I don't
before.
drive a car, and I'm not a member of American Express, and I've never been to IKEA, as I've already told you, and I don't do any of the things that you're supposed to be. But I know a certain stratum, and then in Russia I knew a certain stratum. They were all tertiary educated people. Here I tend to know tertiary educated women, and their troubled children.
Would you still tell people to read the Russian novelists, the great Russian novelists?
Of course, they are European novels.
Yeah.
Turgenev, Tolstoy, Dostoevsky. Well, Dostoevsky is a European writer, even though he would have quarreled with the word. Pushkin. This is Europe infusing Russia.
Yes.
I know you're not supposed to say it, but you know, that's my heritage. You've got someone standing there.
I'm sorry, I'm taking your time. Please, a question.
Thanks for the talk. It's always wonderful to hear you speaking, Robert. And just before I came to today's talk, I was across the road seeing Stephen Ray performing Krapp's Last Tape, where Beckett has a character who is essentially overwhelmed by his younger self and the stories that his younger self recorded and told. And it becomes almost a crisis point for him interrogating his younger self. So I wonder if you wanted to speak to either Beckett, to that tradition of Irish writing, or just that general proposition of what is that potential weight of the younger self on the person looking back, as you do in this book.
Yes, I don't know. I mean, in the case of the Irish, there could be guilt involved, that you want to somehow expiate the sins of the younger self. Well, of course, there's none of that in me. I actually say in this book, I mean, I'm just saying this to be controversial, I don't like Beckett. And I really lost all interest in Beckett over the road in that theatre when I had to watch 2 short plays of Beckett. And I thought at the interval, I'm bored out of my brain. And most of the audience left. I didn't. I stayed. I don't like Beckett. He may have been a genius. People say that I've ended up looking like Beckett. Can't do anything about that. But I don't know. I can't say. I mean, you know, Russians do it. Everyone does it. I think usually there's some guilt involved. I have no guilt about anything. No sense of blame. But Catholicism, well, he was a Protestant, actually, wasn't he? Yes, but still he was Irish. So he probably had some sense of guilt. That's all I can say off the top of my head. Sorry.
Let's have another question.
Hi, Robert. I really loved your talk today, and obviously you've had some amazing experiences over your lifetime and a lot of lessons from those experiences. I was wondering, how do you record that? And how do you what is your writing process when you're writing your memoir to
Yes, I'll be quick because we must be coming to the end. I don't record it. The only time I write a diary is when I'm travelling because so much is happening, so I write a diary. But otherwise, it just sits in my mind, It's all bunched up, as I said before, like those pennants, waiting for me to pull one, then another, then another, then another. I don't record it anywhere. And that's why my books, I think, sound like a conversation. Because I just chat to you, really. It's not autobiography. It's a memoir. Memoir means that it's full of lies and scandals. That's what a memoir is. I did write an autobiography. It was my first book. I was only 45 years old, but I thought it was a good time to write it. And I did. But this is a memoir. This is just one memory calls to another, and it comes up out of the semi-darkness, and there it is. The only way you can write is to write. Yeah. Sit down, shut the door, take those things out of your ears, and write. It's not difficult, just do it.
Have we got one last question there? Are you a questioner? Yep.
My question's about regret. Do you have any, and do you think it's healthy to have regrets?
Do I have any regrets?
And do you think they're healthy to have?
Regrets.
Do I have any regrets?
I have a few.
I have a few, yes. Well, as I said, I do regret, I'm serious, I do regret not having done Sanskrit and having done Russian at university, or even Portuguese. Portuguese would be fun. You could go to Brazil on your, holidays away, whatever academics call that year off that they get when they go overseas. Do I have any other regrets? Regrets. Not many. It seems to me it's not a good way to spend time. Things happened. I made wrong decisions. I said things I shouldn't have said. The regret expresses a kind of sadness that, no, I don't really feel. Should I have said that? Could there be any other regret? I suppose I regret, this is the one regret, then we're finished. I regret not having taken my adoptive father, Tom, more seriously. Like a lot of children, he was an embarrassment to me. I mean, he was born in the 1880s, as I said. He was too old for a father, and I didn't give him the respect that he should have had. And he gave me a kind of kindness that nobody else could have given me, I think. Not knowledge, he never read a book. He read French grammars, and he read French conversation books. He was an extraordinary man. And he said, I don't care what you do. You can be a ballet dancer if you like. And he went and bought me ballet dancing shoes. But I want you to be happy. He gave me that. So I regret that. And I wasn't always kind to him. I'm sorry.
Well, to end, thank you for those 3 wonderful questions and answers. I would like to formally thank Robert Desai for sharing so much of himself, and thank you for being here. Before you clap, he will, of course, be signing copies of Chameleon over here. I'm not sure if there are other books. There probably are. Also, he'll be on tomorrow talking to Orlando Figes about Russia, which will be fascinating, and on Friday talking to Anna Goldsworthy, and she will play. It'll be all about music, so get to those if you can. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Yes,
thank you, Robert, so much.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, everybody.
So, my name is Daisy Goodwin, and first of all, apologies to those of you expecting a talk about the Middle East with John Lyons. I'm afraid that is not what's going to happen here this afternoon, but rest assured that we have something equally tantalising and fantastic in that we have Miranda Cowley-Heller, the author of The Paper Palace, who's come here from Los Angeles to talk about that novel and, very excitingly, her new poetry collection, which I'm afraid is not published until the end of May, but it's called What the Deep Water Knows. So you might want to make a note of that because you'll want to pre-order, I can tell you. And I also have to say that this is the first time that Miranda has talked about this new collection or read from it in public. So it's a premiere for the wonderful Adelaide Writers' Week, and we feel very, very, very privileged to be here. So I'm going to start off by just introducing you to Miranda, who's in the pink here, looking fabulous as ever.
Hello.
And Miranda and I first met in our 20s, and when I met Miranda, she was a sort of legendary figure. Her grandfather was the great American editor and poet Malcolm Cowley. I think her step-grandfather was John Cheever, the great American novelist. Her father's a poet, her husband is a writer. And I have to say, when I first met Miranda, I was pretty convinced that she would be published before I was. As it happened, that was not the case. I was published relatively late in my 40s, but Miranda didn't publish her first novel, The Paper Palace, until she was 58. I know, unbelievable. You can't believe that she's 58, but 58. And not only did she publish it, but she published it to such acclaim that so far it has sold 2 million copies worldwide. And it's been a bestseller here, in the UK, in America, all over the world. And in fact, when Miranda walked into the bookshop, she looked at the cover, and if you see the cover there, it says 500,000 copies sold. And she said, oh, that's not right. And so that's the thing about writers. They don't really care about, it's just about the art. It's not about the numbers. Anyway, so here we have Miranda. Now, I have to ask you, Miranda, why did it take you so long to write the novel that you were always meant to write?
Well, I think it took me so long for a variety of reasons, partly to do with a sort of legacy of a family of writers and artists, and my own sense of having to be perfect, and that if it wasn't good, you know, I'd be lambasted and etc. And I just was too much in my head. And I went back. I had been writing poetry as a child. I had, and sort of throughout my life, and I had had other careers in between, as you know, where I was kind of...
She was a very important script person at HBO. I mean, she basically ran HBO. So pretty much anything you ever watched on television, Miranda has developed, or, you know... Well, not everything, but, you know, take it, Miranda, take it.
I'll take it just because why not? But having said that, so I, you know, was sort of busy fixing other people's writing. And I went back to, there were a couple of things. One was that when I was 11, 12, and well into, you know, far too long in my journals, there was this John Lennon, I think, quote, which is, life is what happens when you're making other plans. I may be slightly paraphrasing, although I shouldn't be, because I had it taped to my wall and in all my journals. And I was going through a box at my mum's house. She said she no longer wanted our things in the attic for no particular reason. And all of my journals still said the same thing, and I was in my 40s. And I suddenly realized that I had thought of myself as a novelist, as had Daisy, all of these years, but I'd never actually lived the life that I lived in my head. And so I kind of decided I would begin to do that. So that's one of the things. And then the other is that writing poetry got me unstuck, because I stopped being an intellectual in my head writer, and I started to love the blank page, and I learned from going back to it that fiction, as we say, fiction is poetry, that for me the best way to write is with no roadmap, at all, and as well to let go and not try to dig to find something, but to discover it and unearth something that you don't even know you are looking for. And once I realized that, I was able to just say, okay, let's do it.
What's so wonderful about The Paper Palace, and I'm sure there are people here who've read it, is that it's, and the reason I think it's been such a spectacular success, I mean, you know, from Reese Witherspoon on outwards, everybody loves it, is that it is about the story of a woman, you know, it happens in 2 time frames, a 24-hour time frame, and also the story of this whole woman's life. And she has to make a decision in the 24 hours, and you see, as you go through the story, what informs that decision. And it's a very, very clever and poetic structure. But I think what's also so rich about it is that this is a woman in her prime. She's in her 50s. She's a woman of strong feelings. She's sexually active. You know, she feels pungent. Sorry, that's possibly a slightly off word, but she has a real, you really know this woman, and it's a very refreshing change from a lot of slightly, you know, coming of age stories, whatever. This is a coming of age story, but she's coming of age, coming into herself perhaps in her 50s. And I think that's what makes the novel so powerful and so rich. And the other thing about it, of course, it's written so beautifully, and I think that is a reflection of your poetry practice. And one of the things I wanted to do today was to make the connection between writing poetry and writing fiction.
Yes, I think, well, thank you, Daisy, for those lovely words. Yes, the novel is told in one woman, it's her life story told in 24 hours and over the course of 50 years. And they move forward back and forth sort of by hours and years, like sort of 2 perspectival lines that finally reach one another at a specific point on the horizon. And in the 24 hours, she has to, this character is called Elle Bishop, she has the night before done something sort of terrible, and she wakes up in the morning, the beginning of this book, and knows that she has 24 hours to make a completely life-changing or not life-changing decision. And the 50 years brings you up to that moment. So it sort of starts with her having the night before jumped off a cliff, as it were, and then the past reaches up to when she's standing on the edge of the precipice, so that you understand how she got there to begin with.
It's a breathtaking read. I mean, you know, it reads almost with the kind of tautness of a thriller, because you really don't know what's going to happen at the end, which is what I think is so fabulous about it. But I'm hoping, Miranda, that you might read the opening chapter, or beginning of the opening chapter. It's quite salty, quite pungent, so I warn you, if any of you are feeling a little bit faint or, you know, but you look like a pretty mature audience to me. You'll be able to cope, possibly. But anyway, here we go. Would you read for us, Miranda?
Yes, and it's not the first chapter, so don't panic.
No,
it's
not the
just
first
the
chapter.
first
It's
scene.
just the first scene.
And it's, yes. Book 1, L. Today, August 1st, the backwoods. 6:30 a.m. Things come from nowhere. The mind is empty, and then inside the frame, a pear. Perfect, green, the stem a tilt, a single leaf. It sits in a white ironstone bowl, nestled among the limes in the center of a weathered picnic table on an old screen porch at the edge of a pond, deep in the woods beside the sea. Next to the bowl is a brass candlestick covered in drips of cold wax and the ingrained dust of a long winter left on an open shelf. Half-eaten plates of pasta, an unfolded linen napkin, dregs of claret in a wine bottle, a breadboard, handmade, rough-hewn, the bread torn, not sliced. A mildewed book of poetry lies open on the table to a skylark, soaring into the blue, painful, thrilling, replays in my mind as I stare at the still life of last night's dinner. The world should listen then as I am listening now. He read it so beautifully for Anna, and we all sat there spellbound, remembering her. I could look at him and nothing else for eternity and be happy. I could listen to him, my eyes closed, feel his breath and his words wash over me time and time and time again. It is all I want. Beyond the edge of the table, the light dims as it passes through the screens, before brightening over the dappled trees, the pure blue of the pond, the deep black shadows of the tupelos at the water's edge, where the reach of the sun falters this early in the day. I ponder a quarter-inch of thick, stale espresso in a dirty cup and consider drinking it. The air is raw. I shiver under the faded lavender bathrobe, my mother's, that I put on every summer when we return to the camp. It smells of her and of dormancy tinged with mouse droppings. This is my favorite hour in the backwoods, early morning on the pond before anyone else is awake. The sunlight clear, flinty, the water bracing, the whippoorwills finally quiet. Outside the porch door on the small wooden deck, sand has built up between the slats and it needs to be swept. A broom leans against the screen, indenting it, but I ignore it and head down the little path that leads to our beach. I drop my bathrobe to the ground and stand naked at the water's edge. On the far side of the pond, beyond the break of pine and shrub oak, the ocean is furious, roaring. It must be carrying a storm in its belly from somewhere out at sea. But here at the edge of the pond, the air is honey still. I wait, watch, listen, the chirping, buzzing of tiny insects, a wind that stirs the trees too gently. Then I wade in, up to my knees, and dive headlong into the freezing water. I swim out into the deep, past the water lilies, pushed forward by exhilaration, freedom, and an adrenaline rush of nameless panic. I have a shadow fear of snapping turtles coming up from the depths to bite my heavy breasts, or perhaps they'll be drawn by the smell of sex as I open and close my legs. I'm suddenly overwhelmed by the need to get back to the safety of the shallows, where I can see the sandy bottom. I wish I were braver, but I also love the fear, the catch of breath in my throat, my thrumming heartbeat as I step out of the water. I wring as much as I can from my long hair, grab a threadbare towel from the clothesline my mother has strung between two scraggly pines, lie down on the warm sand. An electric blue dragonfly lands on my nipple and perches there before moving on. An ant crawls over the Saharan dunes my body has just created in its path. Last night, I finally fucked him, after all these years of imagining it, never knowing if he still wanted me. And then the moment I knew it would happen, all the wine, Jonas's beautiful voice in ode, my husband Peter lying on the sofa in a grappa haze, my 3 children asleep in their cabin, my mother already at the sink washing dishes in her ignoring her dinner guests. Our eyes lingered one beat too long. I got up from the noisy table, took my underpants off in the pantry and hid them behind the bread box. Then I went out the back door into the night. I waited in the shadows, listening to the sounds of plate, water, glass, silver, clunking together beneath the suds, waited, hoped. And then he was there, pushing me up against the wall of the house, reaching under my dress. "I love you," he whispered. I gasped as he shoved himself into me, and I thought, now there is no turning back. No more regrets for what I haven't done. Now, only regrets for what I have done. I love him. I hate myself. I love myself. I hate him. This is the end of a long story.
Well, that was amazing, Miranda. And you can, I mean, I'm sure you, the audience, can see, you know, there's a lot of themes coming, bubbling up there, as it were, that are played out again in your amazing new volume of poems. But before we move on to the poetry, I just wanted to ask you, were you surprised at the connection that people felt to this book? Because, I mean, it's a very, you know, when I say personal, I don't mean it's autobiographical, but it is a book about a particular woman, a particular stage in her life, about a particular place, Cape Cod, where I've never been, but I feel I know it now. I don't need to go there because after reading your book, because it's so beautifully and vividly described. But I just wondered what I mean, it's a very hard question for you to answer, but have a go. How do you, why do you think people responded to this book so strongly?
That's actually a very good question, because because it is a very particular, and it's, you know, a literary novel, not a commercial novel, and very personal, although definitely not my story, thank God. If you've read it, you'll understand why I say that, because Elle has a rather dark and difficult journey. But in any event, I wasn't sure at all. What I knew was that I was happy with it, and what I hoped was that people would feel a sort of universality and also a sympathy for her, for this character, and a sort of, the novel asks or opens up a lot of questions about choice, about life, and I like I like asking questions, and I don't necessarily answer them here, because I don't think there are answers to so many questions. The choice she has to make is between a great love and a great love, and two very different types of love, and she loves her husband. This is not an unhappy marriage, it's a happy marriage. But this man, Jonas, she would have been with her entire life had it not been for the fact that when they were teenagers, they committed a terrible crime, and as a result could never be together. But they've been best friends for 35 years since then and never crossed this line. Daisy said it was sort of a mystery story, and it is. The question is, why now? Why after 35 years, what happened? And you will get the answer to that. But so it's not a whodunit, but it's a sort of a why done it, if you will. And what I wanted was for the reader to take that journey not as flashbacks in the 50 years, but told in her voice and through her eyes at the time as she's growing up. So you know her as a child, you know her in her 20s, you know her. And so by the time you get to this pretty shitty thing she's done the night before, I think we can all agree, you do understand what got her there. What I think, and that surprised me, is so many people, so many women and men actually, but have written to me about how much it spoke to them because it spoke to their personal experience of, you know, the sort of dissonances of life, the impossibility of choice, and, you know, it's very personal, but I think it's also very universal. And then to just simply say about the woman in her 50s piece, you know, that trope of a woman who's in her 50s has so typically been, you know, she's very wise by now and she can tell the children what to do and, you know, she's figured it all out. And, you know, that's so untrue. I think most, you know, I hope there are people nodding in the audience. You know, we aren't wise necessarily at all. We're very flawed, but we are also sexual beings and maybe even riper and more painterly in a sense. Maybe not pungent, but
I'm sorry, I take that back. I'm going to say lush. Is that okay?
Let's use lush. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think also there's a difference between women and men in their 50s or late 40s, is that if you have had children, they are gone by then. And you've led this life, even if you've had a huge career, where suddenly the road before you is really changing. And it's opening. You have so much choice, which is probably also why I wrote the novel when I did. You know, suddenly, I was personally at a huge crossroads in my life, and I had to make an impossible decision, as does Elle in the novel. And I think that is also a very universal experience. But I was surprised.
Yeah.
That's a very long-winded answer to a very short question.
Well,
but there you have it.
I think the real point is that, you know, readers everywhere respond to a really beautifully written book, you know, impeccably told, however pungent or lush it is. Anyway, moving on. So those of you who read The Paper Palace will not be surprised in a way that Miranda's turned to poetry with her next book. She is writing another novel, but, you know, that's taking a while. But what's so interesting is that it's such an unusual step until you realise that Miranda's been writing poetry since she was a child. And I would say that you're a poet turned novelist rather than a novelist turned poet. I mean, I believe that poets are born, not made. And I've curated many anthologies of poetry, but I could never write a poem. So when I read Miranda's work, I was absolutely bowled away. It is, I have to say, this her new book, which is called What the Deep Water Knows, and she's going to hold it up now to show you the cover, which is actually a picture of Miranda herself jumping into the water when she was a little girl. It's almost like the book I wish I'd had when I was going through all the stages of my life as a child, as a you know, falling in love, getting married, having kids, getting older, you know, falling out of love, all of that stuff. If I'd had this book, I think it would have been a lot easier. So thank you for writing the book, because it is truly wonderful and I would say life-changing. And but I suppose, you know, there is some terror of poetry, I think, surely not here in Adelaide, which is the most literate audience I've ever encountered. But, you know, it is quite a scary thing for people, if they're not used to reading poetry, to suddenly pick up a poetry collection. So I'm going to make it easier for you by describing this book really as a novel in verse. And I think if you pick it up and you read it like that, you won't be able to put it down, just in the way that those of you who have read The Paper Palace weren't able to put that down. So before we talk about the poetry, perhaps you'd like to read one of the poems, whichever one. We've changed the running order of this a few times, so I've forgotten where we've got
the
to.
running order. Well, I'll just read a very simple poem that opens the collection, but what I will say about it first is that it's divided into, as Daisy alludes to, 6 sections. That were not in any way written in this order, but when I went through years, decade and a half of at least of work, and distilled it all down and put it all out in the bed going, what is this? I realized that in fact it did fall into a kind of the chronology of a woman's life. So it's childhood, it's motherhood, it's marriage, the falling apart of a marriage, surviving the falling apart, coming out the other end and standing on one's own feet, and so on. But sort of the introductory poem, if you will, I will read it. It's called Linden Stories. In another world, eggs come home to roost. Chickens hang from the rafters like fat, auburn feathered bats. And my husband is in a good mood every morning. In another world, my mother sings me to sleep. In another world, I do not furnish rooms with no one in them but the dream of a future self. I sit in my chair every day and write something good or bad. In another world, a ship sinks too close to shore. Villagers roll out in their stub wooden boats, collect a cargo of linden saplings and sacks of millet, plant a tree whose branches stretch to touch the moon, making a bridge for us.
Wonderful. Where did the... Yeah, damn right. So where did what came first? The image? The linden seeds?
Linden tree itself, actually, which happens to grow on Cape Cod in my back garden, and which indeed was a sapling that was rescued from a shipwreck. But obviously the emotion and the story behind it and what I hope it sets up, are the ways one's life could have gone and didn't, which is, of course, a big theme both in the novel and here. I would just say very briefly, I think one of the themes in the novel is not just the choices we make, but the choices we inherit from the choices made, bad or good, even the romantic choices of our grandparents, our parents, and sort of the trickle-down economics of that. In the novel, Elle keeps this terrible secret from her mother, but it's because her mother had a terrible thing happen to her as a child, as a result of which she becomes a very dismissive, very cold person. And so, had it not happened to her mother, could Elle have gone to her? Would everything have turned out differently in another world?
Yeah.
So I think that was
Everything
sort of
is
the-
contingent. I mean, I love the bit in the passage you've read from the book with, you instantly get the mother washing up in the yellow marigolds, as everybody else is having a lovely time, and she's like, yeah, I've had enough of this. sort of
Yeah,
thing.
and you do. I mean, and there's a line in the novel that says, which sort of speaks to some of this childhood stuff, that in my mother's family, divorce is just a 7-letter word that could easily be replaced with "I'm bored" or "bad luck." So yeah, she's yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And when you say that you put this poetry collection together, are some of these poems things that you wrote in your 20s, or have you been writing, assembling them all your life, or did they come in a sort of great stream?
Nothing from back then. Thank God. But I would say sort of from the maybe 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
So certainly a lot of them preceded the novel. A lot of them were written during the writing of the novel. A lot of them have been written since. And I think, poetry, all writing is about oneself to a certain extent, whether it's memoir, nonfiction, fiction, poetry, but not literally, of course,
Yeah.
but alchemized and transmuted, let's say. The surprise to me was in realizing that, in fact, unconsciously, subconsciously, unwittingly, I had sort of written my own emotional story out of order, but over time.
One of the interesting things I think, and you must find that as a novelist, is that people are always trying to figure out how much of the central character is the novelist themselves. I mean, it drives everyone mad. I'm all right because I write about dead queens, and there's no resemblance between me and Queen Victoria whatsoever, or Maria Callas, or any of the other very difficult, powerful women I've written about. But I think that...
I'm going to step in and slightly disagree, but okay.
But Miranda has written a story about a woman who's got a house on Cape Cod and, a rich emotional life. And I'm sure there's crossover, but it's not autobiographical. But I would say that your poetry feels very personal. I mean, it's your voice, isn't it? I mean, would you say that was really the difference? Because we're talking about fiction is poetry, but what would you say was the real difference when you're writing a novel and when your novel and when you're writing the poetry?
That's a very good question, because I think, when you're writing a novel, particularly in the first person, as you said earlier when you were talking about Maria Callas, actually, or writing a character, you're in their head. You're not in your own head at all. A journalist in England, asked me, about the sex scenes in the book, right? And I said, well, I'm not afraid of writing them because they're not me, so I'm not embarrassed, because you're in someone else's mind. It is the place, the stage sets are real in the novel. The story is not. And to the extent that I did not know until 2 pages from the end what Elle was going to decide, I was led by her, and in fact she decided something I would have not decided, and my heart sort of sunk when I realized that was what was going to happen. Poetry, of course, is, again, not literal experience, right? I mean, I haven't fallen through a black hole. Many things have not happened to me. But it is, as I said earlier, it's emotion, memory, experience translated. And I think maybe the reason so many people fear it is that they think they're not going to get it. That they're reading, if you don't speak Russian, that you're reading something in Russian or Chinese or a language you don't happen to speak, let's say, and that's of course not the case, but it can be the case. Poets are quite a sort of insular community, or have become so, even though poetry was the kind of lingua franca of writing, but long before fiction was. So
there's a great quote by the English poet Wendy Cope, who said, "Why is modern poetry so difficult? So the poet's wife doesn't understand." Which I think, clearly that's that's not strictly true, but I think there is some element of that. And a lot of poets basically write for themselves, for each other. And what's so wonderful about Miranda's book is it's written by somebody who actually wants an audience to enjoy their work. So that is, I've had to deal with a lot of poets and read a lot of poetry, and it's so refreshing to read a book where you think, oh, I'm being invited in. This person wants me to understand her experience. So that, I think, is both a novel and a fantastic thing. And I hope it turns a lot of people on to poetry in a way that, gets rid of their fear.
I hope so too. I really do. I hope that the idea that it has a universal, that it does, like the novel, which has actually a lot of my poetry in it, in fact, that it speaks, I hope it speaks to something, again, universal.
Yeah.
Both heartbreak and happiness and parenting and all of those things. And some of the poems are quite surreal and some of them are quite straightforward, and it's, over time, and so my style has shifted and changed and morphed, and yeah, and also I grew up as a musician, and so I think very much in terms of movements, and so anyway.
Now, we talked about parenthood, and I'd love you to read Malibu, the poem you read, the poem you wrote. Well, when you hear it, you'll understand what prompted it.
Yeah.
Unless you want to introduce that, no.
Well, I will only say that the story, as it were, has in fact a happy ending. So, although you wouldn't know that until you read the next poem, which I'm not going to do because I don't want to take up too much time. But it's called Malibu, and it's about my son, my older son. I took a walk with a mom from school this morning. She arrived at 8:15. After drop-off, she said. The air was still cold. I don't know why she wanted to walk with me. I barely know her. She followed me down the wooden steps to the beach, picked her way carefully around the rocks. The sea was a streak of blue. A humpback whale swam past. I could hear the blowholes, that's how close, in the kelp. A sea lion carcass tumbled in its wake, bobbing along behind the whale before sinking into the deep. In the shade of an overhang, huddled against the stilts of my neighbor's house, a sealed pup waited, resigned to be taken by the tide. I read that it's the radiation from Japan that's killing them. She told me she'd miscarried twice. She's clinically depressed, takes sleeping pills at night, temazepam 15 ml, sometimes half an Ambien. Dolphins swam the length of the beach, slowed to pace us. The herring must have been running. She kept exclaiming every time she saw a fin, which was every 5 seconds. We took off our shoes and stood together, letting the tide pull at our cuffs. I told her my son had overdosed at Christmas, and that makes me want to die. But he survived. That was what I was going to say.
I have to say, when I read that poem, I had to write to Miranda and say, has your son read this? And he has.
Yes. Yeah, there's several poems about him, and he's read them all. And he said, "Oh, that's so beautiful."
Oh, well, that's a great tribute, because there are many writers, who, as Graham Greene said, have a splinter of ice in their hearts, who possibly wouldn't show the work to their family first.
Right. Well, I'm a little worried about my mother, but I just kept thinking maybe the book won't come out for a while. I don't know, something will happen. No, I'm kidding about that. But actually, there's quite a lot, and about my marriage falling apart, and a lot of it's really painful, and a lot of it's filled with anger, and a lot of it's filled with blame to myself. And I asked my husband if he wanted to, we're separated now, but of 30 years, if he wanted to read it first and if he was okay. And he said, "Of course I want to read it. I want to read it when it comes out with everybody else." And I said, "Yes, but da-da-da-da." He said, do not change a single word on my behalf. Not a single word on my behalf. If anybody has the right to write this poetry, it's you, which is in any event. So yeah, I mean, it is interesting how people respond to things, and I'm very lucky in those ways.
Well, you're lucky in those ways. Yes. Do you want to read the very, very wonderful poem you wrote about the end of your marriage? The
short one.
The short one. The blue black depths.
Yeah, this is very, very short, guys, don't worry.
But it's heartbreaking.
This is called Blue Black Depths I Cannot Sound. I do still love you, you said last week, and the room began to spin for me, a twirling belief that you might realize your misguided stupidity, that the flecks of rubble dust, the streaming rain, the opaqueness of long, lingering grief would suddenly lift. A swell rose in my heart from my deep ocean drown, and I said, so there's hope? You were all remorse as you shook your head no. It's a very uplifting collection. Do you know what? I might just read Birdsong to make people.
I think.
I might
I'm
just.
sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm going to just very quickly read this. This is equally. There's a lot of humor in it, believe it or not.
Yeah, there really is.
But these are the ones we were talking about. I will just quickly read this, called Birdsong. Every spring, the stubborn finch makes her nest in the bower of roses, directly over the French doors leading out to the vine-covered pergola, the long table, the doors we use all spring, all summer, and every year, every time we open the doors, slamming open, slamming shut, every time I walk outside with a handful of knives and forks, napkins, plates, she panics, flies about startled, winds stuttering, crashing the glass windows as if it's the first time. It's just so short-sighted. Perhaps a finch is like a goldfish, no long-term memory. But then how does she know to come back to the same wrong place every year, year after year? My shrink asks me the same question.
Such a great poem. And again, there's so much nature in it, isn't there? I mean, you know, it's interesting. Miranda and I were lucky enough to go to, is it Mikikura National Nature Reserve in the Eyre Peninsula, where we saw, you know, koalas and kangaroos, which for us was like the most exciting thing ever. It's really, and I've never seen anyone more excited than Miranda was when she spotted her first koala, I can tell you. It was quite a moment. But it was, I mean, I noticed how you were noticing these animals, and I just wondered what role nature plays in your writing, and how you you weave all these natural motifs very effortlessly into your prose and into your poetry.
Well, I think we all have I think it's about place and the indelibility of place, how it sort of shapes and grounds us. And I think for all of us, even if it's a place you've been for a short period of time, there's one place that is home. And that can be many different places, not just where your family has to take you in or whatever that quote is. But in any event, I grew up going to Cape Cod, which is where the novel takes place, to this freshwater pond near the ocean. And it was in the 60s and 70s. Our parents were completely navel-gazing, didn't pay any attention to us. And so we ran around these woods that had dirt roads and paths, and we were completely unsupervised, swimming in really deep ocean water and undertows at age 8, no parents in sight. And, you know, it was this incredible sort of freedom. We would hitchhike into town, you know, to get penny candy. It was sort of insane, but that's what it was like at the time. And this place where we'd swim in these kettle ponds and feel this freedom, but also this bravery, I think, became kind of my true north, my place. And I go there every summer. I return every summer. And the amazing thing for me about its nature, and the Outer Cape is totally different than what people think of Cape Cod, sort of the Kennedys and sailboats and stuff. It's high dunes and rough landscape, and it's beautiful but kind of mad and unspoilt, in fact. And whenever I return, no matter how sort of tethered or burdened I'm feeling, I get this sort of, I don't know, like it's like a living nostalgia where I'm immediately brought back to the same place, to the same feeling, to that wonderful feeling every time I go back. And that natural world is very much embedded in me. That's my particular place, but I think we all have that place, and so that I've ended up writing about the natural world a lot. In fact, yeah.
So, I mean, with the poetry, you know, deals as you've just disclosed with the end of your marriage, and I know how painful that was for you. Do you think that the poems have, I don't know, helped you in any way come to terms with the change in your life? Have they helped shape the way that you think about it now? I mean, I don't mean to use the word, I mean, I suppose, you know, I think great art comes from pain. Do you feel that, you know, the pain has kind of shaped you as a poet, or is that too reductive? I don't know.
I don't know that the pain has shaped me. I think, as we were talking about earlier in the novel, we have our lives are made up of a million moments, but we only remember certain ones of them. And those are, I sort of call them the stories of the reasons. It's, you know, you say to your friends, I'm this way because, or to your psychiatrist, or to whoever it is, you know, for whatever reason, you remember this or this, you know, and these are the reasons that, you know, well, when I was 14, my mother said she had fat thighs, so I'd always have fat thighs. And so as a result, you know, I never stopped running, or whatever that thing is, or this is why I hate pipe smoke or grape jelly, or, you know, mayonnaise in my case, yeah. But it's really about memories and how they shape us and how we put those pieces together. So memories are happy and painful, obviously, the most important bits and pieces. What I would say to your question is that not that time heals all wounds, because I'm somewhat vindictive person, but no, but that no, I don't know. I'm actually not, but that writing first the novel and then putting the poetry together sort of collated my own life into a different woman's life, and I'd been with somebody my whole life, basically since my childhood, since my early 20s, basically, and I hadn't known myself to be this person, and I think that's what it's really given me, is a way of stepping out into the world and going, okay, here I am. You know?
Well, that's so beautifully put, and teases up perfectly for The Days Ahead, which is a poem.
The last thing I'm going to read.
But I mean, I think mostly when people read from their poetry collections, I sigh inwardly, but not you, Miranda. So
well, if you're all sighing inwardly, I'm almost done. So, but I hope you're not. Yes. So this is from the last section of the novel, which the last section of the novel, which of the poetry collection, which, as I say, comes sort of full circle into the things I think about now. And this one is called The Days Ahead. I pluck an errant hair from between my breasts. These days, the wild hairs pop up everywhere. Nipple, chin, stomach, thigh, bikini line. I cannot keep up with myself, stay groomed and nitpicked. I need a mother gorilla. These days, my age begins to show, and the days, these days, too often filled with the wild hair of gloom. We're meant to regret the past, but I regret the future. I regret the things I have not yet lost. I regret the things I will never know. I'll never learn to play the oboe, speak Chinese, buy a blue-shuttered house in Greece, or, after all these years, finally learned the correct way to fill an ice tray? Have I ever been truly loved the way you read about in books? Now only barren womb and forward movement, the road behind me dwindling to a ribbon of blue in the desert, a heat, oil-slick haze, taking daily steps forward into the oxygen of regret. Yet still, some days, these days, when I trace the lifelines on my palms, the spider veins, and webs of ancient stretch marks, still faintly visible from giving birth to someone else's future, I allow myself to hope, for all of us, that ahead lies an evergreen forest with a blanket of snow, bright red berries on a silvery branch, and deepening hues.
How wonderful is that? I think I might have to learn that one off by heart as, you know, I totter into my senescence. Now, I'm sure you've all got lots of questions. There is a mic up there where you can line up and ask your questions. Yeah, there it is. But while you're thinking of a question, and I'm sure you've all got questions, I'm going to ask you, Miranda, how difficult was it for you to get your poetry published? Did your publishers go, "Oh, hooray! You've written a volume of poems," or were they as scared of poetry as everybody else? Because you've had this enormous commercial success.
You know, funnily enough, they did approach me, and it wasn't, "Oh, hooray, you have a collection," because I didn't have a collection. They had read some of my poetry online that I had published in other places, and this lovely editor came to me and said, "Would you consider doing this?" And I said, "Yes, absolutely, but I will only sign a contract if I am allowed to get out of it if I don't find the collection in the huge body of work I'm going through." And she was amazing, and she said, "Okay, fine." And then it took me about a year, and I found it, I hope. So you'll all have to let me know. But
that's an amazing story. And just to remind you, the collection is called What the Deep Water Knows. And I just hold up the cover again so you can see it.
Well, it's not really the cover. I stuck it into, all I could find was my son's old math notebook, and so I threw out everything inside it. And it's a really hideous red binder, and then I kind of faked it by putting in the mocked-up cover. But yeah.
But you can pre-order it. You can pre-order it now at all good bookshops. Obviously not from the wicked Rocket Man, but from better places. Now, do you want to ask a question? I'm so sorry because you're wearing the
Yes,
T-shirt.
I
wasn't
know,
sure.
it
I
always gets in
apologise.
the way.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Miranda. Lovely talk. You mentioned the linden tree growing there, and I wondered if it's just accidentally because it's growing on the property, or whether that connects with, I mean, the linden tree has a mythological connection with truth, and through Schubert you've got betrayal and yearning. And was that accidental, or did you actually deliberately place that in there?
Well, accidental, I think, because for me, there is a yearning and a nobility to this massive tree that, in fact, is hundreds of years old. That was on a Dutch boat and ended up on Cape Cod in my garden, and which will be there after I'm gone. And I think, trees sort of laugh at us, these old trees, when we go, "Oh, I have this gorgeous linden tree, and I have these Dutch elms," and they're like, "You don't have us, we have you."
Yeah.
And so that is the sort of, but the sense of place and displacement together, that it came from another country, and yet it also smells so amazing.
Yeah.
And you can hide under its boughs. It's a wonderful, magical tree.
And we've got another question here.
Thank you for your conversation and for the readings. You briefly mentioned a background in music, and I think you were saying that poetic composition was something you did through the lens of musical movements. Could you say some more about that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, well, in fact, I would say that the novel, as it shifts back and forth, and the different tones in the novel very much followed from me, because I had no outline, no roadmap, and I never know what I'm going to write the next day. I always start with a blank page. So I had absolutely no idea what was going to come out of this novel or what the story was going to be. I was surprised as everybody else, actually. But what I felt was, this is the Largo, and this is this movement, this is that movement. When I put together my own poetry, I found the same kind of a rhythm, and that's actually how it ended up in a sort of chronology, which I hadn't anticipated at all. I thought, well, of course I'll put the ones I think are best first, in any event, it ended up, I think, feeling a little bit like a sonata or something, and I hope, and then each movement has the movements within them of the 6 pieces. But also, about music and poetry, I feel like people, to Daisy's earlier point about people being sort of afraid of poetry, I think, in the sense that maybe painting and fiction are more aligned for people, poetry, when it is difficult, very difficult poetry, which a lot of poetry is, definitely, everyone understands Clair de Lune, but you might not want to sit through all of, I don't know, Schoenberg or Stravinsky. You think, I'm not, or, the Ring Cycle. Well, but, you think, I'm not going to get it. I don't quite get it. I'm excluded from it. And I think that the musicality of poetry is one of its strongest, is one of the strongest things about it, and about being a writer, is to be able to hear words the way you hear notes. And yeah.
Brilliantly said. There's another lady here.
And I think you said that you were writing poetry while you were writing your novel, and that some poetry ended up in your novel. I wonder if you could talk more about that.
Yeah, funnily enough, yes, there's a poem that's almost precisely quoted, in the novel, because I didn't realize I was going to be doing the collection, maybe, but I would go back often when I felt I was looking for something that I didn't, and I couldn't find it. And I would go back through lots of other things, poems I'd written, and find a little something. And when I got to the very end of The Paper Palace, and I thought I knew what the character Elle was going to do, what she was going to decide, it was in the middle of a storm that had been brewing, in the natural universe of the place. And I had this sense of there was something I was missing. And I went back and back, and I found this poem that I had written, quite a long time before, and I started putting it in, and it brought me to the end of the novel, of what actually ends up happening in the novel, which I'm not going to say for anybody who hasn't read it, but it led to a piece of narrative that I also didn't anticipate, and that poem is in here, and then it's almost verbatim at the end of the novel, not separated out as a poem, but as part of the text. Yeah.
So fiction is poetry. Let's face it.
In this particular case, fiction is definitely.
To such a wonderful audience, even though you were expecting the Middle East, and you've got, life and love and everything in between, and. I also should remind you to keep this fabulous festival free. I go to a lot of festivals around the world, and this is by far and away the best. And I think that's because it's free. You're wonderful audiences. You're so attentive. And if you can scan the QR code, you can keep it free, which would be amazing. And Miranda is going to be signing copies of The Paper Palace at the signing tent over there. So I hope you'll come and support her there. And thank you so much for coming today.
And thank you, Daisy, for being such a wonderful interviewer, moderator. And thanks to all of you, really. It's scary, but also an amazing thing to be reading out loud from this for the very first time. And thank goodness it's to an audience like you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to this session of the Adelaide Writers' Week. My name is Michael Robotham. I'm an Australian crime writer, published internationally. And it is my great pleasure this afternoon to be interviewing someone who's done a remarkable thing. And I'll explain just what that is. I assume we do have Nick Harkaway on the line. There's me. I'm hoping I'll see him any moment soon. There he is. I'm sorry, Nick. Oh, we can't quite hear you yet, but we'll hear you in a minute. But I think they're intravenously feeding you coffee at the moment to... you look you look remarkably fresh, really, for someone that's had to get up as early as you had to get up. Do we have any sound from Nick at the moment?
Hello, hello.
Oh, hello. Say hello so we know we have you.
Hello, hello. It was working a minute ago.
Oh, there you go. I think we can hear you now.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect. I'm going to quickly introduce you, Nick. I'm actually going to read the biography, the first biography that I read of Nick, which is on sort of Goodreads and some other sort of websites and things. Nick Harkaway was born in Cornwall, UK in 1972. He is possessed of two explosively exciting eyebrows, which I'm hoping we're going to see a bit of today, which exert an almost hypnotic attraction over small children, dogs, and thankfully one ludicrously attractive human rights lawyer to whom he is married. He likes oceans, mountains, lakes, valleys, and those little pigs made of marzipan they have in Switzerland at New Year. He does not like bivalves. You cannot trust them. I'm going to ask you what he's got against oysters. What he doesn't mention anywhere in that is, he's the author of at least 7 novels. It's probably more. My research is dodgy. But he's the son of a very, very famous father. He's the son of John le Carré, who is the legendary espionage writer. I think the greatest spy novelist of all time. So quickly, can you all, Nick can't see you all, but you can make it yourselves heard. Can you welcome Nick Harkaway? I'm going to talk about, Carla's Choice, the book you're going to, that you've just released, which is a John le Carré novel. I am going to talk extensively to you about that. But if you don't mind, because I'm such a le Carré fan, I want to talk about your dad a little bit. And I'm fascinated by what it was like to grow up with a father as famous as you did. I mean, because for those of you who aren't le Carré, I mean, if you're from Mars, let's say, and you've just beamed down, The Spy Who Came from the Cold, I mean, sold probably 10 million copies, and it was on the New York Times bestseller list for more than a year. I mean, it was a complete phenomenon of a book. And, Le Carré was, from 1963 when that was published, was extraordinarily famous as a writer. Now, I know you weren't born until 1972, Nick, but what are your earliest or first memories of your dad and him being very famous?
The weird thing about it, in a way, is that my memories of my dad are memories of my dad. They're just straightforwardly, I remember kind of sandy corduroy trousers and somebody picking me up when I fell down in the garden. They're very obvious dad memories. And the issue of his fame didn't really impinge on me until much later. But at the same time, I have these memories that other people generally don't have. One of my early memories is of a photographer putting a long lens over the back garden fence and taking what must be the most boring paparazzi set ever of me eating a Bath bun in the garden, aged, 3 or something, which I don't think, sadly, ever made it onto the pages of Parry Match or whoever it was who were paying. So, I mean, it was there, but it wasn't a thing. And it's not really, it sounds ridiculous, but it's not really until I wrote this book that I realised quite how much of a big deal writing this book was going to be, because, as you say, I mean, I knew abstractly that Spy Came from the Cold had stayed on the bestseller list for however many weeks. I think it's something crazy, like 61 or something. But it's not until you say over a year and you think, oh, right, continuously, a year. You know, but it was fun. Everything was amazing. Amazing people came. You know, people he was when he was researching books, people from whatever kind of weird walk of life would show up.
Spies.
I came back from school or university one evening, and Isaiah Berlin was in the hallway. You know, it's a strange environment, but I thought it was normal because I didn't ever have another dad. I had that one, and that's what dads did.
And the fact that, you know, as a kid, you walk into any bookstore or probably any petrol station, I mean,
white wire carousels of books in petrol stations, but not just, everywhere in the world. Anywhere you went, any regional airport, any petrol station in the middle of France or, you know, wherever else you were, there'd be at least one, probably two, Le Carré books on the thing.
And can you remember? Oh, okay. Well, on that subject, then, I mean, obviously it went on to make some amazingly good films and TV series. Did that mean you also had actors and directors? And no, was Alec Guinness sort of wandering through the house at various points?
Yes, ludicrously Alec Guinness, but also more importantly on the phone. We had, because it was the 70s, we had those big grey Bakelite or early plastic dial phones with a row of buttons at the top because there was more than one phone. You could transfer calls. It was all very super advanced technology. You know, everybody in the 70s thought they were living in the future. But as a child, in that moment, I would sometimes answer the phone. If it rang forever, I was allowed to answer the phone. I'd pick it up, and I'd hear a voice. I wonder if I could possibly speak to Mr. David Cornwall. And you know, so you put your hand over the receiver and you go, "Mum, it's Sir Alec Guinness on the phone." And as you hand it over, you can hear famously, "How did he know it was me?" You know, and of course I knew because it was that voice, but I didn't know who he was until I realised that Obi-Wan Kenobi was telephoning me. You know, and that was then transformative. I was like, "Oh, that's very cool." It may be the first time that I knew my dad was cool was that he knew Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Did I mean, I write crime novels, but I think of my three children who are now grown up. I think one of them has read my books. One of them refuses to read them because she's terrified there'll be a sex scene in there, and she doesn't want to read a sex scene written by her father.
That is a legitimate fear. I mean, I've read sex scenes written by my father, and it's very disturbing.
Do you remember when you first read one of his books? And I know we'll get on to how much you must have immersed yourself in his works to write Carla's Choice, but do you remember how old you were when you watched a TV show or a film or read one of his titles?
I remember going to the TV set and seeing Guinness kind of puttering around in a waistcoat. And if you haven't been to a set where someone's filming, it is the most boring experience on earth because they do the same minute thing over and over again for hours. And obviously, if I was, whatever I was, 6, it did not take me very long to find that boring and a bit hot and stuffy. With reading the books, that was sort of inevitable and ambient because they were just there all the time. So here we go, look. I bought this on eBay the other day because I didn't have a copy. That's the cassette of the abridged Tinker Tailor audiobook from 1982 or something. And I had those to go to sleep with when I had a great big chunky, plug-in cassette player so that I could, if I couldn't get to sleep because I had trouble sleeping, I could play those to myself, and that's actually Michael Jaston. But I also had Dad reading, and so very, very early is the first time that I started to encounter Smiley and the Others as text. The first time I deliberately sat down and kind of read a book of his cold-headed, I couldn't tell you, because it was just always there.
I think you mentioned it. I've seen you mention at some point that your father, when he was writing, would, am I right in thinking, would read chapters to your mother, and you would actually listen to him. I mean, you were there, you know, whether you were however young you were.
Yeah, breakfast, tea time, middle of the day, whatever. Because his work schedule was quite fixed, but it had sort of fluidity within it. So he'd get up really early in the morning and start working, and then when I kind of woke up a little bit later, I'd kind of putter into the bedroom, and you know, there'd be my parents kind of already working, kind of in their pajamas. You know, him with a sheaf of paper on his knees, and my mum kind of either sitting there listening or with another sheaf of paper, and you know, and they'd be doing corrections or edits, or they'd be doing, if it was early stage in the book, you know, he'd be saying, kind of, and not quite this because this is spoken from the coal, but the American handed Lemus another cup of coffee and said, you know, and she'd be like, oh, I don't know about said, you know, maybe remarked, or whatever conversation's taking place between them, you know, but so it was constant, and what that meant later was that I realised that while I was learning to speak, I was getting an hour and a half of Smiley every day. So one of my formative influences on how I talk and how I use language at all is the Smiley novels, because they were being written while I was growing up, and that was going on.
That's remarkable. Now, I mean, in terms of, I mean, were you always going to be a writer then? I mean,
no.
I mean, because you've written...
What a terrible idea.
Well, before we get on to talking about why, you know, as I said, Gala's choice, I mean, what was that journey? Why, you know, why did you decide to become a writer? I mean, were you good for nothing else, like me?
I decided... The first thing I did was decide... We will discover this in the course of this conversation. I make very firm decisions, which I then realise are wrong. So the first thing I decided was that I wasn't going to be a writer. And I had my eye on doing something in law and potentially environmental law. You know, so obviously I'd have been out of work at the moment. There'd have been nothing for me to do. So that was my kind of trajectory. And then I finished my degree in politics and so on. And I just couldn't stand doing more study at that moment. I thought, well, okay, just breathe for a second. You know, you've done 3 years of undergrad, and you can take a moment to kind of, you know, just not do that for a couple of months. And I got a job on a film set, and that was it. Because film sets are incredibly seductive if you're 21. That you know, you work all the hours that there are. Everyone's kind of running around. It all feels like a crisis the whole time. You know, there's sort of a dozen really beautiful people strolling about the place at any moment. You know, and I did weird things. I was working on a project at Pinewood Studios in London, and I got up. I'd slept in the production office because I didn't have time to go home before I had to be back in again. And I got up and I went out to my car to get some stuff, and Richard Gere and 30 mounted knights rode past me in the car park because they were filming First Night. And it was the most surreal, it remains one of the most surreal things I've ever seen. Beautiful pre-dawn insanity. And I just went back into the production office and sat down again. And when the coordinator came in, I was like, did Richard Gere and a troop of mounted knights just walk past you in the car park? She was like, yes, I thought I was going mad. I was like, okay, so it's both of us. That's fine. But so I was completely blown away by that as an environment. And after about sort of a couple of years later, I'd done a couple of those things. And then I wrote, because it's a kind of rite of passage if you're working in the film industry, I wrote my first script. And traditionally, they're very bad. And mine was okay. So I ended up, I was like, oh, I could do this. That's not the same as being a writer. That's like, you know, Dad does novels. He doesn't do this. He did actually do that, but he didn't do it very often. You know, I could do this, and that would be a distinct thing. And I just got sucked into it. And then a few years later, it wasn't cracking along fast enough for my sense of self, and I was getting married, and I was like, well, I can't be a semi-employed screenwriter in an attic room when I get married. That's too much of a cliche. I'm marrying a lawyer. You know, it's absurd. I'll look ridiculous. So I was like, okay, well, what would be less ridiculous? I know, I'll write a novel. and that was it. That was Gone Away World, and kind of from there to here is a relatively short distance, not that short.
I'm interested because I noticed I did a bit of number crunching, and your first novel, I think, The Gone Away World, was published in 2008, which is the same year as your father published The Most Wanted Man. What was it like to have a novel published at the same time as your father had a new novel? And did people realise at that point that you were his son, or did you purposely...
Yeah, so we couldn't... I managed to get through much of the process of writing and publishing that book without kind of anybody saying, "Oh, John le Carré," but we couldn't not tell my publisher, because that's kind of, that's a trust relationship, and that's kind of a big thing to leave out of the conversation. So we did tell the publisher, and they, of course, kind of said, "Well, that is something we might mention." So no, it was in every discussion that I had about the book when it came out, but with a kind of due deference to the idea that the book was sufficiently different from anything that he'd ever written or would ever write, that it was it was worth having a conversation about other things, which was fine, And over the course of the intervening period, people kind of got used to the idea that it wasn't worth really discussing very much. Usually if I did a press thing, one question would come up, but not much, And by the time No Mon came out, that came out at the same time as Agent Running in the Field, I think. You may have crunched the numbers on that too. And it was interesting because we were both responding to the same sort of political events. And Dad, for the first time, said, there's an interesting crossover here, if anybody asks, that we should talk about. And then nobody asked, because we'd done the kind of distancing job so well that they thought it was boring. So there's a conversation that never happened. But yeah, it was, I worked quite hard to put distance between us. And so, incidentally, did he. He was very careful not to Bigfoot me, which was lovely.
It's interesting. I mean, I've got my eldest child, is a very successful music writer and producer in America, but has always gone by the name Alex Hope, Hope being their middle name, and to avoid having the same surname. And not that she doesn't, love or admire him and vice versa, but just didn't want to always field the question, and therefore wanted that slight distance. And again, I think to be in a different field, totally different field in terms of music and writing. The reason we're talking about this, of course, is your father sadly passed away in December 2020, but you have now produced Le Carré novel. Well, it's a Nick Harkaway stroke John Le Carré novel. Now, there are huge... What stuns me, I'm a huge Le Carré fan, and my first reaction when I heard this news was, is he mad? I mean, is he completely
yes. That was
mad?
Almost everyone's reaction.
I mean, there are so many massive fans of your father's work out there that would just be sharpening up every sharp implement in their shed to come for you. So I've got to ask why and how it started.
This is about families. So, first of all, we had, just to go back, when Dad died, he left us the literary estate. There's me and my brothers. We are his literary executors. There's executors for all the technical stuff, and then there's us, for sort of direction of travel of the estate. And he left us a letter of wishes, which I would imagine is probably the template, or, for every writer's letter of wishes. And it goes, shepherd my estate respectably, do the best you can to kind of, make money for the family and so on. That's great. And please make sure that my name resounds in the annals of writing in perpetuity, and I'm more famous in death than in life. And in fact, it's impossible to go anywhere without sort of seeing a monument to me, if you can. And And it doesn't say that in terms. It very much says, well, but the implication is quite clear. I mean, and he was an extremely funny man, and he was very wry about his own celebrity. He was very funny about it. Part of the reason that I never really understood it was that he was self-effacing about it, in a really kind of hilarious way. And so we got that. And the thing is, as a matter of kind of cold commercial life, generally speaking, estates decline because, the thing, particularly in this kind of what we call an attention economy, if you haven't got a new thing, there's no reason for people to remember you're there. And there's a lot of other stuff vying for your attention. And so one of the ways you can do it, if you can get a TV show off the ground, great. But one of the ways that you can prevent that is if you can find new material, which is why you sometimes see sort of, other bits and bobs published in compendium volumes and so on. And so we talked about it, and we sort of had a kind of ongoing conversation where, wouldn't it be great if we got someone to write another book? And I had compiled a list of people who would do that really well. And they were all interesting writers from around the world with different perspectives, with great prose style, just amazing depth and so on, and kind of melancholia and political rage. And what they all had in common was that they weren't me. And my brother Simon, when I was about to unfurl this list and say, we should get so-and-so, and I think this would be great, Simon said, so I think there's an argument that it should be you. And I said, yeah, all right, so there's an argument, but now that we've dismissed that, let's talk about who it should be. And he said, no, we're not going to dismiss that. We're going to have that conversation. And I hadn't not thought about it, but I decided very firmly, this is my second great decision of the conversation, that I wasn't going to do it. And it turns out that when someone asks you to do it, it's a very different conversation from when you're wondering whether you should do it. And specifically when it's your oldest brother. And so then suddenly all the reasons why I wasn't going to do it, it's impossible. It's my father's fictional universe. I will be destroyed. These all become challenges. And you're kind of like, oh, well, creatively, if you're not terrified, you're not really doing it, are you? And so suddenly, I found myself saying, well, actually, give me a week to think about it. And I obviously didn't think long enough because I did it.
Because it's interesting. I mean, as you say, other literary estates have, there have been new Ian Fleming books written by a variety of authors, or Conan Doyle books, or the like. But they've often given their take on a character. You have done such a remarkable job of capturing your father's writing style and his voice in Carla's Choice. And the other thing I've got to say is, and we will set up the premise in a minute, but I'm sure it would have been an easier job if you had just chosen to set it, I don't know, present day or in the last 10 years and chosen a current issue. But the fact that you chose to set this book between 1963, when The Spy Who Came In From the Cold was published, and Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, featuring the characters from two novels. That is astonishingly audacious. I say that, terrifying.
So, I think audacity, as it turns out, I just didn't really think about it enough to be that frightened. I should have been, but I wasn't. Incidentally, now I'm terrified. So the thing is, you talk about, kind of getting my father's voice. Obviously, this is where that conversation we had earlier about hearing Smiley every day comes in. Because that was so formative that when I came to do it, that week I mentioned, can I have a week to think about it, was me sitting at my keyboard, working out whether I could do that thing, kind of, can I actually write into this space? Does it feel right? Because feeling right is the key. And it was as if it was all just waiting for me. That, not the plot, not the, whatever, but the mode of Smiley's kind of melancholic progress through the world was there. That wasn't something I had to assume. And what I realized was that having spent all this time pushing away from the connection, you don't have to turn the dial very much on my writing to get something that sounds like my dad's. I guess inevitably.
Just for the point of view of those few people in the audience that have beamed down from Mars, and can you quickly those eyebrows are astonishing. Can you quickly explain to, we're talking about George Smiley, who George Smiley is and the world that your dad created that you have now recreated in Carla's Choice?
So George Smiley is sort of definitive of the world he inhabits. He's physically small, unattractive, mild, melancholic, gentle English fellow. He's described as being without labels in the guard's van of life. You can't immediately place him. He's on a kind of sliding scale. He can be anybody because he's nobody. And Smiley is the spy master, functionally also kind of detective of my father's Cold War novels. A little avuncular, watery-eyed man walking very slowly through this kind of cold, shady, hostile Cold War environment. And his voice is very soft, and he arrives in places, he asks questions, and almost by silence, he assembles some understanding of these impossibly complex environments and questions. And so the world is the world of the Cold War in the 60s, but it's not tentpole referenced. So you don't get the Bay of Pigs, you don't get the JFK assassination, you don't get the Cuban Missile Crisis, except as background concepts. And even then, they're not usually referenced directly. There's sort of that trouble last year. So what you end up with is a period of time which is the Cold War, which is a stretched out drumskin of paranoia without defining features, just a kind of space in which fear and enmity exist. And Smiley and the other characters kind of inhabit that space, and they spy.
It's funny, I remember hearing a joke about, and you may have heard this, but about George Smiley and James Bond walking into a bar. And James Bond goes to the bar and says, "I'll have a martini, shaken, not stirred." Which, first of all, Bond, James Bond, "I'll have a martini, shaken, not stirred." And George sails up to the bar and sort of says, "James, do you have to tell everybody your name?" It's
yes. Yes, it is very much. That's very good, actually. It really is. I haven't heard that. That's lovely.
But it's that idea
exactly right.
But it's that idea that he's not James Bond, or George Smiley is not a James Bond or a Jack Reacher or a Jason Bourne.
No.
I mean, he is the sort of man that just is invisible. I mean, he can do surveillance because he's just invisible. He's ordinary, which makes him a far better spy.
Yes. Well, but it's also, I mean, there's a sort of serious aspect to it too, which is that the intelligence operations over which he presides are about, notionally at least, about gathering intelligence, which is a long, slow process of human interaction. It's about recruiting and managing these kind of mad, desperate people on the other end who are kind of willing to do this dangerous, necessary thing for whatever reason of their own, whether it's good or bad, whether it's a personal reason or a revenge or or money, and so he exists in this world where you maintain a sort of long, slow relationship. And then, you know, on the other side of the coin, you know, you have this other style of espionage where you go in and blow something up. And that was a real tension in British Cold War thinking around, you know, the SOE, the Special Operations Executive, was very prevalent during the Second World War and so on, and was then eventually kind of sidelined by the SIS, the intelligence service, precisely because of that. You know, it was no longer useful or helpful to go and kind of blow up dams or something. What you wanted was someone who would tell you how MiGs work, you know, what the Russian planes are doing, you know.
Now, and just to explain again, another major character, because I mean the book is called Carla's Choice. So again, for the uninitiated, just explain who Carla is.
Carla is the Soviet spy master, the chief of the 13th Directorate, which is concerned with sort of infiltration and assassination. And Carla is faceless. The only thing we know about him is his name. Actually, there's one photograph canonically that exists of him when he's a young army officer. But he is Smiley's nemesis and vice versa. And it's sort of, Carla is, you know, in a sort of very real sense, so Carla is the enemy in the book. And of course, in the books, plural. And of course, he is essentially the face of the totalitarian regime, or that he is the human version of the Berlin Wall, the Iron Curtain, and vice versa. You know, that kind of mechanistic cruelty and faceless lack of empathy is made flesh in Carla. You know, critically, you kind of can't know very much about him, which was a dilemma for me.
No, it's interesting because because you're right, he doesn't get enormous play in Spy comes in from the coal.
He's not there.
He's not there at all.
Not in there
right.
at all.
And then he's sort of, and you introduce him really in this book more so than anywhere else. And I'm sort of interested, when you began writing, it's one thing to have Smiley's voice in your head. It's another thing to understand the world. I mean, John le Carre is responsible for coming up with terminology which is still used today by spies everywhere. I mean, there are phrases and terms, you know, that he invented that now spies use. Did you have to obviously immerse yourself into all of those Smiley novels, all of those characters that your dad created, because you were going to have to need them in this story?
I mean, so I did reread the Smiley books, obviously. The jargon is so well established, you know, that even if you're not me and you haven't done a kind of deep dive, you know, it's pretty much there. Tradecraft, you know, Mole, it wasn't actually his coinage, but he made it popular. The sort of concept of Moscow rules, the idea of these rules that are, which again is a real term, rules that are used in conditions of sort of heightened surveillance and deep danger and so on. All those, honey trap actually is his. That's a term which he originated and so on. And bizarrely, stalking as well. We think that he's the first person to use stalking in its modern thing. Anyway, no, so I went into that. You're right, incidentally, to say Smiley's voice. That's actually really important. It wasn't Dad's voice that I went looking for. It was the voice that goes with Smiley. So it was all the Smiley actors. It was Guinness and Oldman and Denham Elliott, Simon Russell Beale. It was Michael Jaston doing the audiobook. So that, because the Smiley that we all know is kind of a composite. Because there's all the books where he changes slightly as time goes by, but then there's also the different adaptations. And each of those has a kind of ripple effect in the world about how people see the character. Because the textual Smiley is a little bit more brittle. His voice is raised a little in anger a little bit more often. And we get kind of more sense of his internal emotional turmoil than you generally do in the adaptations. And so the character that I described to you a while ago is probably more the composite, actually, than he is the textual figure. But although it's also true about him, but it's faintly different. And I wanted something that, because it has to feel right to achieve this thing, I wanted something that would feel like the Smiley we all carry around in our heads, because, as you say, everybody was going to be sharpening their teeth, waiting for my slip-ups.
It reads so beautifully it fits so beautifully amongst the other Smiley books. The obvious question is, did your dad leave story ideas? I mean, were there, or at least were there anecdotes, or were there certain things that he might have said to you which you could draw upon, which weren't in other novels?
So he did leave some notes. This is not from any of them, because I looked at them and I couldn't make them work. But you're absolutely right. So the thing is, obviously, growing up in his house, we had stories as a currency. I'd come home from school or from university or from whatever I was doing, and it'd be what happened to you today? What happened this week? How have you been? And you've got to have something fun to share. That's kind of how you kick the conversation off. And some of his stories were hilarious, either new or old stories of kind of essentially stories of espionage cock-up. Actually the very opening sequence of Carla's Choice is Mickey Bortnick turning up on Susanna Guerrero's doorstep and saying, "I'm here to assassinate your boss, but I've changed my mind." And that is a parallel, very loose, to a real-world incident where a Moscow assassin defected on the doorstep. Actually, the wife opens her front door and the guy says, "I am here to assassinate your husband." And she says, "Well, I think you better come inside." So that was my kind of kickoff point. So I had little traces of stuff I could use, but really, there was no roadmap. The book is what it is, from me, for good or ill.
Did you? There is that 9-year gap, as you say, between Spy Who Came In From the Cold and Tinker Tailor. I mean, did you straight away think to yourself, "There's the gap. I think I can. There's material I can use," because it was at the absolute heart of the Cold War.
It was. It's the most exciting stretch that in Cold War terms. It's the biggest gap that's available as you look at the flow of the books, and it's also kind of almost more importantly, because you can always kind of lever the gap open. But the really important thing about it is that it's the period where Smiley is in the circus, he's working for control, and so he has the kind of maximum freedom to be our espionage Sherlock Holmes figure, at the same time as working under authority. If you go later, you could go after Honourable Schoolboy, and then Smiley is chief of the circus temporarily. But that's not any good for me. When you're the boss, it's not as much fun. You can go earlier, but then you're before the rise of, you're before the building of the Berlin Wall. And the Berlin Wall is so iconic. So, there is this window. It's not just that it's a gap that you can tell stories into, it's also that tonally it's the space.
But it also creates limitations on you, because you obviously, events have to happen later. You can't kill off a character that's going to appear in a later...
No. No, you've got to leave them all in place. Yeah, although, I tend to think... limitations was part of what I wanted when I undertook this, because, my other reason for doing it was apprenticeship, I wanted to sit at my father's feet or sit in the chair of the Smiley engine and drive, and I needed to learn from it. If you're going to do something like this, one of the other things you've got to get from it is you've got to learn. There has to be something in it for you creatively. And so limitations, bouncing off the limitations and still being able to tell a story that was worth having, that was part of the point.
Just as you say, the book opens with a Russian assassin turning up in London and to assassinate someone that the Soviets want dead, and having a light on the road to Damascus sort of conversion, and suddenly deciding they can't go through with it, and the victim of that, or the would-be victim of that assassination, then goes missing. you introduce a character, Susanna Guerrero. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Mm-hmm.
And I think the one difference I see probably in Carla's Choice and your dad books is I think the female characters, you've drawn them better and they have more agency in this story. Comment?
So, I mean, very consciously, I kind of injected female characters into the story, partly because it's 2025 and they just belong there, partly because historically they would have been there. It was always anomalous. And partly because, when he was writing the Smiley novels, he wasn't as good at doing female characters. I think really, without wishing to get armchair Freudian about it, because he was still the kid his mother left. It took him a long time to kind of be more than that. For anyone who doesn't know, my dad's mother, my grandfather was a bit of a monster, and my dad's mother left when he was 5 and left the kids behind. And he was essentially raised by wolves. He was raised by kind of chauffeurs and dancing girls and and con artists, and somewhat by his Irish grandmother and so on, and actually by boarding schools. And that's quite apparent in the earlier books. As you go later into the writing and you get into the post-Cold War novels, the female characters get stronger, they get more agency, and they get better filled out. Essentially, as he has more time to kind of, live in the world. And so, I just did that. It wasn't even, it wasn't really a question.
Susanna is a great character to the point where, and I will talk to you in a minute about what's coming next, but I'd like to see more of okay, in future stories. Listen, I want you, again, there are so many, as I mentioned earlier, so many Le Carré fans out there. And I want you to quickly tell the Picasso story, which you've told. I know you've told it before, but not to this audience.
Two things I've done. So I should just quickly say, listening to the bio from Goodreads, that's what happens with the internet. That's a salutary lesson. I wrote that in 2008 or something. And I thought it was gone forever, and nothing ever is. The Picasso story. When I wrote the book, I slightly whimsically, Dad had a favorite story, or he had lots of favorite stories, but the story about Picasso, which goes like this: that they did a Picasso retrospective, and they brought him in to be part of the process of assembling, the best possible vision of his painting. And so they're all sitting there, him and the curator and the gallerist, his gallerist, kind of going through, should we put this here, should we put this here, and authenticating the paintings. And he's going, this painting is a fake, this one is real, this one is real, this is a fake. And after a moment, the gallerist says, hang on, that one you just put in the fakes pile, I saw you paint that. And he says, yeah, but it's terrible, and I can fake a Picasso as well as anybody. And they realized that he was just putting the bad paintings here and the good paintings here. Bad, good, depending on what he felt in that moment. And it wasn't really an authentication process they were going to be able to substantiate. And so when I wrote the book, I put this cheeky quote, I can fake a Picasso as well as anybody, attributed to Pablo Picasso, as the epigraph. And of course, and it was just supposed to be, we're all in this together, since which time people have devoted hours to analysing my hubris on this topic. And I'm like, yep, okay, go for it.
What do you think your dad would have made of the book and your efforts?
I think he would have been absolutely astonished in a positive and a negative way. The thing is, it's a book that can only happen because he's dead, right? He would not have sat down with me and said, "You've got to do one. You've got to take this over, take on the mantle." And if I had started to do that by some weird sequence of events, he would have been all over it, going, "Well, I don't like this bit. You've got to move this here," because he wasn't somebody who could sit back. There's generations of screenwriters who can attest to the fact that he had strong opinions about how his story should be told, which is as it should be. What would he think about it? I know what he would say to me. I know the question he would ask is, do you know why you're doing this creatively? Do you know what you're getting out of it? We've covered that. I wanted the apprenticeship, and I wanted the contact with him. So the answer to that is yes. And so he would be content with that question and that answer.
Go back, just elaborate on that last comment a little bit. You wanted that contact with him. I mean, in a sense, do you feel as though he's still, you're managing to hold on to him, I know you're not going to forget him ever, but is it bringing you closer to him or giving you greater understanding, or just explain exactly what you think?
So I've definitely let him go in that sense. It's 5 years on, and it was hard. And you have, when I'm writing the book, I was sitting there and because we all watch the same movies, you have this moment constantly where you're kind of looking around, you look up from the thing, and you're expecting to see the kind of ghostly outline in the chair by the window, kind of going, basically Obi-Wan Kenobi again, kind of remember the semicolon. And you don't get that. It doesn't happen. At least not to me. But what you do get is exactly what you said. You get a closeness, you get a sense of deeper understanding. You can't have a binary relationship anymore. You can't have a conversation because they exist only now inside your head. But what you can have is a kind of unity which gives you a greater understanding of everything you remember and a greater sense of contact.
If you don't mind, I'd like to talk about his death, because both your parents died within months of each other, which must have been incredibly difficult, but also because he was so famous, there was a massive outpouring of stories and documentaries and all sorts of things. How was that time, and going through that?
So first of all, it was impossible. It was deep COVID, and we were locked down. We were locked down in London, and we had this weird zoning system, which the British government thought was the cleverest thing in the world at the time, which did not work. Where you in London, we were in level 1. We were in the highest level of alertness before total lockdown, and that meant that you could go out and have a walk, and you could do the various things you weren't supposed to do, and everyone in London was ignoring it to some extent. It was Babylon. And then Cornwall was in level 3, which was like kind of very relaxed, and that everybody lived outdoors a lot of the time anyway, and so on. And actually, the Cornish were taking it much more seriously because it's a much more closely knit community. They understand, and they take care of one another. It's a kind of mutual aid society anyway. And so we were supposed to go for Christmas, and I got a weird phone call saying, your dad's gone into hospital. It's all going to be fine, but you should know about it. And I called my older brother, and I was like, this doesn't feel right. And he said, no, I've just had the weirdest conversation with your mother, and I think you should go. And as it happened, I'd rented a car, which was due to arrive the week after. And, obviously the car rental firms were desperate to have anybody rent a car. So I called them and I was like, can I have the car early? And they were like, yeah, we'll bring it round. And I drove down, and very quickly it became apparent that it was a crisis. And so you were allowed to move between those zones. That was one of the reasons why they didn't work. So very quickly we all kind of found ourselves assembled. My mother was ill too. Neither of them had COVID. But they were self-evidently both dying, either quickly or slowly. And then he died, and very shortly thereafter, we were all locked down. in this isolated house on the cliff top for 3 months. It was with my mother dying upstairs, and then she died in February. It was an impossible scene. It was just brutal. Having said that, it was also, it was a really nice house. It's the most 5-star version of horrific lockdown you can have, but it was brutal, but it was what everybody was doing. The whole world was. I'm sorry, my children's school run is happening all around me, and all my alarms are going off because I'm terrible at organising. So I've got rid of the phone. It was the kind of the best possible, worst possible world, and we kind of. But everybody in the country was doing it, and actually around the world, And when both of my parents died, and as you say, there was then a kind of outpouring, which was basically global. And it's one of those things, when somebody you love dies, you feel like the world should stop, and stubbornly it doesn't. The sun kind of tracks across the sky. There isn't a thunderstorm to demonstrate the physical importance of this event, and so on. And that's a thing. The weird thing for us was that, to some extent, the world did stop because millions of people were horrified. They were just sad, and they wrote to us, and they posted messages on the internet and so on, just of misery and, and grief and fellow feeling. And it was incredibly uplifting. I think it probably also gave us a completely inflated sense of our own importance in the world. Because, that whole sense of the macrocosm carries on just didn't happen. It was like, actually, everyone is that upset. The world is that broken.
That idea that millions
but it was
of
extraordinary.
people,
And I said to Philippe Sands when we were talking on the radio, on BBC Radio after Dad died, it really does help. This, people saying how sad they are was incredibly helpful in terms of grief.
We have a microphone here. If there is a question for Nick, feel free to go to the microphone. I've still got plenty of stuff I want to ask him, but if someone does want to ask a question, just come up to the microphone on the centre aisle here. I'm going to quickly ask you another question here now, because it's something I heard you, it might have been on a podcast, talk about. I mean, one of the things your father did for his entire career, he used to get angry at the fact where people... he used to claim he was a writer first, and the fact that the spying he did was very minor. It was just very low level. It was just, people. He got quite angry. No, I'm a writer, and of course, a true spy would say that. Do you think how serious a spy? Can you talk? How serious a spy do you think your dad was?
So the first thing I should tell you is that he kept faith with the intelligence service. We never had the kind of father-son conversation where he told me kind of what I actually did in the spies. So everything that I know is stuff that you know. It's all out there as far as, So he told me that he was a minor spy and a relatively incompetent one. But I've also been told that he was fast-tracked. And that one of the reasons they were cross with him when he wrote the books and decided to bow out, or had to bow out, was that he was fast-tracked. Having said that, he was also demonstrably blown early by the Cambridge spies. So actually, he never had an espionage future in that sense. And so, I mean, but he was in the secret world, and some people who were also in it get very cross still that he had the temerity to write books. I think that he had the temerity to write books in which they're not James Bond. I think they enjoyed being able to look down their noses at Fleming's books and go, well, of course it's not like that. It's very flattering, but it's not like that. And then this guy comes along and he says, yeah, so it's not like that. In fact, they're all drunk, divorced, miserable, and less intelligent than you might wish. And for some reason that I can't fathom, they took offense. Except that, of course, George Smiley is a genius. He's a Sherlock Holmes. He's a Mozart. And that's flattering in its own way. And his humanity is immense. And, given, here is Smiley trying to find the right way to do espionage, trying to find the way not to be a monster while at the same time being a successful spy. And, he wrote about the war on terror later, but if you can have that dialogue, you're already a more moral creature, a more moral actor, than many of the kind of modern espionage characters, and alas, probably many modern spies who believed it was okay to torture people or, whatever, ship them off to Guantanamo and, in the cause of getting the job done. So I think there's, and to be fair, many intelligence officers kind of sort of would pop out of, or former intelligence officers would pop out from behind bookshelves and say, I really admire your work, and then disappear again. It was always a very weird, kind of goofy moment.
We do
yes.
We do have a question up here. Thanks, sir.
I'd like to ask you a question about the war on terror, specifically 2002, where, if I recall correctly, your father dropped the Le Carré personality and denounced the upcoming war as, in saintly Machiavellian terms, as a violation of all tradecraft and common sense and statecraft. Do you remember that period and your interaction with him?
I do. He was livid. And we marched together on the London March against the invasion of Iraq. It was one of the two political demonstrations that we went to together. Or it might have been three. The others were Brexit demonstrations. Against, I should add. He was very angry. He felt that, among other things, the ability of the intelligence service to provide politically unbiased truth to power had been compromised. That the service had been deliberately politicized to serve a goal, and that was fatal to its purpose. So he was offended from the perspective of intelligence work as well as a humanitarian, as a person. And he got into an argument with Richard Dearlove, Sir Richard Dearlove, or rather, Dearlove chose to take a piece out of him on the basis of his position on the Iraq War, and that was a somewhat unedifying spectacle later, where they exchanged, I think, grumpy letters in the Times, as it were. But yes, he was furious, and he was right, as it turns out.
Thanks.
There were no weapons of mass destruction, etc., etc. I mean, it was.
Of course. Another question for you, Nick.
Thank you very much, Nick. It's been lovely to listen to you. I had a question in relation to your apprenticeship. You said that you saw it as an apprenticeship, writing this book. So have you finished your apprenticeship now, and are you going to write something different as you, or do you see yourself perhaps writing more books with your father, so to speak?
Thank you for that
very
question.
Much. So the first thing that is about to happen is that on April the 10th, my next Nick Harkaway book comes out, about a detective in a world where billionaires get physically enormous and young using a drug. The metaphor is maybe a little bit on the nose in 2025. I'm actually very happy with that series, and I want to do more of those. My apprenticeship is over, but I still maybe need to do a journeyman work to continue my progress in the craft. We haven't done a deal yet on another book, but the traditional reward for a job well done applies. So let's see where it goes. But I would like to do another one. For another Smiley book. Obviously, I'm going to do more books, but I need to alternate or something because I need my own self to be allowed to play as well.
And just we've sort of run out of time, but in general, given how terrifying, you mentioned earlier that this is more terrifying in hindsight than perhaps when you were in the midst of writing it.
Much.
How have you found the reactions? I mean, how
I mean, I've read some amazing reviews and comments on, and a lot of them, I must admit, do begin with comments like, "I expected a train wreck."
Yes. Yeah, they do, and I think we underestimated the degree to which people would feel that, even thinking that we were accounting for it. A lot of people began their reviews by saying, "I really expected this to suck," and I mean, you know, I respect that. You know, I understand it. So. And I'm terrified, if I did do another book, I'm terrified that that would be the one that sucks. You know, the High Wire Act doesn't go away just because the first one was okay. No, I mean, but the responses generally were, again, so uplifting because they were just people who loved Smiley and loved my father's books going, wow, okay, this is what I wanted from this, not what I didn't. And you can't ask for more than that as me in that moment.
Oh, excellent. Look, ladies and gentlemen, can you please thank Nick Harkaway for his book and for his getting up so early in the morning to come out and to talk to us. It's about 6:30 in the morning in London. Nick, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. I think the book is astonishing. It's a shame you're not here to sign it, but I hope everyone runs over to the book tent there and buys a copy because they won't be disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you so much.